Uben
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Maat. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses AUSET and NETET. To SABA Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your Podclass and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netterts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and handle to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
man.
If you're gonna take,
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man, it's on.
The Per M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Maat, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
Stand on it,
that's
man.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word, I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
man.
you upset.
correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head? I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about Ru and the same about AUSAR.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun. Or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, mythological Netzer, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of AUSET has? Everybody, can you see that sun, Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that AUSET had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
You need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to say to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and AUSET were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. This is 8. I'm gonna ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a son on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a son on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority. And there's a lot of people that I read the comments. They say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me. I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamika.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari.
Yes.
Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my podcast, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
So, you found a cool venomous snake, and now you want to keep it as a pet? Well, here are some things you should probably know. Baby cobras are cute. I'll be the first one to admit it. Just keep in mind that some of them can and will spit venom at you, as opposed to just killing you the good old-fashioned way of biting you. I named this guy Lucifer. You'll never guess why. You will have to handle them for one reason or another. They're going to need to get a soak to help with shed, or you're going to need to take them out to clean their enclosure. Keep in mind that a lot of them are very, very observant animals like this boomslang here. He will stare at you no matter where you are in the room. Not to mention he will also kill you. Lanceheads are really fun. You should get one if you enjoy vipers coming flying at your face, trying to kill you. This here is a frog. Now he's getting sprayed. He seems to be pretty happy. Keep in mind that anything that can go wrong eventually will. You may have to get hands-on and even force feed a venomous snake, which has a lot of risk. If nothing that I've said so far has dissuaded you from getting a venomous snake, then let me say this. Make one mistake and you absolutely can pay with your life.
Mic check, press the 9 if you can hear me. Mic check, press the 9 if you can hear me. Mic check, press the 9. There's the 9s. I'm a little bit lagged. There's the Anu, there's Bella, there's Stranger. There's my name. Amun, Min, Ra, Sut, Atum, Linti, Hotep. Okay, I see the 9s. I'm going to come off for a minute and then come back on. One moment. Okay, there we are. Should be good now. There's Israel Holy, pressing the 9. Mary Sicknet, Primordial points to himself. Robert Williams is here. Okay, good. We are ready, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to start off, of course, with the proper frequencies as always. We start off with the proper frequencies, and that is the affirmation for those who are, turn off the notifications there. For those who are seeing the affirmation for the first time, just say it along with us, or you can send a question in at Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV, and the class will be done personalized for your question. This is the frequency that we're going to begin with, which is the affirmation. I start all my meetings with this, whether they are my business meetings, whether they are when I wake up in the morning with my Minarets, whether I'm going to do dream work, whatever it may be. We start with this beautiful affirmation. So we put on the screen here. We start with the count of 3 and then start this beautiful, wonderful frequency. Move this from the bottom. Wonderful, there it is. And we're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Maat un NS. Mean tet. Aset and Maat. Mean have a pet and Maat. her enhu kiui, her ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Stare at it for a moment and ponder. Okay, wonderful. Let me take that off the screen. And let us begin this beautiful frequency. There I am back. Okay, wonderful. Put the banner at the bottom. Welcome everyone to another event. Yes, these are it's warm in here. We roll this up. It is burning in here at about 104 degrees averaging. Welcome to this beautiful event called the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome to this beautiful frequency. Welcome to this beautiful experience that is happening nowhere else. It is a personalized experience, and this is represented none other than the only movement that is representing the netter and the ancient frequency, and the breaking of the matrix is the House of the Ten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netzeru. Welcome new people, welcome old people, welcome everyone to the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netzeru. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. On my hat, she's probably hiding at the top. That is, she's there. You've all not maybe seen her before, but she is Baby Loa, and Baby Loa represents the very first spider energies that came manifested, the first manifestation of the ancestors that I experienced and to which there was witnesses of. And her name is Baby Loa. She may be hiding at the top or somewhere. She's going to come down. She has red legs. And this is Set. Set is, oh, don't fall. Set is my red Perhi Viper. And he represents Pekka Mku. Pekka Mku means to be separating yourself from negative consciousness. It is the phrase in the oldest record of immortality that everyone is confusing with the 42 laws of Ma'at, of which there is no such thing as that, mentioned anywhere by the ancient ancestors. The phrases that followed the sentence was Pekka Mku, and it meant to separate yourself from the negative ku, and to leave the old self behind, to be reborn. And the very first instance of that in recorded history along the Nile for the followers of Ma'at was Set. Set was the very first to ever Pekka Mku. That means he was the very first recorded one to manifest Isfet to the extremes of killing his brother, Osiris. And he was the very first to manifest reconciliation, starting off as one who protected Ra, starting off as a great warrior for Ra, and then through jealousy and mishap and Isfet, confusion and insecurity, which is the insecurity, the foundation of almost all misfet, due to insecurity, attacks and kills his brother, and actually ascends to the throne for some period of time, and then goes to war with Heru and Set, and then eventually reconciles, and that gives us the reconciliation statue where you see Heru on one side and Set on the other side, tying the knots of Smawi Tawi. So this is Set, and he is one that I had to reconcile because he was very defensive, and I had to use my frequency to calm him down and communicate with him to the point where now he can attend the pod class and actually will be the only Viper in world history. And not the only one, because the other ones are here too, but one of the only sets of Vipers in world history that you will see attending a so-called conscious class while the teacher is teaching, and he is Set. And he is the reconciliation of negative frequency, which is became the purpose of every single person who followed Ma'at was to become like Set, which was to be one who separated yourself from negative thoughts. And Set was used all throughout the Purim Haru as an example of one who started negative and reconciled himself and reconciled with Ma'at and ended up joining forces with Heru at the end. So everybody's frequency and goal that followed Ma'at was to become like Set and Heru and Osiris simultaneously, because everyone has Isfet within them that they have to release. So everyone has to Pekka Mku. So that's why you will see me not with a piece of jewelry of Set or an earring or a statue of Set, which I have those as well, but I have my actual animals represent what it is that I teach. So that is Set the Viper. Peace, everyone, and greetings. Welcome to the TUT'S Podclass, the once in a lifetime experience. And when I say once, I mean a time period of once, a time period of now, because there's multiple nows that are taking place. That is why nobody can really tell you when now begins. So this is an experience that is happening now, once in a lifetime, and this now may be taking place for several years, where a group of structured beings have arisen for the very first time to represent Ma'at. And when I say that, what I'm saying is that there are several people out there that study the ancient culture, and they begin to take on the word Kemet, and they say they're Kemetic. And there's nobody in the ancient Nile Valley that ever called themselves Kemetic. Kemet was actually the name of a country that was the creation of consciousness. It was the conscious people that created a country, and Kemet, which was called Smawi Tawi, which was Tamaray, which had multiple names. Kemet was just one. Melanated people just like to focus on that one name because they associate with the color black. But if you actually go into the papyruses, to the multiple names that the people that lived there associated with, they didn't just keep saying Kemet, 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 like you see people. Like you see people doing today, Kemet, 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 Kemet. And nobody seems to say Tamaray, which we'll be discussing today, which is the land of attraction, the land of love. That was the name of the area, Tamari, named after the very mate of Osiris, the land of attraction. And so Kemet is a country. And in order to say you're Kemetic, you have to represent the structure of the country. You cannot be an individual and be Kemetic, because Kemetic is a structure. Kemet is not a belief system. Kemet is the name of a structured country, which had laws, order, ranking system, scribes, priestesses, doctors that represented Ma'at, scribes that represented Ma'at, farmers that represented Ma'at, pharaohs, RE-ENACTMENT, and Mesubit that represented Ma'at. It was a structured system, so you can't be one individual in your bedroom reading some books saying, I'm Kemetic, and then when I approach you and I say, wonderful, who is your scribe? What ranking system do you fall under this Kemetic structure? What is the Kemet had a structure? It was groups of people. In order to be a part of that group, you had to fall under ranking systems. There were pharaohs, RE-ENACTMENT, Nesubitis. There were SABAs. There were priests, priestesses, scribes, doctors. Everybody had a ranking system similar to every other country. And to say that you represent that country, what ranking system do you fall under? Are you the janitor of the country? Are you the sweeper of that country? What are you? Which part of the country do you represent? So the actual way of life was Ma'at, not Kemet. That's why every Jew that you meet doesn't say, I'm Israeli. When you go into the areas in your city and you meet a Jew, he doesn't say he's Israeli unless he represents and lives in Israel. But he says he follows the Torah, whether he lives in China, Israel, Canada, Europe. He says, I follow this. It's a structured system. And we have rabbis and we have synagogues and there is a structured discipline. But not every Jew you meet says, I'm from Israel. So Kemet is a country, Israel is a country, and there's multiple countries, but the country is not the way of life. The country is a product of the consciousness built by the people that follow the system. And Isfet and the matrix has diverted you away from the system, and as you're focusing on countries and land areas as opposed to discipline. And that is why you do not like Jet Li and Bruce Lee because they're Chinese, and they're not running around saying they're Chinese. You like them because of their discipline. And if they were the exact same Chinese man, but they were murderers and serial killers, you wouldn't say, I'm proud of them because they're Chinese. You wouldn't care what race they are if they're pedophiles and serial killers, of which we have pedophiles and serial killers of Chinese, of African descent, of European descent, of Hawaiian descent, of Indian descent. So you're not proud of somebody because they're Chinese. You're proud of Jet Li and Jackie Chan and these men because of their accomplishments, but their accomplishments can only be manifested with the consciousness. So the consciousness is actually what you're proud of. Chinese people are not proud of Bruce Lee because he's Chinese. Oh, let me fix this here. See if we can fix this, Nana. Yeah, because he's Chinese, because they're not proud of Chinese serial killers. They're proud of his work, his discipline, his focus, his mind. And that is what they've moved us away from. So that's everybody screaming Kemet, the name of a place. What is your discipline when you wake up in the morning? What is your ranking system? What is your health? What is your daily thing that you do like the animals? And this brings us to why I exist and why this movement exists, the House of ATTON, because we are here to bring back that which the ancestors actually taught. And the ancestors weren't running around saying, I'm black, I'm black, I'm black. Look at my nose, look at my lips, I'm black, I'm black. Look at my nose, look at my lips, I'm black. Let's go to bed, I'm black, I'm black, I'm black. Let's eat a hot dog, I'm black, I'm black. No. They woke up with a spiritual system that they practiced on a daily, and that spiritual system echoed their life, whether they were dentists, doctors, farmers, landscapers, or no matter what they were. Everyone followed a structured, disciplined mental system, and that creates a frequency. And that is why people liked it. If people pulled up the archaeology and the people that lived in Kemet were all over the place, nobody would respect the place, even if they were black. So you're not proud of them because they're black. So when you go and look up Kemet, if you were to look it up and see, and this guy was fighting this guy, and this guy was a Jehovah's Witness, and this guy was believing, this guy followed the Greeks, and this guy was a Hindu, and this guy, and everybody's all, this guy ate sugar, this, and this guy did this, no, this woman's running around, she was a prostitute, and everybody, if it was a chaotic place, and they were blacker than blacker than blacker than blacker than black, you wouldn't say, I'm proud of those people. Look at the blacks. Look at them. No. You're proud of their consciousness. That's what you're proud of. The structure of the first civilization on the planet that had a structure based on immortality, with the invention of mathematics, with the invention of geography, geometry, with the invention of so many things that are used today. Pencils, painting, artistry, so many dentistry, surgery, so many things that came from the consciousness of people, not because they were black, because you could go to other parts of the world where there were people that looked black and they were not doing that. So that's when it comes to those inventions, you don't mention them for some interesting reason. You're not proud of them. I thought we were just proud of being black. So mention the other people that existed on the planet at 3000 BC. Mention them. You can't. Because what will you say? You'll make up something. So we're here to bring back the structure of discipline and consciousness. That is what we're here to bring back, the structure of discipline and consciousness and immortality. And I learned this as a child. This introduction is going to be a little bit different. I learned this as a child when I was around these creatures as a youth, when I would leave my home and be around the animals, and I noticed that the animals had a structured system, but the people that were pushing religion on me did not. That is what caused the disobedience in my mind, was that I saw the people followed nothing. If you're a Christian, you could do all kinds of mishaps, and just at the end of the day, pray to Jesus and it's all cured. Where I saw the ants had a structure. There were worker ants, there were collector ants, there was queen ants, there was army fighting ants, there were and all of them create a structured system that has us respect the ants community. And the bees, there's honeybees, there was fighting bees, there was breeding bees, there's drone bees, and they never cross paths. They never try to do what the other is doing. Drone bees are drone bees, and drone bees aren't making honey. These different bees have a structure. And all the animals, when I was a child looking at the way the squirrels were, the way the lions. When I went out and looked at all these animals, the lions on TV, but the ones in person, the squirrels and the snakes and the turtles and the ants and the bee, everything I was looking at, I was like, this is beautiful. They have a structured system. And that got me in a lot of trouble when I was a youth, because I respected that structured system more than I respected the Christianity that was being presented to me by a man who said he was a pastor and Jesus loved him, but he had a beer belly and breast as a man. I couldn't comprehend as a youth why a man has breast and a beer belly, but Jesus loves him, but he doesn't love his own self. And I realized that what's coming from his mouth are just words. Actual training is what you have to do. Actual discipline, diet, mental thinking on a daily basis, ritual is what you have to do, that people could just look in your window and see what you're doing. You don't ever have to tell anybody what you're doing. Your actions and the way that you look and the way that you behave reflect it. I was looking at these TD Jakes guys and all these big bubble looking men telling me to love Jesus, and I would say, but you don't love yourself. What is your daily discipline? Do you go to the gym? Do you do any type of mental discipline, any martial arts, anything that deals with a structured system? They just said Jesus loves them. And I realized that this was a psyops that was going on. This was some type of deception, because even though the slave movies were fake, but they depicted one constant thing throughout all the slave movies. I know that they were based on a lot of fake things, but it was one thing that they depicted, and the images that the slave masters drew of the brothers and sisters seem to have one common theme. Whether the entire story is true, whether it's false, that's not relevant at this point, but the images that the artists drew when they were drawing runaway slave or selling this black slave, and the beings that were in Amistad, there was one thing that was similar. All the slaves were in shape. I didn't see it. I didn't see Bruce on the slave ship. I don't know if there was, I'm not sure if Bruce was there, but I didn't see a Bruce. I didn't see people that look like that. They all seem to be in shape when they went over to West Africa and captured the people. The people seemed to be in shape, but there was no gym. When you see these tribal men, they seem to be in shape and climbing up trees, and it's because of their diet and their discipline, because animals are the same. And I realized that I never saw an out-of-shape zebra. I never saw an out-of-shape horse in the wild. I never saw an out-of-shape snake. They seem to all have the same structure. And I realized that we are off while we were focusing on a man-made religion as opposed to nature itself. So as I got older, I started debating my mother's pastor, which I've explained in many introductions. And it was a way for me to stay within my household. And she kicked him out of the house because I won the debate and she was the judge. And I realized, how was I able to do this? I don't go to theologian school. I don't even go to school. I was kicked out of 3 schools, expelled. I never passed grade 9. I was expelled from 3 schools because I could not adjust to this system. I always knew there was a matrix going on. And because of that, I went to break people out of the matrix. In my introductions, I've already explained that I've had restraining orders against me from the church. I've had all type of things take place, and I had to survive strictly off of my consciousness. To fast forward the story, because you can watch the other Podclasses for the intro, but I'm adding doing some other things for this one. To fast forward the story, I started looking up the difference and observing the difference between a hobby and a culture. And there's a difference. There's a big difference between a hobby and a culture. A culture is based on your very survival. That means that the people in the culture do what they have to do because it's a part of a system that they feel is important enough for them to survive. Whereas a hobby is a form of entertainment. I realized that in today's culture, the culture is actually just to make money by things that have nothing to do with your culture. So the culture actually became the hobby in this matrix system. The going on YouTube and debating and studying blackness and all these different things, that was just a hobby because the society around the people that were listening to you didn't respect you as much as they respected the waiter that they tipped, as much as they respected Wilt Chamberlain and Michael Jordan and LeBron James, that they would pay $200 to go to a ticket to see him dribble a basketball. But when I looked into past history, I found out that the men that were actually supported and the women supported the most were those that represented the culture and were the actual teachers of it. And then I noticed that in this society, it was reversed. That the actual teachers of the school were the least paid, and the entertainers were the highest paid because they could dribble a basketball or because they could throw a football, and they were getting millions and millions a year. They were rapping mumble rap or doing some type of destructive thing. Are the females doing sexual raps and all these different, and they were the stars. When they walked through the mall shuts down. Everybody's asking for an autograph. And then I would notice the surgeon that saved hundreds of lives through surgical bypasses and healing, solving breast cancer and removing ailments and cancers from people. He could walk through the mall fine. And he saved the lives of people. The doctor and the teacher that was actually teaching, that actually teaches the world in order for everybody to get a job. You go to school and you learn from the teacher so that you can be somebody in the world. But the teacher walked through the mall and nobody knew who he was. And I said, this is the matrix. Something has been shifted where the survival and biological imperative and that which actually dealt with immortality or the longest that you could live on the planet or true spiritual systems, that was the hobby. That was something that was looked down upon. And the money, the biological imperative, was being spent on the things that actually kill people. When I would go to the parks with my parents and with my family, money was being spent on cotton candy and rides that scared us. Going to haunted house and in the roller coaster, and the thing that you were going woo, woo, you feel like you're gonna die when you get woo, give me another ticket, woo, woo, give me a $10 ticket, let me do that again, woo, woo. Give me a cotton candy. Where's the candy apple? What's that thing called? The funnel cake. And I noticed that all the things that we were spending money on was based on fear and based on this excitement, thrill, and based on death and Skittles and all type of big league chewing bubble gum and different things that we were eating and hot dog, greasy food. And I said, who switched the society around? Something switched from the culture that was all based on immortality and life and health. And now the money that we work so hard on is being spent on death. This must be a culture that wants us docile. So I set up a beautiful system after going to the Killer Priest Podcraft for over a year because Killer Priest saw me and wanted to interview me because he said that I represent. One second, please hold on. He said that I represented that which he always wanted to talk to. And so I did one show on the Killer Priest, one interview, and the interview turned into me doing every single Monday because he was so impressed. He would give me the show to do every Monday. And I started doing something in front of him that he was asking me, how am I able to do this? And the thing that I was doing was I said, I have a particular gift. What's that? I have a way of teaching that gives you multifarious sources of information, and it's also a form of a guidance where you can break the matrix. You feel matrix is breaking inside of you. And I said, tell the people to send me in questions. And the people would send in questions, and I was answering them in a way as if I already had a format set up. And Killer Priest was saying, how are you doing that? How are you answering questions as if you had it planned with the people? He said, but this is my audience. They don't know you. These are not from your past people. I know stranger. I know all these guys. How are they asking you questions and you're doing a whole half an hour class with actual sources and no opinion as if you had it all set up? I said, everyone has their gift. Michael Jordan has his gift. He can fly through the air. Golf players, there's different. Garth Brooks has a gift. Elvis Presley has a gift. James Brown, Michael Jackson wore gloves and did a moonwalk. And people loved it and paid $100 to go to tickets. And that's his particular gift that he used to enthrall the people. My particular gift is that when I was a youth, I never went through any of the experiences of worldly things. As I grew up, I was only into studying animals, going into the swamps, going into the ponds. I was never hitting the clubs. I never saw weed until about 5 years ago or so. I only drank 1 cap of alcohol, and I passed out and fell on the floor. So I wasn't drinking. I wasn't going to the club, hanging out. I wasn't doing all the things. What I was doing was I was just studying and being with the animals. And I said, this is what I've developed within myself, because I know for a fact that all of us have existed before this physical realm. And all of us have gifts that we bring to this physical realm, but then we lose them because we're told we're spooked out in pseudo whenever we say we've tapped into something that is not as touchable as what everybody else that are dull-minded sheeple have the ability to do. What I did is I just kept sharpening getting people to test me. And people started sending in super chats to Killer Priest, $350, $500. Killer Priest and AD were shook. AD said, I've never seen this before. He said, you need to get paid for this because you're here for hours and hours, and we've never seen super chats of $350 and $500 and all these different things. And he took his wallet and he dumped it on top of my hand. And that's the very first time that I received reciprocity for what it is that I do. And I realized that people give reciprocity to that which they feel is important because their hard-earned money is important to them. So on July 4th, people spent hundreds of thousands. A pack of fireworks, $25, $40. And you've never seen a firework commercial. Most people in this room can't name a firework company. You can think of Kleenex, Band-Aid, you can think of different things, Lysol. When I say name a firework company, Fireworks doesn't do commercials on YouTube. You don't see fireworks. Come to this company, such and such, and buy your fireworks. Downtown LA, the greatest fireworks. You're getting a 2-for-1 coupon. Rip off. You don't see that. But when it comes to July 4th, on July 3rd, you know exactly where to go. You know exactly how much you want to spend. You know exactly what you want to spend on the barbecue in the day. The lineups are long. You got your greasy food, and you spend money on that because that is what you were taught was important to you. And nobody had to convert you into that. Nobody had to tell you what July 4th was. Because if you knew what July 4th was, you may rebel against it. But you just associated July 4th with setting off firecrackers and eating barbecue chicken and having barbecues. And I said, who were the original practitioners of July 4th? The early presidents and pilgrims. I said, is that what they were doing? Was George Washington and the early pilgrims setting off fireworks and eating barbecue? The holiday ritual actually has nothing to do with what was taking place. And what was taking place was people that were free criminals from Britain that could now own slaves without paying any portion back to Britain. They were now free from their criminal punishment and can set up and start new, and they were independent of what? Independent and free of Britain while owning slaves, which looked like me, and which looked like Mexicans, and which looked like other people. And now the other people are celebrating Now the other people are celebrating their freedom. Yes. Well, at the same time, they were slaves. They were celebrating the freedom of the slave master, and now paying for it through fireworks and through barbecues. This is the matrix psyops, where you pay for the death and the enslavement of your own self. So I realized that I need to change this and switch this up, that I will render my services as what I do, which is to awaken. I was a part of a thing called the Lion's Den. It was a debate league, each man for himself. They would put out flyers for the debaters. But when they put out my flyer that I have right now, my flyer was called The Guide. And nobody in the Lion's Den could explain why that was. It was subconscious. Everybody else's flyer said, debater such and such, debater such and such, come to this debate. When my flyer came out, it said the guide, but we're not guides in a debate group. That's because I never was a debater. I always was a guide, and something subconscious caused them to put out a flyer and called me the guide because that was the focus. So I said to the people at the Killer Priest Podcraft that I'm going to give my guidance and my ability to walk you through breaking the matrix, and I will set up a system called the Podclass because it was becoming so busy for me at the Killer Priest show with people wanting to do one-on-ones, people sending questions at Killer Priest. I had over 37 animals because I'm an animal breeder and seller and collector, and I had all these different things to take care of, and it was much too busy for me. So I said, I'm going to set up a system where, you know what, I don't want to even take up all of Killer Priest time, because I ended up taking over the whole show. Ended up being just me and then playing people's music. So I said, I'm going to set up something individually. It's going to be called the Podclass, and you're going to be able to send in questions. Now, what is a question? A question is the beginning of the result of everything that you've seen in existence. Every single thing that has value in front of you in existence, every toothbrush, every deodorant stick that you use, every shirt that you're wearing, every car that you drive, every school that you went to, every pair of glasses that you wear, every single thing that you have in your life to exist started off as a question. That means inventions don't just pop up in someone's head. There's a question that pops up first, and then they put that question to hypothesis and test. And that's how you come up with inventions, and that's how you come up with systems. That's how you come up with everything you see around you. If you go back to the original inventor, he'll always say, I started off with a question, because he did not have the answer yet. And the question, once he did the work to get the answer, resulted in how the entire world is run, why you have a car, why you have everything in your entire life that is dear and important to you, started off by somebody who was on a quest for something and wanted to invent something. They wanted to bring something to the world, and now that results in us today having a cell phone that you can't live without because of a question, and another question, and another question, and that resulted in everything you see today. So questions result in answers that give manifestations of how this world is run. So I told people that you can send questions in to the Tehuti Podclass, which has nothing to do with what I'm going to tell you to ask. It's your personal quest. And I don't know how important that question is to you. Bill Gates, Microsoft, start off with a question. Elon Musk start off with a question. The ancient people in the Nile Valley start off with questions, and then answers develop the civilization. So you are that person that asks a question, and then however that internalizes within you is the value of what that is to you, especially when matrices are broken, when you're in a society that does not want you to ask questions. They just want you to sheeple, eyes closed. Ma'at means eyes open. That's what Ma'at means. To examine with your eye. The symbol of Ma'at is an eye. Ma'at is an eye, and it's open. It means to examine. That's where we got this concept of the conscious community and woke, and it came from Ma'at. So their question can wake you up to a reality that can change your complete life. There's a brother in this room who sent in a question which turned into a one-on-one, and the answer that I gave him quadrupled his income. So these are the kind of questions that you can ask in the Tehuti Podclass if you're new. I do not limit to the kind of questions that you can ask. Once you get the answer, you will understand what's the phenomenon that is actually taking place here. So an example of some of the questions that are asked anywhere else, because nobody anywhere else puts any other teacher or Kemetic teacher or spiritual teacher or whatever it is to the test that they put Tehuti through. That's why you can skip from channel to channel, and you will never see an 11 hours or 10 hours of pure teaching with no drama, no streaming, no cussing, no arguing, no debating, no this, based on questions that you control. That means that you control the Podclass. There is no other YouTube channel or book or anything in existence like that, where you can ask questions such as, After some thought, this is from Sheshat. After some thought, I've decided to change the question. If you would, if you can, I would like to know about Oregon, the Oregon energy origins. That question has absolutely nothing to do with this donation that was sent in from PayPal. What is the best toothpaste herb to cure gingivitis bleeding? You see, all those two things have nothing to do with each other. But the answer can send Sheshayet onto a path that's completely life-changing. The answer that this brother Raphael Ortiz got and the entire class got is completely life-changing. What is Gnosticism? J-Dub sent in $20. What is Gnosticism? So we have a system of Cash App and PayPal where you can actually send in support and a question, and it doesn't matter. There's no limits. That person sent in 20. Brother Rigo sent in $111 to get a breakdown of the Matrix movie, and I will tell you that the breakdown I gave was of 5 minutes of the movie. The class was 1 hour and 40 something minutes of 5 minutes of the movie, and he was shook, so shook that he sent in another one and another one, all equaling $111. Matrix Part 1, Matrix Part 2, Matrix Part 3. He kept going because he said, these answers I'm not getting anywhere else. So that's a question about the Matrix. The brother that I have in the introduction asked about a situation of hyperhidrosis. If there's anywhere that you can go, that you know, that you can send in questions that pertain to eyesight, Gnosticism, Christianity, hyperhidrosis, heart stroke, and movie explanations in one setting, put the link in the room. Let me know the name of the teacher, the name of the book. We would love to have that person at the podcast to join the House of Attend. And I will tell my students to go there and send him their Cash App and see if they get a type of answer that comes from over here. Stranger was so impressed that he put out a $200 bounty to anyone that could break down even this one topic, something he never even asked about, and he got an answer which had the Kemetic origin of the Star of David, the true origin of that caused another hour and a half. And he put this bounty out to anybody that can match what's going on in the quality here of the TUT'S Podclass. There is no limit to what can be asked here. Even Muslims are sending in support. This person didn't even have a question. He just said, support. Thank you for all that you do. Tamir al-Mallah. That's a Muslim sending in support. So it doesn't matter what you are. This brother here sent in $50 through PayPal, and he asked a question about out-of-body experience. And then his mother passed away, running at increase. His mother passed away, and then he sent in another question. He wants to know how to contact his ancestors. After getting the answer, him, his mother, and his deceased family now have interaction just like the ancestors did. If you're getting that somewhere else, where you can send a Cash App or a PayPal, and you get an answer, and that answer gives you the ability to have a relationship with your deceased mother, once again, put the link in the room, give me the testimony and experience, and we would love to join forces with, it's in a random question too. These are random questions. So you can send in any question. This question here, $20 sent in, Raphael Gary, about the Pentagon meeting in Houston. So questions about out of body, contacting deceased, Pentagon meetings. This question here is about depression, anxiety, the spiritual and mental, Navajo skinwalkers. There's no limitation here. And this is a unique experience and system that's set up right here at the House of Attend at the TUT'S Podclass. It is PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App, TTM Moon, and that is how you support. Also, on top of all of that, when I take a break, my students will come on and the scribe will show the website where we have the shirts, hats, floor mats. And people say, what's the black business? What about the business aspect? We have floor mats on my bed. We have pillowcases, house towels, bath towels, cups, notebooks, all in the House of Attend. The ancient Tehuti teachings of the Netzeru. So we teach business ethic as well, self-support systems as well. And we're putting suitcases. We have a Walmart of Natiru items. If that's happening anywhere else, if there's any other so-called Kemetic movement that has a Walmart of items that are based on Kemetic imagery and Nitiru, send that link in, and we would love to join forces with them. But all the so-called Kemetic people are all individualized. There is no movements that we see going on that are answering questions and also have this and all of this going on. My mouse pad says the Nitiru exists. I'm looking at, I can't put my mouse. Let me see if I put the thing on it. My mouse pad. See the mouse pad. It says the Nitiru exists. The mouse pad is that. See, that's my mouse pad. The mouse pad is the movement. That is, everything is the movement. This is all that I am about. Speaking of which, if you want to friend request me, then I will just scroll down and see if you are promoting the Tutti class, and if you are, I'll accept your friend request. I'm only about this. So, with all that understood, everybody, with the support system understood, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV, what we're going to do is we're going to take the first question in, and as I'm teaching the answer to the question, and at the end of the question, all I say is, if you appreciated this more than you spent in the last 8 years on July 4th or donuts, if you appreciate what you saw, and if you got anything from it, support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to take another sip of my water, and I'm going to put the question on the screen. I'm going to put the link in the room, and then I'm going to step away for a moment and come back and blow up this answer that was asked. Let's see what the question is. I'll put it in the room, and then I'll put the link in the room for the team to jump in for a moment while I step away. And when I come back, it is get your pens, get pens, pads, whatever it is, your iPhone, however you collect information. If you want to put a recorder up to the screen, have Bandicam, screen save, however you do it, be prepared, because once I start answering the question, you're going on a ride for over 40 minutes to an hour with multifarious sources, videos, all type of things, and your matrix is going to be broken. What you thought was reality is not that. So I'm going to go ahead and put this. Let me see the team jump in the room. All right, here the boop, boop. Somebody jumped in already, and let me get the rest of the people supporting audience. And let me put the question on the screen to tease everybody. I'll let everybody know what the question is. And this is actually a question in from a brother who was in he may be still there. He's actually the president of a movement in Ghana, and he's also a practicing doctor, a practicing eye doctor. His name is Dr. LaRoche, and he actually sent in this the first question that I'm going to be addressing at the TUT'S Podclass, and I'm going to let everybody in. Let me go into the question on the screen here, and we'll see what is the first question that Tehuti is going to receive today. And these are random questions. These are not pre-organized. These are whatever it is on the people's minds. So let's see what this is today. And this is none other than what's on the screen. Oh, why is it not popping up? This is none other than what's on the screen. What was on the thumbnail. And this is, let me see if it popped up here. Chrome tab. Here it is right here. So this question here is $40 sent in. Nice class on the number 7 class. Oh boy. Go back and watch that. But there's a question sent in about the Lost Ark. Have people in the room heard of this thing called the Lost Ark? Also, the person sent in a question with a little more detail, and it was, let me put this one here. It was, he said the Ark of the Covenant, and then he named it something else, which is very interesting, that I'm sure most people haven't really heard of this title before, and that's the Lost Ark. But he called this, he saw some presentation or something where it was the Ark, not just the Ark of the Covenant, but it was the Ark of the Contract, which is interesting. And here it is. This is Daniel LaRoche sent in this question. Can you do a class on the Ark of the Contract? See the link below. When I click the link below, it was Jordan Maxwell talking about the Ark of the Covenant. It's called the Ark of the Contract, which is very interesting. He said, "Can you do a class on it?" And I said, "Absolutely, sure. You send in your support, and you're in order, you're in sequence, and yes, I will do a class on it." So the very first question is going to be on the lost Ark of the Covenant, as they call it, the Ark of the Covenant, and also why this was called by someone else, the Ark of the Contract. We're going to get into the origins of it, the reality of it, and let me see the first people that are jumping in on the screen, and that is Anu and Antu. Greetings, Anu and Antu. Peace to you. How are you?
Peace, Salvatore. I'm doing it. I think our Saba exited the room by accident. Hanu to all the supporters. Hanu to all of the Kiru and Muru of the House of ATTON. Make sure you support our wonderful Saba Tehuti. I'm with Hotep Ra. He is an absolute jewel, a gem. He's here to bring back Maat. Wherever our Saba Tehuti is, there is victory against its Fet. Wherever our Saba Tehuti is, there is Maat. Many people supported the fireworks. Like Saba said, it's only right if you are giving your attention to this class that you support our wonderful Saba Tehuti. I'm looking forward to this Ark of the Covenant question. I've heard many things about it. I do not know what it is really, so I'm very much so looking forward to it. It's also a topic. Hotep, wonderful Saba.
Hotep, yes. Yes, I'm back. Something was kicked over and bumped me out of the room, but I am back. And wonderful stranger put up 100. And I heard you say when I came back that you're unfamiliar with the Ark of the Covenant question, but you look forward to the answer, correct?
Correct.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I look forward to getting into this Ark of the Covenant. What is this Ark of the Covenant? What is that? I don't know. I heard the Hebrews were walking around with an Ark of the We're gonna find out here, the TUT'S Podclass. And how are you doing, Antu?
I'm doing great. Swap for asking. How are you?
I am absolutely wonderful. I am focused and I'm ready to get into this Ark of the Covenant, Ark of the Contract. Do you know about this Ark of the Covenant? You familiar with this?
Not really, no.
No, okay. I hear somebody jumped in the room, but I don't see them. Okay, they popped in the room. Okay, Bella has jumped in the room. How you doing? How you doing there, young lady Bella? How are you? Somebody else has jumped in the room too.
I am well, too, for asking. I wanted to apologize for that mistake I made earlier and say to for letting me come on the panel and to for being here today to give us all a podcast.
Okay, Nini, look, I'm glad you are here. I see Annie Patah jumped in the room. Can we see you, Annie? It could be Annie or Nefer Kepret. We never know, but let's see who that is. Annie who's there? I see Patah. Where's Annie, though? Must have some technical things. I see, okay, we got the name finally. The name is there, Shems. Here we go. Finally, I've been waiting for this for a long time. Shemsu, Sunu, Imhotep, Tehuti, Amun Ra. I've been waiting for this brother Dr. LaRoche to represent this name since I saw him on Sonetter, and there it is. How you doing, good brother?
Peace.
Shemsu, Tehuti. Which one you want me to call you? All of them, or just the first two or three? Which one? No more Daniel around here, man.
Shemsu Sunu.
Oh, you cut off. Say it again.
Shemsu Sunu Irie.
Oh, Irie's on it too?
Irie, yes.
Very good. How you doing, good brother?
Good. Very good. Good to see you all. Uncle Maat. Just came back from Ghana.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, we started an organization. I'm a glaucoma specialist, eye physician and glaucoma specialist. And we started an organization called the Pan-African Glaucoma Association. So that includes people of African descent throughout the diaspora, not just Africa, the United States, Europe, all places we can come together to address glaucoma. Glaucoma is a leading cause of blindness in people of African descent. One of the major reasons for that is genetics, also decreased access to care. Because of the global structure of colonization, white supremacy, capitalism, based on the oppressive structure, very anti-black. Throughout the world, people of African descent have similar issues with glaucoma. So I started this organization. The co-founder, there's many other co-founders as well, working with me to help address glaucoma. We had a wonderful, fabulous meeting in Accra, Ghana. I was able to give a lecture that also, I gave 4 different lectures. 3 of them were on glaucoma, but the 4th one was talking about the first ophthalmologist. And I took them back to the Nile Valley and went through the original Medinetter, the original Mustafa, the original. I had a brother named Jedma that helped me with the translation of the Medinetter as well. And they were blown away. It was really, really interesting. It was a press release that was done. We had the former First Lady of Ghana that was there. And it was really, really great. And hopefully, this would be an opportunity for others in whatever specialty, whatever entity, whatever your profession is, to help unite, in a Pan-African tradition with the cultural tradition, and outside of this capitalist matrix, to come together in a positive atmosphere to address the issues that affect us and to solve the problems in a genuine manner without oppressing or stealing or creating problems.
It's a little choppy. Shamsu, I'm catching what you're saying. It is a little. Is everybody hearing them clear? Or is it a little choppy to you all too? A little bit of.
It's a little choppy.
Should I speak louder or should I try a different connection?
No. When you just said that was perfect. For some reason, I don't know if you brought the phone closer.
Oh, okay. I brought the phone closer.
But I did hear what you said. Just maybe every 4th word was kind of chopped up or something.
I brought the phone a little closer. Is that better?
I hear you.
And I'm speaking louder.
That is better. Dave, Shamsu, I have to step off right now because of the timing. I have to do the podcast, but I want you to
no problem.
I want you, if you could, tell the people, you're the one that asked this question about the Ark. If you could just tell the people what incited you to do so. Are you a Hebrew Israelite? Are you why are you interested in the Ark of the Covenant? But go ahead and just tell the people what sparked that. And then when I take a break, you can finish up with the Ghana thing. I'll be listening to the background.
No problem. So just briefly, just some background on the question. I saw this a video clip that was talking about the Ark of the Covenant and the possible African or Kemetic origins. And SABA, Tehuti will probably show that clip. That was one. But it was interesting to me because I had traveled to Ethiopia. And in Ethiopia, I traveled to Aksum. And Aksum is where the Ark of the Covenant is supposed to be. And when I went to that location, they do not allow you to see it. They just say it's there, but you can't see it. Nobody can watch it. So they keep it in a very mysterious format. So based on that, I thought it would be interesting to learn if there's a Kemetic history or connection with the covenant, the contract, whatever. And, Saba Tehuti is really good about, doing this type of research and going to the source. So, that's what precipitated the question. And we'll see what, I look forward to learning what Brother Tehuti has come up with over here on this particular topic.
Okay, wonderful. I'm going to go on my break. I'm going to go research it real quick and see what I can come up with. And I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm going to look at this Ark of the Covenant.
You're going to do 5 minutes of research for a 40-minute presentation.
I'm going to go look up things. You say it's in Ethiopia. I'm going to go look up Ethiopia. And I'm going to call. I got some brothers in Ethiopia right now. I'm going to check them out. And now we're going to get into this, what it is. I don't know if I'm going to play the clip or not because I'm gonna see what's gonna happen with the clip, but we're going to walk through what this thing is, what the PSYOPS is, what's actually taking place, what the origin is of this Ark of the Covenant. And just a show of hands of people in the room, how many here have heard of this concept? I already asked Anu and Antu. How many have heard of this thing called an Ark of a Covenant? Bella, Menku, Annie, Ark of a Covenant. Okay, good. And so we're gonna get into this, and I'm gonna ask everybody before I step off, just to tease of the PSYOPs. This includes Daniel and everybody in the room, just to show you the hypnosis of what we're going to get into. Tell me the times, a couple times just in your life, that you've used that word arc in a sentence. We've used this word arc in a sentence before, and since you were 5 years old, arc. Can you tell me why or how you've used it? We'll start with you, Annie. Have you ever used the word arc in a sentence before?
I'm the architect. I can architect. Roll your rulership. I hold the heck.
Okay, that's ARC, right?
Yeah.
Right, arc. So have you used arc before in a sentence? ARK to describe anything.
Or
when you close your eyes and I say the word arc, what do you see? Arc.
I see a curve.
Okay, that's ARC again, no problem.
It's the Ark of the Covenant in that context. It's the only time I've ever utilized that word, that specific.
Okay.
Term.
Okay, ARK, you've used the Ark of the Covenant. Okay, Anu and Antu, have you ever used the word ARK in a sentence or heard ARK anywhere in your life? And what do you visualize when you hear that?
I've used it when describing to people where Noah's Ark originates, where that story originates.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No. Okay. Do you two and two same thing?
Yeah, it's the same thing with me.
Okay. Good. Menku or Ra, have you ever used the word or heard the word arc in a sentence before? And if so, when you close your eyes, what do you see?
Definitely Noah's Ark again.
Oh man. Okay.
And besides that, I think that is it.
Okay, good. We're gonna go to Daniel. We're gonna Shemsu, Shanu, Imhotep, Ari. When you've used the word arc since you were 5 years old, or ever, when you close your eyes and think of an arc, what do you see in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, same things that some people have said already. Noah's Ark is a common one. Martin Luther King talking about the arc, bending the arc of justice. In that respect,
is that ARC like this?
ARC. Yeah, that one was ARC. Right. Martin Luther King, Noah's Ark. Those are the big two that come to my mind.
Wonderful. Bella, have you ever heard?
And the Ark of the Covenant. Those are the big three.
Right. And the Ark of the Covenant. Okay, Bella, have you heard of the word arc before, used by yourself, any other people? When you close your eyes and think of an arc, ARK, what do you see in your mind? Have you ever heard it before? The word arc? I think she's frozen. Uh-oh.
Yes, I've said Noah's Ark.
It cuts you off. I just heard, hear me now. It cut you off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was asking. Yes, I've heard I've heard arc in a song before, and I've said Noah's Ark in a sentence, and when I visualize like a curve. So.
Okay, interesting. So that's just a teaser of what this class is going to be, because I deal with hypnosis, I deal with magic, I deal with PSYOPs, I deal with what pops up in people's minds, whether you're in Wisconsin, Daniel LaRoche may be in New York, Ghana, whether you're in Southern California, whether in Jamaica. It seems like when we hear this word, it goes back to an object that everybody has seen, but only calls it that object when discussing the particular story. So if I have everybody, what is Noah's Ark? What Noah's Ark was? What was it? A car, a helicopter? What was it? What vehicle was that?
Supposedly a boat.
Okay, a boat, right? So, have you all used boat in sentences before? Have you talked about a boat, getting on a boat cruise, going on a boat? Have you anybody raise your hand? You've used boat before? Wonderful. It's excellent. I'm walking you through how this class is about to be. So when it comes to a boat, everybody's very familiar with it. There's boats in California, boat cruises in Jamaica, but only this one boat is called an ark, but it's a boat like other boats. But when you close your eyes and think of this one word, it always goes back to the Bible. But there's boats everywhere. There's boats in Japan, and for some reason you don't call them arks. And so the only two words that we seem to flash in our mind, the only two objects, seem to go back to the Bible object. But when you look at the Ark of the Covenant, it doesn't look anything like a boat. I'm going to leave like that. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love.
All right, Hotep Henu, everyone, peace and love to everyone who is here with us live. The support links to send in your questions, like the great brother Shimsu Sanu, Imhotep Tehuti Amen Ra did, asking about the Ark of the Covenant. Those links are pinned to the top of the chat. So there is no boundary on what you can ask. We look forward. We look forward to seeing everyone's questions, and if you do not have a question and you just want to support the Podclass, you can do that as well. So Tua Hinu, it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. I'm excited for this class, and for everyone who is new here, houseofatton.org. This is where you can find everything regarding the Podclass and House of Atton as a movement. And I'll briefly go through the website after we allow everyone to speak and give some words. So we'll go ahead and do that. Tua for hitting the like button. For everyone who has hit the like button, do that to help this go within the algorithms that YouTube sets up. Stay commenting, keep the chat active. That helps as well. So Tua Hinu, and yeah, we'll just go around the panel, and we'll start with the great brother Anu and the lovely sister Antu. Peace, Hotep.
Hotep Urdasen, Hotep Tua, wonderful Sabatui, and Hotep Ra for being alive, healthy. Tua to your neters for holding up your Jed, for being alive, healthy. Tua to all of you on the panel. Tua to all the viewers and all the supporters. Tua Sabatudi for coming straight into the class and teaching as magnificent. I love the jewel he gave about Set. I never thought about it like that. How Set was the first Netiru recorded to Pekka Mku. And a jewel about how we want to aspire to be like Set, Heru, and Asar all in one. Tua Hotepenu to Seta to Baby Loa. I'm excited for this class. I'm excited for what Sabatudi is going to bring. I'm excited to see the support he is going to receive to show how much we love him and how much you are going to keep him around, because he definitely deserves it. He is a jewel. Wherever Sabatudi is, there is victory against his Fet. Wherever Sabatudi is, there is Maat. Tua Ani for giving me a chance to speak, for all that you do for the HOA. Tua Menku for all that you do for the HOA. Tua Primordial Thought and Atef for all that you do for the HOA, and to all the Meru and Kuru, Hotep Meri.
For words, to offer your words and adorations. Tua Hotep Mary, to everyone on the panel and everyone who is listening. I appreciate all of you very much, and I'm very thankful for your attention and for it to be within Ma'at. Tua for all of you being here healthy and alive and supporting our Sabatudi for all that he does for us. I'm looking forward to the mind shift that is about to take place within all of our minds within this Nefer question, and I'm looking forward to the growth that we will all experience. and to Hotep Mary, to all of you.
Hotep Hindu, peace and love to everybody on the chat, on the panel. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. Supreme adoration to our master teacher, Sar Tehuti. I am very much looking forward to SABA's breakdown and build up of the Ark of the Covenant. I studied Ethiopia a little bit, very familiar with the mystique around this ornament or this symbol. So I am looking forward to learning, growing, coming forth as conscious light. Inu Hotep.
Shemsu Senu Ardi, are you there, good brother?
Yes, I am.
All right, Hotep.
Hotep, peace. I spoke already, so I'm not going to be too long. But I do look forward. I really enjoy the Podclass because, you know, I'm pretty busy, so I don't have time to sometimes research as much the information and some of the deeper issues as they relate to the history and the Kemet. And, you know, SABA Tehuti is doing some good research and sharing the history to really help, you know, develop and strengthen our consciousness. Because in society, W.E.B. Du Bois talked about a double consciousness. And I think in society today, we need about a triple consciousness. Because you have to see what's being taught to you, then find out what the truth is, and then find out what the true history, and go back deep to the now. So it's almost like a triple consciousness. And so I find that I look forward to seeing what Brother Rudy's going to talk about with this. I enjoy watching the podcast. So I just want to give a shout out to SAB. And that's it. I want to keep it short and brief. Thank you. I look forward to teaching. I'm actually going to probably just sign off and just listen in because I'm on East Coast time. So we're a little bit ahead. All right?
All right, Hotep, great brother. To our further question.
Peace.
Peace.
Hotep Mary, everyone. Hotep Mary, Nefer Saba, and Nefer Netzerts. So for all that you do together in your life together, and always working together as a family to thrive and prosper and protect one another. I really respect that and find it so beautiful. And I look up to all of you in so many ways. And Hotep Mary to the panel and everyone in the chat. For being here and showing support to SABA and each other for all that you do. For manifesting yourselves and doing what it takes to keep yourselves and your families out of the matrix. I really respect that as well. And I'm very happy to be here with all of you.
All right, Tua, Hotep, everyone. Great brother Minku Arab Mary Maat. I'll let you tepi and start us off and give your announcements. Great brother is the head Maat. Peace, great brother.
Peace, Hotep, everyone. This year we will be having our second Pathways to Awakening. We're in the beginning stages of planning that event. Mark your calendars, hold the date. We will have more information for you soon. The Pathways to Awakening is an opportunity for our community, House of ATTON, to come together, celebrate each other, to celebrate our master teacher, SABA Tehuti. As he begins every pod class, we get to hear his very powerful testimony of what led him up to this point. What is happening now and this time is the next stage in his journey. This is a very powerful time. SABA is not, he's not out of the public eye like he once was. He is here. He is teaching us. He is guiding us. He is leading us in a new powerful direction. The pathways we come together and we honor members of the HOA, the members. There's performances. We have food, and we do a extremely powerful offering to our master teacher, SABA Tehuti. So we look forward to Ani Patah blessing the stage. We look forward to coming together as a community, as a family, to encourage and lift each other up. And I don't know what my deal is, but I love LA and visiting the West Coast. So we are looking forward to getting together to meet people that we haven't met in person, and just exchanging powerful, positive energy. Hinu Hotep. October 20th, mark your calendars. We will have new information on the website, flyers and video promos as we confirm the date. So, Hinu Hotep.
Yes, Hindu, Hotep, great brother. Tua for that. Last year was amazing. This year is going to be as amazing and even greater. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Definitely looking forward to seeing everyone. As the great brother Minku Ara said, meeting new faces and connecting with those who came last year as well. It's a beautiful thing. So this is a private event that's held just for the students of the Great SABA Tehuti. So it's a very powerful event. So looking forward to everyone coming out. And so, yes, houseofatton.org. Again, everyone hit the like button and share this to your social platforms. Ask your questions, send in your questions. Everyone who's watching on the playback, there's not a platform that exists like the Podclass. This is a one and very unique, as the great SABA says, phenomenon that is taking place. And for everyone who is here and participating, you get the highest of adoration, because it is you all who keep this going. It is everyone's support and questions who allow this to continue to exist, and everyone who comes here with your attention. So it's a very powerful thing. I'm very thankful for everyone. So houseofatton.org is where you go. Go get your merch. I'll show that here as well. And this is where you can also come aboard the House of Atton, because we are a movement. We are in motion, and we are expanding, and it's a beautiful thing. So let me share my screen here. And this is houseofatton.org. And so if you look along the top here is a bunch of different sub links that'll take you to many different places. And here's the shop where you can come and get all type of things. And this will continuously expand as well, as we do with everything. It's a beautiful thing. And we have apparel, as the great SABA said. We have bathroom sets, bath mats, shower curtains, bottles and tumblers. We got workout tumblers and bottles and notebooks for your heka, to be able to imbue yourself. Again, every time you open a book, you're already going into it with the forefront being the Natiru exists. And that is already establishing within your subconscious your own ability to become a netter. So it's a beautiful thing. We have Purim Haruz from chapter 15 here, when it speaks about Tehuti and Maat rights for you every day. Very powerful. Utilize this for dream work, upesh or resi work, many different things. So it's very powerful.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
We have ebooks here from the great SABA Tehuti, and this is what started the House of ATTON. Before we were the House of ATTON, we were the teachings of Maat, and it started with stepping out of the matrix. This very powerful ebook here. And so here at the House of ATTON, if you look at the top where the link is pinned, that's the House of ATTON channel. And we also go live and we do classes as well. And if you go to the very first video, the very first 13 videos, you'll see Stepping Out of the Matrix, where we begin to read that. And it began our process into becoming teachers. So it's a very powerful thing. So if for everyone's new who does not have this book, as well as Melanin Dark Consciousness, please go here. As soon as you make the purchase, you'll get a download link to your email immediately, and you'll have access to these very powerful ebooks here. So Tuahinu, to everyone who is participating in that. Here are the desk mats that the great Saba was showing. I have one as well. I love it. They're very beautiful, different sizes for you, depending on what works for you. So it's very powerful. So definitely support this. And we have our social media. So for everyone who has Instagram or Facebook or TikTok, even if you do not have these social platforms, you can create one just to follow House of ATTON, because we will also be going live on these different platforms at different times as well. And TikTok will be one of those ones. We're going to begin doing a live stream on TikTok, starting up some conversations, may see some debate, and it's going to be a very powerful thing. So everyone, make sure you go follow us over there. And all the links are up here. And here are the pod classes where I consolidated all of the classes to this one page to make it convenient for everyone to find what you may be looking for. So here in the playlist section, here are all of the pod classes that the great Saba has given in order right here, 126 classes. This podcast here was absolutely, this was amazing right here, as they all are. So if you haven't seen this podcast, definitely go watch this, taking what the great Saba Tehuti brought forth, very powerful. The House of ATTON live classes as well. And I have them sectioned off for each teacher that comes forth and brings classes or does readings. We're going through the ancient writings, the Seba'it, are known as the instructions, and as well as different papyruses or stelas and wall writings, the pyramid texts, what's known as the pyramid text, the Aku Mer Medu. We go through so many different things. So, and everything is set out in playlist here. Scribal Sessions is here. Here's the great brother Menku Ara Mary Ma'at. All his classes are here. Tefrem Kim Ma'at as well. Here's the playlist of his classes. Primordial Thought 9. And the great brother Anu that you see on the panel as well, because we provide the opportunity when you are a Karu member. Karu is the Meduneta word for a household member. And it also means to be within something. So as a Karu, you have the ability to come forth and utilize the platform on the House of ATTON to bring forth classes or readings that you want to bring forth to the community. So the great brother read the Enuma Elish here. And he also has a class who is Marduk. And he just gave another beautiful class on Du, and he's going to be giving a part 2, Who is Marduk part 2, next week. So the great brother's doing amazing, and I'm looking forward to that. So here's where you can find all the pod classes under the House of ATTON, right here in one section. And lastly, I'll just show the membership here. So for anyone who wants to be a part of what's taking place here, there are 3 different levels, Uwa, Sin, and Kemet, which is how you say 1, 2, and 3. And you can go through these and read what it brings forth. We have private classes. We have a Discord section as well that are only the Karu have access to. But the Discord is also public, but we have a special section just for the Karu. And for everyone who is participating in the shop, or if you're a member here, because once you sign up and you become a Karu, you'll have access to the member section here, where there's debates and discussions and classes that are going to be brought forth starting this month. And we're gonna there's a curriculum style teaching to go through some of the very important guidance and teachings that are not on public platforms, that a lot of the Kemetic teachers are not digging into and bringing forth. And so House of ATTON is where you will be able to go into the Amduat text or the Book of Nut. All of these very powerful teachings that no one speaks about. So as a Karu, you'll have access to this Fundamental Fridays of Maat. We just had a class this past Friday and went through and taught on truthhood versus falsehood. Many people haven't read this or even know that this exists, where there's a discussion and there's a communication and there's actual metaphorical teachings between that being truth, ma'at, and that being lie, which is another word that goes gur or gurga. And I went through and taught on that, and that was very powerful. So as a Karu, there's a lot of great teachings that are taking place here at the House of ATTON. Tua for everyone who's leaving reviews. This definitely assists in letting everyone know that what you see is what you get. We are very meticulous and particular in what we bring forth, because we are echoes of the great Pa'ut, or the Tep A'ui, the great ancestors. And they were of Aker, which is excellence, and Nefer, which is perfection. So Tua Hinu for everyone who is leaving beautiful reviews here. So yes, join us if you'd like to. Very powerful as well. And we have some great useful sources here for those who want to go into the dictionaries. It's all here. Here is the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary by E.A. Wallace Budge, Volume 1, Volume 2, right here. And you can download these, or you can research here directly on House of ATTON. James P. Allen, Middle Egyptian Introduction to the Language and Culture of Hieroglyphs. Very powerful readings. The Purim Haru. So everyone can go here if you want to have some very powerful sources to assist with your studies. So yes, this is houseofatton.org. If anyone has any questions concerning membership or anything about the website, you can utilize this message system here. And one of the great secretaries will get back to you very quickly. So you can contact us here, or you can go here and contact us as well. So again, Hotep Henu Tua, for your attention while going through this. And yeah, utilize this. There's nothing like this that exists at all. So we're building this from the ground up and being the example of what we want to see. So because it don't exist, we have to be the ones to create it. So absolutely, Tua Henu Hotep. And I'll stop sharing the screen for the website here. So yeah, it's an absolute it's an absolute honor to be amongst such powerful people here who are just consistently in the studies and learning and reading and expanding and digging. When we see the matrix all around us, and we see how different matrices get broken every single podcast from the great SABA, and how just deeply embedded it is into this reality that we experience. And so just to be among the great people that you see on the panel and all of you in the chat, the Meru who support, yeah, this is a very pure place, and it's very sacred, and it's just an honor to be amongst everyone here. So Tua, for that and for your and so yes, great brother Anu, if you want to, I know you have a class coming up this Tuesday. If you want to speak a little bit about that and what you'll get into, and I'll let you speak on that real quickly, great brother.
To you all very much for this opportunity. I'm going to go over Marduk's second name in the Enuma Elish. I'm going to go over the Imgir for his name and what each Imgir means and how it ties into his accomplishments inside of the story of the Enuma Elish. If anyone here has not watched the Enuma Elish reading, I suggest you go and watch it or read it for yourself, or do both, because that is very necessary to understand why he has some of the names that he does. I am bringing this forward as per request of the people. They asked for a part 2, so I'm going to bring them a part 2. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it as well. And we also have a class tomorrow, Sunday, and I'll be teaching, and I'll be going into some great information that I'm excited to bring forth. I wanted to, there's so many things that I have stocked up for a particular purpose and reasons, but I'm gonna bring this one forward. And is very important to me personally because of when the great Saba Tehuti came forward and did a debate, as we see in the intro, with Jabari and that topic, and that was information that I never seen or heard, with how he was able to bring that forward. So that definitely was a very powerful moment for me. And so of course, when you come across certain information, you begin to dig and dig yourself, and this is what takes place. So I'm excited to bring forth a class on some topics that aren't really taught about the way that the House of ATTON brings forth this information here. So Hotep and Hinu, to the great moderators, Nani Aset Mur, she says, Tua for the info. Are we able to access the sisters classes on this website as well? Yes, Tua for that. How I have it set up, I have everything in playlists. So Tua for that. I think I need to double check something to make sure that it shows up properly. But yes, all of the Karu, everyone who brings forth teachings will have access to, you'll be able to access them on the website. So Tua for that reminder, because there's a lot taking place. So Tua for the reminder to the great Nani Aset Mur, the great moderator. So yes, everyone, Tua, continue to support the Podclass, continue to do what you're doing, stay in your studies, continue to dig, as the great Ptah Hotep says, examine self, and replace what you may not want there with Maat. And one of the greatest steps that you can do to do that is be here in the great podcast that SABA Tehuti is given to us every weekend. So while everyone is out doing their thing, partying and whatever they consider a party, we're in the per Ankh taking in the great information. So Hotep Henu and Tua for being here. Welcome back, Great Saba.
Peace, peace, peace. Greetings, everyone. Everybody watching the podcast, we're about to get into this question. But first, before we get into this question, I'm going to show a couple of the supports from some new people, because there is no podcast without any type of support. So there's some new people that stepped in. One person I've never seen before, actually, that sent in support, and another new person. I'm looking for it right now. Here it is right here. There's a brand new brother right here. I've never heard of this name before. It's Lincoln Hotep Perry, and I'm going to show this as the first support donation to the TUT'S Podclass. This is what keeps things going. What motivates me to keep things on the level of that which the quality of that which everybody is yearning for. I'm gonna go ahead and put this. Oh, this isn't in. 1 second. Okay, let's see if that works. That in now. Interesting. Is it on? Yeah, this keyboard has to go. Okay, let's see if this is the whole thing, genuine. Okay, here we go. All right, so shout out to this brother right here. Brand new name to the TUT'S Podclass, and comes in with strong support right off the bat. I've never seen this person before, and we're going to give them a nice round of applause. Start of this podcast with Lincoln Hotep Perry, $25 podcast support. Brand new person, never heard this name before. Give him some big noise, please. Big noise. And another new person here. What's that?
I think I've seen that name in the chat before.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful. And here's another new person here who's actually in the chat somewhere. I saw them in this young lady in the very beginning, and her name is Mary Sekhmet, and she sent in $5 for the podcast I Have Horus from a year ago. So this is an example that if you watch a podcast from one year ago, 5 days ago, 10 minutes ago, and you appreciate it, send a tip of support for the class that you saw. Help support it, even if it was an older class that took place. It's an honorable thing to do. So we're going to give her a clap for I Have Horus from 1 year ago. Give her a hand clap, please. And this is the last one. This is a tip for the last class I did on the number 7. Nicholas Venden sent in 3 support. Oh, 1, 2. Nicholas Venden sent in 3 supports. The original question, a tip, I think another tip, and then this one. He sent in 3 to 4 supports on this that question that he asked. So I'm going to go ahead and show this. I'm going to get into the podcast question. Let me see if this is going to show up. 3. And this is 7. First question is asked about the number 7 from either last week or the week before. And that class shook him very, very much. He gave four donations for that one question. Shout out to you, Nicholas Savannah. Appreciate you. And we're going to give him a hand clap for that, please. And Bella, could you read that for the audience, please, for me?
Yes, 204, letting me read it. It says 1672. For a tip for now we know, Tuahenu and Mary to you, Tehuti, Amunhotep, with a sun, a fire, and a green horn.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, everybody. So here we go. Everybody who's watching this class, I want to say this. I was saying this to my interts back there. I want to say this in the forefront here. People say who are wondering about the support. They're wondering about these questions. And I want to tell everybody, I can ask everybody on the panel, but I'm going to shorten it up and actually tell everybody the difference between these answers and other answers you're getting. There's a few major differences, obviously, the detail, but there's a major difference. And the reason why people are getting hit when they get these type of answers is because somebody could ask a question, who is Martin Luther King? And you get an answer. And that's good. That's history. Somebody can ask the question, when was the Statue of Liberty built? You get an answer. That's true. That's answering a question. What is the feeling you get when a magician does a magic trick for you and you ask this question? How'd you do that, man? What's that feeling? Is that a little different than asking, how old was Malcolm X? That feeling that you get when I don't know if anybody here has ever seen a magic show or a magician on the street, but if you saw Chris Angel or David Copperfield, and you ask them that question, how did you do that? That is a different type of answer that you're going to get, and you would actually follow that person to wherever they say, come into this dark room, and I'll tell you how that magic trick was done. That's much, much different than asking a question, what does this meta word mean? What year was Pharaoh Ramesses ruling? The feeling that you get if a magician says, come into this dark room and I'm going to tell you how Chris Angel does his effects. That feeling that something's being revealed, that you know you saw something and you want to know how that works. That's what's happening here at the TUT'S Podcast. What I'm doing is I'm revealing the magic tricks that's being done on you, which is much, much different than getting an answer to a question. Revealing when I ask everybody in the room, what is an ark? And you say, and everybody says Noah, that means there's a magic trick being done on you. Because you never call a boat trip an ark trip. You never call a boat an ark in any other situation in your entire life, unless you're talking about Noah's boat. And when you look at the image of Noah's boat, it looks just like any other boat. It's just made out of wood. And you call only that an ark. When I ask everybody, what's the Ark of the Covenant? Describe how does that look? Scribe, the Ark of the Covenant that you've seen. How does it look? Is it a pyramid? What does that thing look like?
It's a box with, well, the ones I've seen it's a box with two winged ladies on it.
Right. So the Ark is a box. The Ark of the Covenant that people talk about is a box. When they're describing the Ark of the Covenant, they're talking about this box thing that things go inside of, right? But for some reason, you never call any other box in your house an ark. So what is happening to your brain when you see a box? Only this is called an ark. It's a box. There's items in it according to the Bible. Yes, there's designs around it, but you can have boxes with many designs on it at an art shop. It is a box, and you may put a butterfly on the side or a rainbow on the edge, whatever you put. But when you ask somebody, what is this object? You'll say, this is a box. So why is only the one in the Bible called an ark? And the only boat that you call an ark is the other thing in the Bible. And nobody here knows why that is, but everybody answered the same. But if I went around the panel right now or in the chat and asked, why would you call only that one an ark? Nobody would say, well, the reason is, you see what it is, it's an ark because the mathematical code of no. You have no answer to why only that is an ark. But everybody knew that box is an ark. No other box in your room. You never say, let me go to U-Haul and order some arks. You don't call any of those an ark. You never say, yo, I'm going to go fishing on, I bought a new ark today. We're going to go fishing on on this nice arc and do an arc trip. So you never call that an arc. And so that is a psyops going on. So when you get the answer to these questions, what you're getting is a magic trick broken on you, which is completely different than somebody saying, well, see, the Ark of the Covenant is located over here. And that's what I'm starting off by not even talking about where an ark is located. I'm asking you, what is an ark? And everybody says boat. And nobody says the Ark of the Covenant is a boat. That means there's a psyops in your brain. And at the Tutsi Podclass, I'm here to break the psyops because I took over $40,000 of my own personal money and went broke and gave it to magicians to find out how the psyops work. So because of that, I know how these things are taking place on the world stage, because you're actually being taught by a magician, not somebody who went to Cornell University, not somebody who went to learn under Dr. SABA. You're learning from a magician that's going to answer, why are you calling this an ark and no other boat an ark? And when you get that answer, something's going to click, and you're about to see the wisdom of the ancient Atiru of why that's even being called that, and what the ancient one actually was, and how the psyops on those two words have to deal with murdering people. So we're going to go into all that. We're going to go into all that, the psyops of the ark, and murder of people, and your acceptance of the murder. And you accepted the murder, and you're desensitized to the murder. And you don't know why you're desensitized to the murder that applies to the ark, but you are desensitized to the murder. And it's a part of a psyop to make you desensitized to killing. So we're going to get into all of this, which nobody thought any of that would have to do with an Ark of the Covenant. So let's get into it, everybody. Support. That is why people are supporting the Tutsi Podclass, because this is not taking place anywhere else. These are not answers that are being given. Where, like when the church says, she said, this is like the magic school bus. I said, what is that? I don't even know what that is. She said, it's a bus and it turns into the objects that you see. I said, I never heard it. I took my time away from television, so I don't know what that is. But she said, it's a bus that changes, and it's like you're on a journey where you're teaching us. It's like you're changing our whole world into the journey of where you're taking us. I said, oh, I guess that's a compliment. So this is like the magic school bus, whatever in the world. I don't know if it's Big Bird's bus. I'm not sure what that is, but whatever it is, you're going on a journey, and it's breaking matrices inside of you. So everybody support the Tehuti Podclass, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. We're about to get into this question. What is the Ark of the Covenant? I'm going to put it on the big thing on the screen again. There it is right there. Everybody's laughing. I guess I don't know these things. I know the SABA, I know the magic, but I don't know what the world, a bus, I don't know what that is. I'm not sure what that is. I'm glad I don't know either. I'm glad that I only know what people, when somebody asks me a question, that I don't have all that poison in my brain. I don't have that in my brain, whatever those things are. I left the Sesame Street and that was about it. So I don't know what all these, it was just like Full House. I said, what the heck is a Full House? I know nothing about it. So let me take this off the screen. And there it is right there, the Ark of the Covenant PSYOPS. And that's the question we're going to get into right now. Everybody get your pen, your pads out, get your notebooks out, get your Cash App, PayPal out, and support the Podclass. We're about to put this back on the screen, this one here at the bottom. Take this off of the screen. And everybody press the 9 if you can hear me right now. And I'm going to do a screen share. And when I do, continue to press the 9 if you can hear and see the screen share. Let me move this from the screen. Where is it? Where is it at? Shout out to all the great supporters who support the Podclass and have supported to create a system where I don't have to split my attention. Because the more I split my attention, the weaker the answers are going to get. So I don't have to split my attention because this is what I'm here to do. Well, I can split my attention and I can train on TV, and I can train bodybuilders, and I can do all those things and do health plans and all of that. Is what I want to do is break the matrix. That's what I'm here for. So we're about to break the matrix. I'm going to check the room. Press 9 if you can hear me. I'm going to do a little screen share before I say peace to everybody on the panel, and just tell me if you can see this. If you see the screen share, continue to press a 9. And there it is right there. If you can continue to see that, continue to press a 9 on the screen. Once I see a couple of 9s, I'm going to go ahead and start, because once I start, it's going to just keep going and going and going and flowing. So press a 9. I'm going to look. I hardly ever look into the chat, but I'll look into the chat real quick right now to see if there's 9s there. And once I do, my computer's a little lag, so it's not showing it at the same pace if you're pressing it. Now it's blank. And there are the 9s right there. Boom. Stranger says, it's things are slow on my computer. Stranger says, I love how SABA prefaces his classes. What happened? I love how SABA prefaces his classes. You know he's gonna flip. All right, wonderful. Thank you, Stranger. The Comedic School Bus. Okay, shout out to Stranger. Stranger presses 9. It's a little slow on my end for some reason. Angela Gates. Stranger. Angela Gates presses a 9. So slow. VRI all the way from London is in here. We have students from here to South Africa. So VRI presses a 9. Who else? Lovely Lisa presses a 9. Glad to see you, Lisa. Glad to see you. Focus. This Robert Williams presses a 9. And the wonderful new sister who came to this class and never ever left. Shout out to that other new sister that said, I'm gonna come back on the 1st and donate 500 wherever you can see her again. Wherever you are, peace to you. Shout out to Maharu. There's Maharu pressing a 9. Okay, good. Okay, good. I can go ahead and start. Bella Stabby Cat. Okay. Okay, is that what that's called? A tabby cat? Okay, good. Wonderful. Okay, everybody. I'm going to say peace to everybody on the panel, and we're going to go ahead and start into this question of the Tutsi Podclass. So peace and love, Annie Pata. See you in the chat. Peace and love, Hanu and Antu. See you in the chat. You're going to know the new definition of boxes and boats. Peace and love, Menku Ara Marie Maat. Shout out to you. The screen just flipped. Where's Bella? Now Bella's at the top. Peace and love to Bella. Nice to see you. Nice shirt. Let's get it on, everybody. Peace and love to you. And let's get on to this first question of the Tutsi Podclass. Here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Boots. There's my brother right there. Boots. Boots, great supporter. SABA, peace. Boots says peace. Great SABA, King. Black Heart, let's go. All right, good. Here we go, everybody. Boom, let me get my timer out. I'll burn incense a little bit later. Get the timer out. And, thank you, TD, for the update. I'm just seeing it on now. What is this? Some Chrome update. Okay. Okay, Chrome updates. Okay, good. Here we go, everybody. Boom, we're about to get into this question. And let's go, Stranger. Let's go, Lisa. Let's go. Boots, let's go. Daniel Setmer says, mind-blowing adventures. Again, she changed it. Mind-blowing answers to mind-blowing adventures. Again and again. Lisa Bella says, peace and love, SABA. Okay, here we go. Ready? Boom, let me get this on the screen. Cut out all these extra tabs because, you know, the extra tab close things down. And now we're going to get into it. Close that extra tab. Close that extra tab. Go into this section. And we're going to, where is it? Open this tab up so everybody can see this clearly. And close all the other tabs so that there'll be no slowing things down. Okay, close. Close. Matter first steps. This is James P. Allen. I'm going to close all of this. Let's close. Slowing down. Here we go. Slowing down. Too many tabs open. Close James P. Allen. Close the dictionary. Close this. Keep Shachette open. And there. My computer's moving a little slow today. Very interesting. It's a little lag on here, but that's okay. We're still going to get through this smoothly. Very, very smoothly. Good. I see it on the screen now. We are ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Welcome everybody to the House of Attend, TUT'S Podclass. Let us get into this wonderful question that should yield a wonderful answer. Let me get that off the screen. Get this off the screen. There's the timer. Get that back up. Stop. Reset. Go. Here we go. All right, everybody. Welcome to the TUT'S Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of Attend. And let me check one more time. Make sure it's screen sharing. No, it's not. Let me go back. Always got to check because always got to check. Now it's going to go screen share right here. Boom, boom, boom. Shout out to Israel Hoyley. He's actually in here as Israel Hoyley. Nice. Sheshaya is in here. Okay, good. Okay, now the screen is sharing. Now we can get to it. Here we go. Welcome to the TUT'S Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of Attend due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity. Stolen. Millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the Netiru, health, purity questions, mental detoxification, out-of-body experience, ancient sources to answers, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism disguised in the form of black consciousness and atheistic teachers who will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes or only do debate, debunk, expose, or do challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs such as the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, we're the Abos, we're not from Africa, everything is a contention topic. We're the Abos, we're American, we're not African. The Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are white, the Egyptians are Arab. Attacking everyone but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice on a regular basis. Never showing you what they actually believe in, because in truth, everybody, those quote-unquote conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything, but they just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on attention. That's the high that they cannot answer. They've made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you're laughed off of the stage or insulted with the above inquiries, or you're thrown off of the panel. That's the only platform, the only movement, the only class that exists on the planet Earth where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type answer, customized, and on top of all that, taught live for you. With each answer, you get a subconscious matrix broken. Is here the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? Before I get into that question, let me ask everybody, you can type into the room. When you see this right here, let me blow it up a little bit. So before I actually get into the question, which I did partly, I'm going to show this, and everybody's typing into the room. What is this? We discussed this earlier. But just go ahead and type into the room. What is this object you're looking at right here? If you can make it out. If you need me to expand it more, let me know. But what is this I'm moving my mouse across? Go ahead and just type it in the room. What is this, everybody? Type it in the room. I'll give a minute or so, and then I'll check the Podclass room. What is this we're looking at right here? What is this? Let me go ahead and check the room and see real quickly. What is that? Let me go ahead and stop the screen. So we got so-called Ark of the Covenant. Okay, nobody's familiar with that image. Nobody's ever seen that before in their life, and labeled it as something. Angela Gay says she doesn't know. Okay, no problem. So what has anybody other than Mary Sekhmet ever seen that image before? Okay, Robert Williams seen it. Ark of the Covenant. Yep. I am not sure what religion everybody was raised up in, but if you were ever raised up in Christianity or had a Sabbath school quarterly book for the children or had any of the books on the stories of Moses, you're going to see that. You're going to see that image in one of your Christian books. And it's always called the Ark of the Covenant. Okay, good, wonderful. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to TUT'S Podclass. So if you're a Christian, you've probably seen that image before in one of your Christian books talking about the story of Moses. Actually, the one thing that they traveled with all throughout, the Israelites traveled with that all throughout the sojourns out of Egypt and even well afterwards. So there it is right there. So that is called the and anybody watching too, there's 52 people watching. If any of the 52 people watching, have you ever seen that image before? If so, type it in. Is it a school bus? Is it a tricycle? Is it something you've never seen before? Is it something you've seen before? Type it in. So only so 2 people have seen it. Wonderful. Let's continue. 2 people are familiar with that image. Okay, this is going to be good then. This is going to be really good because nobody's ever seen that before. Okay, let's go ahead and get into it, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Bella said the Ark of the Covenant. Okay, good. Yeah, everybody knows what that is. Everybody's seen that before. It's the only object on the planet that's ever drawn like that, and most Christians were raised up with that. So here we go. Okay, boom. So there it is. And here's the question. So the question is, class on the Lost Ark, and peace, brother Tuti. Can you do a class on the Ark of the Contract? The Ark of the Contract. So there it is right there. This is the question. This is the object that Daniel LaRoche is asking about. That if you show this to thousands of Christians or even regular people, they'll say, "Oh, that's the Ark of the Covenant." And it's in almost every Moses movie, any Christian movie with Moses in it, any Christian cartoon book, any book discussing Moses coming out of Israel. They always have this walking with it. Okay, wonderful, which caused Daniel LaRoche to ask about it because he was taught that it was in Ethiopia, but they won't let anybody look at it. Okay, this is a great question. Also notice in the question Dr. LaRoche asked, he also called this the Ark of the Contract, but you never hear most of anyone calling it that. The Ark of the Contract. We will get into that at the end of this class. This phrase, this title, what goes through the minds of millions of people, just like every other PSYOPS, that subconsciously echoes through the minds of the people who have never seen such a thing. Yet when they close their eyes and visualize some appearance, and I asked everybody on the panel to describe the Ark of the Covenant, and people pretty much described it. The same appearance appears through all the minds, and that appearance looks like this. That image that is in your mind, you never have seen that in real life. If I expand it, here's where it's from. So here's the expanded. It's from this movie. So this actual image, this particular one is from the movie, and the movie was inspired by other images, but this one is a popular movie that a lot of people in a certain age group have probably seen. Raiders of the Lost Ark. So there's actually a movie promoting that there's an ark that's lost, and Indiana Jones is going to raid areas to see if he can find the lost ark. And of course, this lost ark is the Ark of the Covenant, which is this thing right here. All right, wonderful. There's Indiana Jones, and that's actually where that image is from. Okay. Yes, a movie. You have never seen this in real life. You have never seen this on display in a museum. You have never seen this depicted on any ancient walls, papyruses, any ancient cylinder seals. You've never seen this image on any ancient cave art. You have never seen this, but most people, if you ask them to describe the Ark of the Covenant, they will describe it, even though they have never seen it. They're not describing anything that they've actually seen, and this is how you know that there's a PSYOP going on. You've never seen this drawn by even any ancient Israelites. Where's the image of this? they say that people will come and say, "Oh, I remember I was talking to Mighty Hebrew and some other Hebrew Israelites will say, well, you won't find any images of you won't find images of these things because the Lord said not to make any images. There's nowhere in the Bible where it said doesn't make any images. And isn't this an image? Isn't this itself an image? There's two people with bird wings on the top, and this is described in the book of Genesis 2 as cherubims. Cherubims are described in detail in writing, and the Ark of the Covenant pictures that people show, and the Ark of the Covenant itself is an engraved image of the cherubims in the book of Genesis. So how is it that the ancient people in their story are making a graven image called an Ark of the Covenant, but when you ask any Israelite, where are the images of the Ark of the Covenant, they'll say, we weren't allowed to have any images. The Ark of the Covenant itself is an image. The Ark of the Covenant is an image literally engraved in gold. It's literally a engraved image. Here we go. Boom. And because you've never seen this before in real life, but everybody describes the Ark of the Covenant as this, that is exactly, precisely how a PSYOPS works. Something is in your mind. You don't know how it got there. You don't know where you've seen this from. You've never seen it in a museum. You've never seen it on cave art. But for some reason, this image is in your mind as the Ark of the Covenant. No matter where you are in the world, no matter where you go, no matter what religion, what book you go to, YouTube video, local bookstore, channels, etc., they all seem to agree with this exact same image and permeate this image in your mind until it's stamped of something called an Ark of the Covenant ever since you were around 5 years old. This is in books from here to London, to China, to Jamaica, movies, this image, and nobody can say they got this image, which is supposed to be 1400 BC. This image, this ark is supposed to be from the year 1400 BC, and nobody's ever seen this image on any ancient wall, yet everybody knows somehow this is what it looks like, which is an amazing PSYOPS taking place. So here we go. Here's the YouTube videos. There's the same image. History Channel, Ancient Mysteries, Lost Ark of the Covenant, full episode, timeline, quest for the Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia. That's what Dr. LaRoche mentioned. Keepers of the Lost Ark. A book, Ark of the Covenant. And what they all look the exact same, but nobody's ever seen it before. Article out. Is the Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia? And which is what caused Dr. LaRoche to be interested, because there's some information going on out there that in Ethiopia, of all places, that there is an Ark of the Covenant that all seems to look alike, even though never anybody's ever seen this. Where are they getting the exact same image from? And that's how you know things are a PSYOPS. When nobody's seen something with their own eyes, but every time it's described in their mind or drawn, the exact same image, and that is called hypnosis. That is called a mind control, because nobody can say where this image comes from. It doesn't come from anything they've ever seen. What museum is that? So here we go, everybody. Let's get into it. Welcome to the TUT'S Podclass, and boom. So where does this concept come from? As far as why is it in our minds? Since the time we were children, before the Indiana Jones movie even came out, and of course the PSYOPS began with the Bible, which was in the Sabbath school quarterlies, the Jehovah's Witness children's books, other Christian type story books that derive cartoons that look like this. Anytime you look in a Christian book, there it is again, the same thing. So it seems like graven images are 100% allowed, because this is a graven image of a box, this is a graven image of a person, these are graven images of wings. So how could you not be allowed to draw graven images, but at the same time the Ark of the Covenant is literally a work of art of several graven images on top of each other to give you one end product, which was literally engraved based on a story inside of their Bible of the children of Israel sojourning throughout what they call Egypt, and starts off with Exodus 25:10, which gives a description of this tool. Let us that they've placed in our minds. And here is the description. Here's where you find this first. Exodus 25:10-22. Have them make an ark of acacia wood, 2.5 cubits long and 1.5 cubits wide, a cubit in width. I think that's what it says. Overlay it with pure gold, both inside and outside. Make gold molding around it. Make an atonement cover, pure gold, and make 2 cherubim out of hammered gold at the ends of the cover. The cherubims are to have their wings spread upward, overshadowing the cover with them. The cherubims are to face each other, look forward to the cover, place the cover on top of the ark, and put it in what goes inside of this ark. Put it in the ark, the tablets of the covenant that I will give you. So there's tablets. Tablets are stone. Tablets is from the word table. They're stone objects that have writings on them that are the size of tables. That's where you get the English concept of a tablet from. So they're humongous writings the size of a table. I will give you, and there above, the cover between the 2 cherubim, and over the Ark of the Covenant law. I will meet with you and give you all my commandments for Israel. Exodus 25:10. So there's the Ark of the Covenant. Okay? So, if we take this description, we have an object made, overlain, and interlaid, and molded out of pure gold. And as far as the size, if we calculate 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, 1.5 cubits high, and agreed biblical cubit is about 17.5 inches. So that would leave us with a pure gold overlaid, pure gold internally reinforced object of 3.64 feet long, 2.18 feet and wide, and 26.25 inches high, to give us an object that matches the description when put beside a person. It's about almost 4 feet, over 3.5 feet, going up a little over 2 feet high. So there it is right there. This is a very large golden. It's not only gold, but it's overlaid with gold and internally reinforced with gold and molded from gold. So of course, archaeologists, geologists, and those of the likes have found this almost 4 foot long box with extension handles that are another 3 feet. So you have to add that because look, remember, the extension handles are another 3 feet. So going this way would be another 6 feet from here to here, and another 3 feet here. So conservatively, this whole Ark of the Covenant with the golden handles would actually be 9 feet long. So this almost 4 foot long box with extension handles, another 3 feet, which would make it 6.5, really 9.5 feet long object of gold, due to the high technology radar searching tools that we have today, such as GPR, ground penetrating radar, microwave radar technology, which can even find coins of gold. So of course, archaeologists and the likes have found this almost 9 foot long golden inlaid, outlaid object that can't rot. It can't rot because it's gold. Gold doesn't rot. So it's inlaid with gold, molded out of gold, and outlaid with gold on top of it. So this object should last at least another 4.6 billion years. All right, let's go, everybody. Let's see. So here's the ground penetrating radar, and this is coming from Science Direct. Ground penetrating radar, geophysics technique commonly used to image shallow surface structure based on propagation at attenuation of electromagnetic energy through subsoil. 2.5 ground penetrating radar, microwave, millimeter wave techniques employing electromagnetic radiation with broad microwave at 300 megahertz, 300 gigahertz, make use of different complex electrical primitive of various media to detect internal defects. They are almost totally reflected by materials with good electrical conductivity. What has better electrical conductivity than gold? So this is going to be easy to find because GPR is good with objects that give off electrical conductivity, which gold is the most powerful to most research, and are therefore restricted to inspection of low conductivity composites. Ground penetrating radar are well-known techniques practitioners in geosciences, proving tens of meters of penetration into the earth. So it goes tens of meters into the earth. Okay, wonderful. That is from Science Direct. This is U.S. Radar Inc. Subsurface Imaging System. Given the incredible versatility, GPR is used across countless industries, from civil engineers and construction professionals to archaeologists. That's who we need. These archaeologists are going to use this to find the Ark of the Covenant. So archaeologists, environmentalists, professionals in various niches find technology useful for analyzing subsurface materials in non-invasive manner. Some of the many things operators use GPR to locate include utility cables such as electricity and communication lines. Okay, we don't need it for that. Pipes and plumbing, including water mains and gas lines. We're not looking for that. Underground structures such as tunnels and mines. Okay, we are kind of looking for that because that's where they say the Ark of the Covenant is. Buried artifacts such as those found on archaeological digs. Bing, 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 bing. Grave sites, whether archaeological or clandestine. Bing, bing, bing. We need number 4. Buried artifacts such as those found on archaeological digs. And that's what GPR is looked for. So we're looking for a 9-foot object with high electrical conductivity called the Ark of the Covenant. So of course, archaeologists have found this because I don't know what technology, I'm not sure what technology the Ethiopians, people are saying the Ethiopians have this hidden from GPR. You could hide it from Aunt Bethy. You can hide it from Uncle Buckwheat. You can hide it from GPR, and not to mention Farouk al-Buz with the ground penetrating radar from satellites that they can actually locate underground tunnels and objects in archaeology found under the ground from satellites, and that's the award-winning Farouk al-Buz used that to find underground tunnels throughout Kemet and underneath the Harokuti Sphinx. So of course, with this technology, ground penetrating radar, we know the Ethiopian, when you see the Ethiopian men and the Ethiopian women, the Coptic Christians and those people, they don't look like they have any type of high technology to have cloaking devices and things that can go over to block radar penetrators. These are just sheep herders, and they look like men that just have garbs on, and so they just put it and tucked it somewhere. I don't know how far they can go down with the technology, but they just put it somewhere with whatever tool they have, which is very primitive. Go to Ethiopia and look at these people and tell me if they have any type of cloaking devices that block GPR and satellite radar. So they just put the Ark of the Covenant somewhere. It's 9 feet long of gold, and they say that it's hidden. From who? From maybe Dr. LaRoche, who's just on foot looking around saying, where is it? Where is it? Where'd you put it, man? Where'd you put it? Yeah, it's hidden from him. From Craig from Friday. Where's it at, man? Where's it at? It's hidden from him. Is it hidden from satellite trackers that track gold all the way in King Tut's tomb from outer space? Is it hidden from the GPR? Gigahertz microwave tracking with high conductivity of electricity, of which gold would be the highest conductivity of electricity, a 9-foot long gold object. Is it hidden from them? The Ethiopians have that technology. Somebody who represents the Ethiopians, please talk to me about what cloaking device and technology that Ethiopian priests have to cloak from satellites and GPR gigahertz microwave tracking technology. If somebody could just type that in the room so I could look it up. Ethiopians have invented satellite blockers, and we'll go and research that out, and we'll present it at the next TUT'S Podclass. So it's hidden from Becky and Sanaya Lathan, but it's not hidden from from the satellite GPR, if that was a bomb that the Arabs made, if the Arabs made a bomb out of pure gold, 9 feet long, brought it to America with their technology and put it somewhere around the Capitol House, the White House, and it was set up there to blow up the president, do you think they could hide that from national security? If they put a gold 9-foot object anywhere near the White House that's going to blow up Biden or any of the presidents. But the Ethiopian sheep herder guys have cloaking devices that Russian technology can't find this Ark of the Covenant. China, whose technology is above everybody, nobody can find this Ark of the Covenant with technology because some Ethiopian men with staffs and a white cloak, they know how to block everyone's technology to find a 9-foot golden object. Somebody type to me the name of that technology and we'll definitely advertise it and show it here in the TUT'S Podclass. No takes the technology of God. Okay, here we go, everybody. Boom. Welcome to TUT'S Podclass. Here we go. So did they find it? Of course, archaeologists found it. So what have archaeologists found in search for this 6+ foot, really 9-foot Ark of the Covenant made out of pure gold? Not even 10-karat gold. It's pure gold, a 24-karat gold, electrical conductivity, 9-foot object. What have archaeologists found? Britannica. Where is the Ark of the Covenant? Let's find out. Where is the Ark of the Covenant? Despite being an integral part of Ethiopian Orthodoxy, the nature of the Ark's supposed guardianship at Axum has made the church's claim to ownership unverifiable. Most historians think that if it did exist, more than 3,000 years of relic disintegrated over time or was destroyed. Yeah, they find coins, they find little buttons of King Tut. But to this is only speculation. For many, the final fate of the Ark remains a fascinating mystery. So the Ark of the Covenant is a mystery. One moment, everybody. Hold on. One moment. Okay, paper. Here we go. All right, everybody. Here we go. Back here. Boom. So it's a mystery. No, Russia hasn't found it. China hasn't found it. America hasn't found it. Nothing at all to be found in archaeology. And there are no writings, not even from Hebrews in 1400 BC in Moses' time, ever claiming that they believed in such a thing. So there's actually no writings in existence that actually come from indigenous Hebrew people that even say that they believed there was a thing called the Ark of the Covenant. Where are the Hebrew writings? This thing lasted from 1400 BC all the way to King David. That's 900 BC. 900 BC to 1400 BC. This thing lasted 1400 BC, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. Over 500 years of Israelite history. If you ask a Hebrew Israelite or a Christian, can we get one indigenous Israelite writing in a 500-year span that states that the Israelites themselves ever believed that there was such a thing called the Ark of the Covenant? What about ancient artistry? There are millions of depictions of the Ark of the Covenant today, and for the past hundreds of years by Hebrews, Jews, Christians, Muslims. So it must not be a sin to draw it. So can we go to what we're calling ancient Egypt? This is where the event took place with the Ark of the Covenant, where it started. So can we go to ancient Egypt and do we see images of Israelites carrying a golden box, or any of the places that King David fought, where they were watching Israelites carrying this golden box? Any of the Sumerian tablets, any of the Sugagi cylinder scrolls? What culture said that they witnessed Israelites carrying this golden? You know how shiny this would be walking in the desert. Oh, thank you. Walking in the desert or walking on the hot sun with a 9-foot golden box shining off of the sun, to be able to see this from a mile away. So what cultures ever looked and saw that King David was fighting wars? They were fighting with this box. They were singing and dancing with this 9-foot golden box conquering people. So what ancient civilizations can corroborate and said there was a group of people that we were fighting, and they were carrying this large golden box as they fought. Did anybody attest to this? The ancient Egyptians, the Syrians, the Sumerians, anybody of the Israelites themselves, did they attest to it? This image right here. They're at war. They're walking with this big golden thing up in the air, out in the open. You could see this in the open plains. This box was not hidden. It's a gold box that anybody from way over here in the hills could see this thing shining gold. Did any culture attest to noticing another culture walking around with this big 9-foot golden box? No, we do not. But wait, if one does go to Kemet Tamaray, they do see several images of men carrying a golden box with handles at the bottom by the feet on the box. They just are not Israelites, and the images date back before the Israelites had any access. Doesn't this image right here that the Israelites say is them, they say this is them carrying these boxes, gold boxes. Doesn't this look like this? Let me shrink this a little bit. There they are. We found images, finally. That must be Moses and his people, right? That's the exact same box. There's the handles. There's the feet. There's the gold. There's the box. There's the people holding this. This seems to be all over the walls of Tamaray. So we found it. Bing, 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 Israelites. We have found you finally. We have found some type of proof of the Ark of the Covenant. But wait, this is the wall of Rames at Abti in 1279 BC. 1279 BC, Moses is already gone. This couldn't be Moses. He's already gone by 1279 BC. He's not in Egypt anymore. He's not in Kemet anymore. What's happening here? But here's the images. So we do find images that match the Christian images. It's just that these men are working for Rameses, the pharaoh that the Christians say, and here's the PSYOPS, the pharaoh that the Christians say Moses was escaping from. Pharaoh, they always say he was escaping from Rameses too. He was escaping from Rameses. But here it's Rameses and his men that we see with this golden box with the handles. And they say that it's Moses that have it. Now remember, everybody, how was this described? This is described as a golden box with handles and two cherubims facing each other. Is that right? Two cherubims looking towards each other. Let me blow that Ramesses image up. I'm going to just blow it up so we can look at some details, little details, because they must have got the memo too. Rameses and his men must have got the memo from the book of Exodus of how to create this box, because what happens when I blow this up? Uh-oh. Let me expand this, see if it expands even more. There it is, a little bit more. Boom, boom, boom. What do we see? There we go. There's the box. Even the decorations on top. And what's this? What is this? There's two men that are not obviously real men, unless these are these are not real men. This is a part of the design of the box. A part of the design of the box are two people facing each other on the golden box with the handles and the men holding, carrying the golden box, and there's 1, 2 beings facing each other. I don't see anything in the writings about Moses not in here. Moses gone by 1279. So did Moses go and leave the box? So the Ark of the Covenant, was it left in Kemet? No, because it was traveled with all the way to David. But here's the box. Here's the handle. It's in gold. And there are the two beings facing each other. That's one image of it. The next one I'm going to show you with the wings. Here we go. So boom. Because this is where we find the factual arcs. The PSYOPs that the Matrix did was to enable the switch. The PSYOPs, this is where, so boom, because here's where we find the factual arcs. The PSYOPs that the Matrix did to you to enable the switch was to not tell you what an arc is. That's why I asked that question from the very beginning. What is an arc? And as soon as I asked everybody, what is an arc? They went to Noah. And I said, that thing that Noah was on, isn't that called a boat? They said, yeah. So how come you don't call any other boat an ark? And I said, the Ark of the Covenant, how was it described? They say, it's described as a box. See? A box with some designs on it. A box. So how come when you go to U-Haul to rent out boxes for your move, you don't say, how much can I get 5 arcs for? You never call any other objects an ark except for the biblical one. But when you close your eyes and think of an ark, you never think of a box. And that is the psyops and hypnosis that takes place because they never told you what an ark is. What this is really called, this is called a hen or a henu or a henin. That's what this is called. This is called a hen in the Mennonite language. So this is called a hen, sometimes referred to as what's called a canopic chest by the Egyptologists, because the Egyptologists never like to refer to things by the definitions and titles of what's in the original language. They like to give it these Greek words. Canopic chest. So this is called a hen, and it's called a canopic chest. But today, for the first time, you will learn its true microcosm to immortality. So here it is. I want you to get a good look at this first. So if you look at the box closely, you'll see it has two. It has the handles on the side, underneath by where the legs are. It's gold. And now look at the top. This part is very, very important. The top has a slope. Do you notice that? The box is right here. This is the box. But on top, you see the little slope right there? You see the little angling up? That's very important to note. So that's an angle that slopes up. That's called a hen. And that's why when we go to page 447 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, there it is. You see that? There's the legs, there's the box, and there's the slope. Because there's different types of hens. One is just the box with the legs. One is this object here that Egyptologists call the sarcophagi. This one is a box that you put objects in. This one is one you put a person in. But this is called a hen. Wooden coffin, stone, sarcophagus, box, coffer, chest for keeping private documents in. And there's the slope, there's the box, there's the legs. There's the slope, there's the box, there's the legs. And there's the two beings right there facing each other. Stabilizing it. If you look close, their hands are on it, stabilizing it. I'm going to show you, when we get in the middle of this class, I'm going to show you how they turn these stabilizers into murder. We're going to get into that in a moment. Okay, so there's a stabilizer. There they are. So here we are. So it's called the hen. Boom. There it is right there. Hen. All right, let's go. Here is what the actual finding archaeology is. So when archaeologists do use their tracking devices and do use their GPR and do use their archaeological geoscience technology, when they do look underground and look into the caves of the RE-ENACTMENT, they do find it. So they find the picture, the carving of it right there. And then the archaeologists find the actual object. There it is right there. That is not a drawing. There's the actual object right there. Here's what they do find in art. Here's what we do actually find in archaeology. We do find gold boxes with long handles underneath that date back to 1341 BC. This is Tutankhamun's comparable afterlife hen arc from the Tasaket Maat, which the Europeans have you calling the Valley of the Kings. It's called Tasaket Maat, the land of memory of Ma'at, the land of memory of vision. Tasaket Ma'at, the land of memory of order, not the Valley of the Kings. What you have been taught, the Valley of the Kings. Now it's in the Egyptian Museum, 1341 BC. There it is. So this actually exists in the museum. They're of different shapes. Remember, when we go back to the hen, over here, some are pure perfect rectangular boxes. Some are perfect square boxes or rectangular boxes with the top that has the arc right here. Some look like this. Some look like this. These are called buyers. Right here, they're in animal form. So here's all the different versions of them. And some are just square boxes. And some are in animal form. And you find this in the name of Osiris, because he's the first one to be associated with this. Okay, I'm actually gonna do this live. Let me go try to do this live. Let me go right here to my history. I'm gonna go to history. This wasn't even part of the class. I'm just gonna go look for it randomly live. I'm gonna put I'm gonna put book. See if it finds it. Book of. And here it is, Book of the Dead, Papyrus of Annie. Is this it? Book of the Dead. I think this is it. Let's see if this is it. I'm going to click on this. Oh, no, that's not it right there. History right here. So remember the one that looks like it's an animal form. It's a lion form. And I'm going to scroll down. Here it is, Book of the Dead, pure translation. And we're going to see they come in different forms. One looks like a perfectly rectangle box. One has a slope. One looks like an animal form, which is actually, when you look at it closely, it is actually a lion form, which is the word ra or rare. Rare, which is said as ray, which when they turn the letter R into an L, it became Li, and that became Leo. The word Leo comes from Ra. And here it is. Now here we are in the Perm Haru. We're just going to scroll down. I don't even know where to look right now because I'm just going to randomly just scroll down in the pages and see if we can find this live, that this arc object, the one that's in lion form. Let's see if we can find it here. I'm just scrolling live. I actually never looked for it. I'm just doing this live and let's see what happens. Let's go to, I'm trying to get to the beginning. The beginning, which is Turah Kef Uben F. And let's see if we can find it. Okay, there's a star right there. And we're gonna scroll down. I'm gonna do this for a couple seconds because then I'll actually type in and see if I can find it. I'm gonna go down here, down here, down here. Okay. And then, okay, instead of taking all the time to scroll down the entire book, I'm just going to go right here. I'm going to see if I can type in, maybe it's in the word Annie, and then I'm going to move on. But I just want to show you that this is actually a part of Annie Osiris's name. Let's see if, okay, so we got Annie right there. We're going to move from that Annie. That's the, that Annie. Let's see if we can move to another Annie. Oh, there it is right there. Boom. There it is. See? There's Osiris. Let me blow it up. Boom, 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 boom. And there it is. This is the one that's in the form of a lion form. It's the same thing. You put objects in there or you put a person in there. This one here is the lion formation. And it's actually a part of AUSAR's name. Let's see if this will undilute over here. I'm not sure why it's... whoa. Oh, no. What's happening? I don't know what just happened. Let me shrink this back down. But you all saw it right there. So that was a part. Osiris's name. My computer is moving at a strange rate. It's doing his own thing. So I'm not sure what's going on right now. Let me scroll over here and go back. But you all saw that already. My computer is just moving slow. but that is Osiris's name. Osiris's name has one of the arks of the covenant inside. There it is right there. There it is right there. This one is in lion form, but it's still the same hen, and that's Osiris's name. So Osiris's name, Osar Ani, or the Asar part of it, is one of the arks right there, because he was the first to become associated with it, because it was the hen ark of the afterlife. So they literally took a part of Osiris's name, which was hen, and let me go back to the class. Let me go back to this. And there it is right there. See right there? There it is right there. That's the hen. That's Osiris's name. So what's in this form, or this form, or this form, all are under the hen. And they literally took that and made that now your Ark of the Covenant. So let's go back over here. Boom. And now there's the actual physical one that you can go to a museum and see. This is the square one. And now the animal form is on the top of it, instead of the animal form being the shape of the box. And that's, of course, the animal form of Anpu, because Anpu is the mortuary netter. So he's a protector of the deceased. So this is associated with the chest of the deceased, the hen of the deceased. Woo! Boom! Wow, Tehuti, but we always see these two female-looking bird-like beings with their wings touching on the roof of the frame of the golden box. So here's the Ark of the Covenant image that they give you, and you see these two like pretty like beings with wings touching at the top. Okay, and by the way, the chest boxes have the word Neb all through it. The actual chest boxes that they found in Kemet have Neb, the word Neb. It's a basket, and it means to be full. It means to be full of something, Neb, or to sustain something. It has sustenance in it. It's a basket where you hold your sustenance in. It's the word Neb. Now, when you look at the Ark of the Covenant closely and zoom in on it, you're actually going to see the Neb word going all throughout the Ark of the Covenant on the top. And that's what the other ones look like that they found in the Nile Valley, have the Neb going all around the top of the box. Let's go back and look at the Ark of the Covenant, one of the Ark of the Covenant images. And when you look at it, you're going to see this basket looking thing going all across, because they took that as well. Here it is. Here it is. There it is right there. Well, these are Neb symbols right here, with Neb symbols with little fleur-de-lils in the middle of them, but they're forming the same shape that's across the real hen chair chest. So there's the two ones with the wings. So who are the two ones with the wings that protect what's in the box? What's in the box? In the box are mortuary objects and mortuary body parts. Who are the two with the wings that touch each other's wings that protect the Osiris? Because remember, Osiris's name is the box. The buyer, Ark of the Covenant, the original one, is actually Osiris's name. So who would be the two that protect on top? Guess what else they found in King Tut Amun's tomb? So they found that version of it, and what else did they find? What other box-looking object did they find? Boom, this image right here. There they are. Ding, 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 ding. There they are. And who is that? That's Auset and Nebtet with their wings touching. All the biblical artists did is took off the bottom wing. They just took off the bottom wing. And so the images just have the wings going across the top, touching each other, looking feminine. And here is the two feminine inside of the box protecting who? Osar right there, who's the Djed right there in the middle. And there's their wings touching as the guardians, because this is a symbol of Mut. And Mut is the vulture, who is the guardian image, because Mut is an actual vulture. There's an actual vulture with like a 5-foot wingspan, uses wings to protect the children. That's what Mut does. So it's a protecting guardian. If you ask any of the Israelites, what's a cherubim? Oh, those are the beings in Genesis 2 who were set there by God to put their arms of fire out and protect. Or their guardian protectors. Yes, because that's what we had in 1341 inside of the box. And on top of the box, AUSET and Neptet with the protective wings of Mut protecting the box, because the box or the image is actually Asar's name, because he's the first to be killed and resurrected. That Ark of the Covenant, the actual one, the actual real one. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tutti Podcast. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Wipe this off. I'm gonna need the whole roll. 1 second. Okay. Boom. Okay, here we go. Boom. Welcome to the Tutti Podclass, and now we shall see where the switch took place from a golden factual object that's actually gold, found in archaeology, which echoed immortality, and the elite consciousness of the Entandric Natiru, to the Ark of Death in the Bible. What, Tehuti? What are you talking about? The Ark of Death? No, it's the Ark of the Covenant. Nope. They are the Arks of Death. One moment, please. Hold on. One moment. Okay, we are back. Tehuti, why are you calling it the Ark of Death? It's the Ark of the Covenant, not the Ark of Death. Why are you calling it the Ark of Death? And this is where the PSYOPS takes place. The original image is something associated with immortality in the afterlife. It's an image that's used in ritual practice and mortuary practice, that you will not die. The focus of OSAR was to keep everlasting life. The physical body dies, but you keep on continuing through consciousness. This was through Orwellian transpositioning, turned into an arc that represented death. Let's switch it, everybody. Welcome to the Tutti Podcast. So they switched, and here's the magic trick that they do. They switched it with the Ark of Death in your mind instead of the Ark of Immortality and Life. So here it is right here. Now for that, everybody, well, let me take it off of this. So we're going to now go into the switch where they actually switch the Ark of Death into the Ark of Life. And, for that, it's going to be time to get into... Tehuti Overdrive. You ready, everybody? Here we go. Here's where the switch took place. Here it is. Boom. Are you ready? Watch this. Okay, so now that you see, or at least have begun, let me shrink this a little bit. Okay, so now that you see, or at least have begun to see, because I've only touched the surface, that this actual ark that was carried by men was a tool and for funerary rituals for immortality, you will soon find out that the entandric symbolism of how this ties into immortality. And now that you know that you have been programmed with a false ark of the covenant that cannot be found anywhere in history, how did they take the symbol and also also ingrained in your mind the association of murder, which is the opposite of what this originally represented, which was immortality, which was to continue life. Let me take you to the story directly from their Bible of what the Ark of the Covenant in the Bible had the ability to do or was connected with. Let's go to the story of the Ark of the Covenant. Let's find out. Here we go. We're going to go to Samuel's 6:3 right here, and let's see what took place. They carried the Ark of God on the new cart and brought it out of the house of Abinadab, which was on the hill. Uzzah and Ahio, the sons of Abinadab, were driving the new cart with this ark of God, and Ohio went in front of the ark. David and all his house of Israel were dancing before the Lord with all their might, with songs and lyres and harps and tambourines and castanets and cymbals. When they came to the threshing floor of Nacon, Uzzah reached his hand out to the ark to take a hold of it, to stabilize it, because the oxen were shaking it. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Uzzah, and God struck him there because he reached out his hand to the ark, and he died there beside the ark of God. David was angry because the Lord had burst forth with an outburst upon Uzzah, so that place is called Perez Uzzah to this day. Uzzah, the man who died when touching the ark. There's the image from the Christian Bible quarterly books and stories. There's Uzzah right there. There's your story of the Ark of the Covenant. There's one of the most popular stories of the Ark of the Covenant. What's the moral of the story? There we go. So, the people of God were recklessly singing. It said they were singing and dancing with all their might. The people of God were recklessly singing and dancing, and the oxen were about to tip the sacred ark over. So the people of God were recklessly dancing. The people of God were recklessly singing and dancing, and the oxen were about to tip over the sacred ark of one of the Israelites, wanting to stop the ark from falling, reached out to stop it from falling, and he was murdered. With all the rapists, child abductors, pedophiles thriving in society, the moral of this new Ark of the Covenant PSYOPS that we all accepted when we were Christians, because you all heard this story, was if you are trying to be helpful, God will murder you. Yes, this has been in your Bible all along, and your mothers and fathers and friends, families still remaining dedicated to this day to God, and they still believe in the Ark of the Covenant as an example of holiness. And all the pedophiles, rapists, child abductors, I want everybody to really think of this. All the pedophiles, the rapists, the kidnappers, the child abductors still thriving in your neighborhoods. All the Jeffrey Dahmers eating people's guts, still thriving in your neighborhood. Slavery takes place for 500 years plus. If you actually look at the German, there wasn't just one slavery taking place. Slavery, the raping, castrating of black men's balls, cutting off women's breasts, private parts, and their wombs so that babies could fall out in front of men. The massive bloody raping and all the killing that took place. Adolf Hitler, what he did to the Jews, all the killing that took place. And they're thriving. An Israelite sees the holies of holies. This is the holies of holies. It's the Ark of God, which has the holies of holies in it, the writings of the laws. And David and his people, they're recklessly dancing. It says with all their might. Imagine dancing with all of your might. And the cows are moving, and the cows are rocking the ark, and it looks like it's going to tip over. One of the Israelites who's sober, who's not caught up in the dancing and the affairs, he sees it, and he goes to stop it. Because if it tips over, it may crack, the books may come out. It's made out of gold. Could you imagine how heavy it is? How hard it would be to lift back up, to put back on the handles or what? So he tries to stop it. God comes and murders him. And how many people did Jeffrey Dahmer eat before he went to jail? How many? How many people Charles Manson, Adolf Hitler, slavery went on for how many hundreds of years? God watched slavery take place. God watched black lynchings take place. And everything's going fine on the planet for 500 years. Regular day. Little boys getting raped. Don't even get into the story of the first sex change that ever took place, where it was taking place on little black boys. Don't let me get into that. And God is just flying in the sky. Everything's cool. And Israelite, the moral of the story is the Israelite is actually trying to help. The oxen were rocking and the ark was going to fall, and he tried to help, and God killed him. And the pedophile that molested your daughter, and your uncle that molested your daughter, he's still cool. That's the ark of death. That means that helping the ark is the worst crime you could commit, because murderers aren't killed. But helping with the Ark of the Covenant, you are killed on the spot. And we all read that story, and we all remain Bible believers. This is not an act of fairness and order or love, is it? Is this an act of fairness and order and love? Is that what you would do with your son if you try to help a situation? Which is the exact opposite of one of the original names for the hen ark, the original Meru Kemet ark of Maat, which was love. Let me take you to page 311 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Volume Dictionary, Volume 1. So what they're doing is they're taking all the definitions of the hen, the original, which was immortal life, living forever, and they associate the ark with David going to war, and if you help the ark, you get killed. And with something that's completely unfair. And one of the definitions of the original hen is right there, Mari. Mari was one of the names for what's called the funerary chest. Mari Ma'at. There's the Mari Ma'at right there with 4 Ma'ats right there. Marit Ma'at. That's what this was called. That's another name for it. Boom. It was originally called, the other name was Mari or Mer Ma'at. Mer means love, magnetic attraction, and biological imperative of reproduction, as seen with the farming plow within the word, and the 4 feathers of Ma'at, which equals order, and your accountability to cleanse your spirit, ku, energy, so it can be lighter than a feather for the ascension. Do you see the 1, 2, 3, 4 feathers? Let's go back. Here it is. I have the arrow pointing. There's the Marit, Ma'at. There's the Ma'at symbols. There's the plow symbol that makes the word Marit. And there's the 1, 2, 3, 4 right there above the funerary chest. There it is right there. It was a word that tied into magnetic attraction, love, and Ma'at. Now it's a symbol in your Bible of anybody that tries to help it gets murdered on the spot, while the person that molested your daughter is running around fine. Guess how many sections were found in the oldest ark that was ever found? The oldest Marit hen box. That takes us back to the earliest known canopic chest, calcite example of Hetiferes, the mate of Seneferu, now found in the Egyptian Museum. How is that? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many Ma'at symbols associated with the box? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many sections in it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Why would that be? Well, let me take you back to Tutankhamun. Remember, that's where we found this in Tutankhamun's tomb. We found this in Tutankhamun's tomb. Let me take you back to Tutankhamun's tomb to see why the Minarets box of immortality, the original ark, had 1, 2, 3, 4. Because boom, there it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's the wings on the side. There's the box. There it is. Boom. The 4 jars that hold the organs after the preparation of the Sahu mummy, which represent the 4 children of Heru, the netter that you are imbuing for immortality, which is what the first book of immortality on the planet was called. It was called the Per-Em Haru, coming forth as Heru, coming forth as they. Those are the 4 children of Heru placed inside the box in preparation for the immortality where the organs were placed. This was an immortality ritual of you not dying. Imagine how silly it is to believe that nobody could touch the Ark of the Covenant. Nobody could touch the box. You touch the box, you get killed. How was the box made? In Exodus 25 we read, there was instructions on how to make it. How to take the hammer, carve the cherubims, inlaid the gold, outlaid the gold, put the handles on the side. There's directions on how to make the box. How do you inlay gold and carve cherubims on something you can't touch? Walk me through step by step on how do you inlay the gold, and you have to mold the cherubims and make sure the gold is on the outside and form the box, put the designs on it. But you're not allowed to touch it though. Don't touch it, because if you touch it, I'll murder you. So they have to touch it to make it. You have to touch it to make it. How do you get the box on the handles? You have to lift it up to put it. Does it just levitate? You're holding the box and putting it on the handles, and you've carved the box with your hands that you're touching. You're molding gold. You're shining it. You're making it look perfect. You're carving the wings. You have to touch it. And in the same story, once you want it preserved, now that it's made, it's been touched by all these men and made. Now I don't want it to break. I don't want it to get put on dirt and fall because you all are dancing. So I'm going to grab it, and God kills me. If you ask your mother or any Hebrew Israelite, a Christian, why did God kill the person? They're going to give you 1,000 explanations that aren't anywhere in the Bible. The Bible, when he says, it's because he touched it. If you leave it like that and not lean onto your own understanding and add your own soliloquies and your own raps to it, if you just leave it for what it says he touched the box. That was the crime. But in order to make the box, you have to touch the box. This is what makes you cuckoo. This is what makes your brain. It'll make your brain like, wait a minute, touch the box to make the box. No, touch the box. If you touch the box, you get killed. So let me come up with different reasons why he was killed, because he touched the box. They made the box and they were carrying the box and set the box down and put the box there. So therefore they had to touch the box, lift up the box in the air. But if you touch the box, you die. It puts insane thoughts in your mind because the Ark of Death, that one, the original one was the Ark of Immortality. You're going to find out why it's Ark and why you got hypnotized to call a box an Ark and you call a boat an Ark. Only one boat though, not the one you went on your vacation with. Only one boat through the PSYOPS. Here we go, everybody. The Per-Em Haru. There's the 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. There's the 1, 2, 3, 4. There's the 1, 2, 3, 4 right there. There it is. That's the Marie 10. Not the box of this poor man getting killed because he's trying to help. Imagine getting killed for trying to help. That's what you teach your children. Help and die. Help and die. Pedophiles live. Help. The box of God, you get killed. You can touch it though if you're making it, in which you would navigate as a Heru consciously in the afterlife. Thus the other Meru, which had this box in it, what was it called? Right here. This. There it is. The same thing. There's the same image I showed you up there in the hen. And there's the shrine. And it's also boat ship navigation, which I've taught about. Go look up my class what is a shrine? The consciousness, the conscious boat of navigation for the rebirth. If you look at the symbol in the middle, it has an arc shape. That is the word met. There is the actual arc shape, the ARC shape right there. And this is the word met. Here it is right here. Boom. Met. Remember, this is the rebirth. This is the rebirth into immortality. So there's the arc, ARC. And what is met equal? Met equals the phallus ejaculating. There it is right there. That is the word met, and that is the word met. Right there. Yes, the ejaculating phallus for the rebirth. Guess what the Medu word for the rebirthing phallus or the procreative phallus is? What's the word for phallus? Uh-oh. Hen. Hen phallus. There it is. Hen phallus. Boom. The same word for the original arc of immortal rebirth. The same word. This is how ingenious our ancestors were. The same word for the rebirthing arc of navigation, hen, for immortality navigation, is the same word, phallus, with the sperm coming out, and it's the same word that has the arc in it, which is the same over here as the shrine box coffin, and there is the arc right there, the boat ship of navigation of the shrine, palanquin, right there. There it is right there. And I've already shown you the boat with that on it. So there's the word hen, which is the phallus. So the word, the ancient people were so in tune with imbuing afterlife with sexuality and reproduction, because that is how you reproduce, with reproduction in the immortal realm, that the same word for penis, phallus, is the same word for the chest or coffin. You put the 4 children of Heru in with the 4 organs for preparation of the afterlife. Hen, hen. And there is the arc shape right there on the boat of consciousness that I've shown you for the first time in history years ago, and I continue to show it in class, that there is the serpent arcing over, there's the boat, and there's the serpent over, and there's the box shape right there. And that is why the shrine, boat of navigation in the afterlife, and box coffin are all in the same word for the reproduction into the afterlife, called the met, the ejaculating penis, which is also called the hen, the phallus, which is the exact same word for the original ark of the covenant. There it is right there. Boom. Box, coffin, shrine, boat, ship, navigation. And there it is right there. Woo! Here we go, man. We're for an hour. Okay. Now I'm going to break the matrix for you right now. The biblical sense description, the term ark, will make no sense after the teachings of Tehuti, but this was the coffin, boats of consciousness that was shown with our ancestors. Now it will make more sense. As a matter of fact, let me ask the class, and I asked this at the beginning, what do you think of when you hear the word ark? When it's placed in your mind? Noah's ark. What object do you see in your mind? This object right here. When you first hear the word ark, you don't think of a box. You think of this right here. Another biblical object comes to mind. Both called arks, but the one you think of when I say, what's the biblical ark? They'll say, oh, the flood. Here it is right here. The ark. So now you look up ark. What does it say? Middle ark, mainly meaning Noah's. Why would that be? But also the Ark of the Covenant. Why would this be called the Ark, mainly Noah's, when it's a boat? Well, guess what the oldest ark was that's been found in history? They call this an ark. It's a wooden boat What's the oldest one that's been found in history? Pharaoh Khufu's wooden boat. The Khufu ship is an intact, full-size solar bark from ancient Egypt. It was sealed into a pit alongside the Great Pyramid of Pharaoh Khufu around 2500 BC during the 4th dynasty of the Egyptian Old Kingdom. Like the other buried ancient Egyptian ships, it was a part of the extensive grave goods. So the oldest boat, the oldest wooden ark, was associated with the immortality afterlife. The Khufu ship is one of the oldest, largest, best preserved vessels from antiquity. It's about 43.4, 142 feet long, 5.9 meters, 19 feet wide, and 5.83 feet deep. It is the world's oldest intact ship. It is the world's oldest intact ship. It has been described as a masterpiece of woodcraft that could sail today if put in a lake or river. The ship was preserved in the Giza Solar Boat Museum. Why do they keep calling this a solar boat? The boats travel in the sun, or do they travel on water? This is a solar boat. So, ladies and gentlemen, the oldest preserved boat on the planet. If you ask a Christian, what's the oldest preserved boat? What's the oldest boat? They'll tell you about that same word, the PSYOPS word, ark, now with Noah. But the actual oldest boat wasn't a boat that went in water. The oldest boat was a boat associated with sailing down the entendre microcosm Nile. Sailing, your spirit Ka Ku energy, sailing, like I showed you in the image, with the serpent arc going over, and you are Ra inside of the boat. The boat was the word Ent, which meant consciousness. It was your consciousness still having the ability to move smoothly in the afterlife. So that's the oldest boat that the people in Kemet, Tamaray, Maat made. Was not a boat that ever went in water. They took all that time to make a life-size boat and put it with the funerary items for the afterlife, because it represented the solar bark, as in the boat of Ra, the travel of you as a light energy, not the water boat, the solar boat, the boat of light consciousness called the Ku and the Antit, because the only thing you exist as after your physical body is light energy called the Ku. That's why Ku means light, and Ku in the Metanetter also means intelligence, consciousness. That's moving smoothly without any adherence, but very fast. That's associated with the boat. So the oldest boat on the planet, when they say the Egyptians made the oldest boats, well, talk to me about why they made that boat. Because you're just claiming it for ego purposes. You're not claiming it for what the followers of Ma'at made it for. Did they make the oldest boat like they made the oldest boat that went on the seas? Or did they make the oldest boat because they took time and precise ingenuity to just make a microcosm image the size of a boat, 142 feet, that's the size of a boat, but nobody's on it and it never touched any water. It's made just as a symbol. That's how important immortality was to the ancient people, that they would actually be the first on the planet to make a boat, and it doesn't even touch the physical water because the boat was just an imbuement of the afterlife. Talk to us about that, Mr. Kemet Priest, Mr. Black. The Egyptians are black, bragging about the Egyptians made this, the Egyptians made that, the Egyptians made this. Well, tell us why they made the solar boats. And do you practice anything that has to do with that, or you're just talking about the boat on water because you're just talking about the physical world and physical ego tripping? Are you talking about why did Khufu have the boat made? Was he going to war with the boat? Because that was the original ark. Let's get into it, everybody. Here we go. That was the original oldest wooden boat. And I wonder what the purpose of it was. Let's go, everybody. Boom, the solar boat of Ra, the solar boat of Khufu. Here we go. Boom. It was not an actual boat. A typo for travel. It was a part of the burial projects called the solar boat. In other words, the boat of Ra, the intent boat of consciousness. That was the ark, the travel of consciousness into the afterlife, as we see here at the temple of Karnak, the boat of consciousness, and boom, there is the box. You all see it? The sacred bark of Amun-Ra being carried by priests. So there's a boat being carried by priests. It didn't go in the water either. In a procession, this model boat with a shrine for the Egyptian god. What's the shrine? Is this in the middle? There's the same box that's in the Rameses image that they're carrying. It's now associated with the boat. Why is that? Because the boat, the shrine, and the box coffin were all associated with the same thing. Uh-oh, there it is. Which was the rebirth, the Met, into the afterlife. There it is. Boom. And they're carrying it. There's the original Ark of the Covenant. The boat and the box mixed. And so now in your subconscious, as a psyop, because you're familiar with that, what do? They gave you the word ark, and you only use it for two things in your entire life. ARK. And I asked everybody on the panel, what do you use that for? They say, oh, the boat of Noah, that's the ark. What's the other one? Oh, the Ark of the Covenant, that's the box. Now we see the Karnak image. The solar boat was a boat with a box. That's why they're connected. That's why those are the only two things that you associate the ark with, is a boat and a box. And you have no idea why. When you go to Home Depot, you don't say, can I get 5 arks? I'm moving tomorrow. I need 5 arks. When you say you're going on a boat trip, you don't say, I'm taking an ark trip. I'm going on this great ark. Let's get on the ark and go fishing. The word ark subconsciously is only associated with the Bible, a boat that's for the afterlife, and a box that's on a boat for the afterlife, holding the items of the afterlife. Yeah, they're gonna get rid of me. That's all. That's what I'm gonna do. Get rid of me. That's all. Gotta get rid of me. Focus on the distractions and all the other arguments. Here it is, right here. Boom. Now, you know the true definition, according to the followers of Maat, was a boat of consciousness that you survive on, which is also depicted as a coffin itself. Guess what the definition of ark was that you never heard in your life? Here's the definition in dictionary of ark. Uh-oh. What's ark, man? Ark. A coffin box. A breast or chest as the seat of emotions. The name of a type of ship or boat. Is what they're teaching on the other channel? So the ark in the dictionary is a coffin, chest, and it's also the name for boat. Why would that be in English? Somebody tell me why. Now you know why. Because the boat of the afterlife that the priests and the scribes carried had the box of the afterlife that had the organs in it. The boat and the box, called the hen for reproduction, and the atit, which meant consciousness. You're going to argue for 10 hours if the Egyptians are black. That's what you're going to spend your time on. Egyptians are black, and let's get to the baseball game. And argue another 7 hours the next day. Another 10 hours the next day. Not learning anything about what was actually taught. And that's the PSYOP. That's the distraction. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the TUT'S Podclass. Here we go. House of a 10. Only happening here. It's happening anywhere else. Put the link in the room. Here it is. So the original definition of the ark was a coffin and a boat. Boom. The coffin you're placed in to prepare for the afterlife. That ark. Unless it's a place of refuge. Ooh-wee. There's your definition of ark. Yes. Okay. And just so I make sure that you know that they know what the true ark is, when they gave you the story of Noah's ark, what was the purpose of the ark, everybody? Type it in the room. What was the purpose of Noah's ark? What was the purpose of it that they taught you? What was the purpose of Noah's ark? Just type it in the room. Quick sentence. Noah's ark was for the purpose of. What was the purpose of Noah's ark? Go ahead and type it in the room, everybody. Noah's ark was for what? I'll go ahead and say it because everybody knows I have a it wasn't just people were saying to hold two species. That's cool. But what's the purpose of holding two species? Was it a place to breed? What's the purpose of Noah's ark? Not to hold two species. Was he an animal breeder? What's the purpose of that? The actual purpose of the ark. You can hold two species in a box and you can hold two species on your farm. What was the purpose of the ark itself? Go ahead and type it, everybody. Why did God tell Noah to build an ark? Not to hold two species. To preserve life. There we go. To preserve life. That's why they got on the ark. Because if you don't get on the ark, you die. That's right. Start the world over. Refuge. Refuge from the flood. To preserve life. Interesting, huh? The original ark you heard about was to preserve life. Given to you now is the Noah story. That was the purpose of this ark. Mainly Noah. To preserve life. Well, guess what? Oh, what? Boom, yes, to continue life. The exact original meaning of the Atet conscious Saket memory boat in the Purim Haru. That was the purpose of the original ark. The original boat. Let me shrink it down. That was the purpose of this ark. It was a symbol of preserving life. That's why it's called the solar bark. Bark because it's wood. To preserve life. It was a symbol of your consciousness preserving itself after the physical body died. So they gave you their oldest boat, called the Noah boat, called it an ark. And they said, yes, this was created to preserve life. Except, just like the other biblical ark, which added murder of an innocent man in your subconscious, what did the PSYOPs add to Noah's ark story to merge into your subconscious with the same word ark? What else happened in the story? So, the people that got on the ark, their life was preserved. What happened to the other 4 million people on the planet? What happened to everybody else? What was the Noah's Ark story really about? What happened in that story? Did more live or die? Mass genocide. So, in the Ark of the Covenant story, they gave you the Holy of Holies and they add a murder to it for no reason. There's literally nothing you can teach your children about that story of Uzzah that they can follow. Mommy, Uzzah was trying to help. Yeah, God murdered him on the spot. Mommy, my teacher touched me at school. He's still there. Mommy, Uncle Ralph touches me when you're gone. He's still there, Mommy. Why did Uzzah die? Because he touched the Ark of the Covenant. But my babysitter touches me. You're not as sacred as the Ark of the Covenant. So the rapist only gets punished if the police catch him. God sees it and does nothing. Touch the Ark and you die, son. The moral of the story? There's no moral of the story because there's no morals in that story. The next Ark that you get is another story of more innocent people dying. The people that got on the Ark lived. Why did the other people die? How vast was the flood? Where did it go to? Did it say there was a limit to it in the Bible? Did the people in China get killed too? Was the pharaohs got killed? Who else? All the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Eskimos got killed? The Aztec, the Cherokee, everybody got killed. Who got killed in the flood? It said the evil was all over the earth. Who got killed? You know who got killed? I'm going to show you who got killed. Let me show you right now. Uzzah, the innocent, gets killed with the other Ark story. You accept it and move on with life. Because you can't touch the Ark, my little daughter. But when you go to the park and that stranger touches you, just tell me and hopefully we can catch him. God sees all. Little Sarah, little Michelle, God sees all. Well, Mom, when I was at the park and you were gone, somebody was up my dress touching my leg. Did God see that? Yes, God sees all, but the police didn't catch him. But don't touch the Ark of the Covenant because God will kill you. But it's okay if a pedophile touches you, though. That's fine. Another day in the office, regular day. God doesn't care about that, though. So, Mom, is it better to be touched by him because God didn't punish him? Is that a less of a crime? So, an innocent is being killed. So, what other innocent got killed in the other Ark? Because they gave you it as the same word, Ark. What other innocent gets killed? I'll show you. This little girl right here. These little guys. See this little infant here? You see them? You see this? Face down in the water. This little 1-year-old baby. How many 1-year-old babies were killed in the flood? Go Hebrew Israelites. Go Christian. How many babies suckling on the breast of the woman that was too far away to hear Noah? What technology did Noah have to tell everybody that there was going to be a flood? What's the name of the technology, Hebrew Israelites and Christians? What's it called? I need to know the name of the technology because there was a woman about 50 miles away that didn't hear Noah. Remember, everybody, there's a flood coming. The flood, God is going to kill you. Repent from your sins. And I want to know how loud Noah's voice was because he's on the ground yelling and there's somebody 25 miles away. She's just sewing her clothes. She has a baby, little baby sucking on the breast, and she's crocheting her clothes for her 5-year-old. She's a great mom. She's crocheting her clothes. And the baby on the breast gets drowned with about 2 million other babies. And you accepted it because it wasn't your baby. That's what the Bible has made you. That's what the PSYOPS has made you. All this from the original Ark, which was all based on love, purity, and immortality. Now we're into innocent babies being killed, and it's all good in the name of God. It's all good in the name of God. It's all good. It's all good, and you like this scene? If this was your baby, you're fine with God doing this to your baby? Or was it just okay to do this to the 2 million babies in the Noah story? It's fine with the 2 million babies in the Noah story, but don't let God come and drown your baby. Imagine your baby got drowned, and there was a letter left from a prophet saying, God did this. Your newborn baby, Lisa's gonna have a baby. Gabriella's gonna have a baby. Your baby's born, and you come home, and there's a note saying, "God killed your baby." You're fine with that? That's good. That's a good Christian. So Uzziah gets killed innocently. The newborn babies that didn't get a chance to sin by the hundreds of thousands get drowned. Do you have an idea how traumatic it would be to be drowned as a baby? You don't even know what's happening. You can't even swim. Your mother can't even find you because it's a storm. It's a major storm. You're ripped off of the breast. What? Huh? All done in the name of the ark. Both ark stories. Just as the other quote-unquote ark, it is followed with the murder of an innocent, but this time millions of innocent babies. But you didn't care when you were a Christian. When you were reading the Bible, you didn't care, because as long as it wasn't your baby. In other words, the ark desensitizes you to murder, the Orwellian diametric matrix of death. So one ark gives you a story of an innocent man being killed and murdered in front of everybody, and you thought that was normal. Done because he got involved with the ark. The other ark is a story about millions of people dying who are too far away to hear Noah's voice screaming. He's somewhere in Syria. They're somewhere in Iraq. Your neighbor 5 blocks down can't even hear you screaming. How loud was Noah screaming for everybody to hear that there's going to be a flood? How loud was this man yelling? Who could hear him? And the little baby gets killed on the breast. How about the little baby in the womb? There's your ark of death. That's what they did. Added death to the ark. Through the death energy desensitization of the ark of the covenant and the ark of the hypnotic psyops, just imagine after all of this time, you never wondered why you called a box an ark. What other box in your entire life do you call an ark? Please tell me. The ark of Noah brought murder to millions of innocent people, and the ark of the covenant brought murder to an innocent man that was trying to do righteous. As I have already shown you for the first time in your life years ago, I brought this to the quote-unquote conscious community. Murder is 8-3. I've been teaching that for years, and they made a movie about it because the gematria of murder is 14, 6, 9, 23, 22, 9, which is 83. What have I told you for decades? What have they told you for decades that this was called? What did they tell you this is called? The Ark of the Covenant. That's right. Ark of the Covenant. 8, 9, 7, 3, 3, 7, 1, 4, 6, 3, 5, 4, 4, 8, 4, 7, 83. Boom, yes? This is Tehuti Overdrive. There's your Ark of the Covenant. 83. The number of murder and death. Both arcs are associated with murder and death. Ark of the Covenant literally equals the number of death, 83. Welcome to the TUT'S Podclass. If you're getting this anywhere else, put the link in the room. Woo! Here we go. Opposite to the Ark of Maat. Immortal life of love to be reborn as a baby in the next realm. After the process of rebirth from the mother Nut after death. And that is why Mut equals mother and death to be reborn. And that's why when you look up Mut on page 333 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, it means mother. See Mut, Mut, and right down at the bottom, Mut, Mut, to die, dead. I want you to remember this, that the word Mut in the Metanetter means death, and I elaborated on why that is. Oh, guess what the word for ark is in the actual Christian Bibles that the Hebrews read? Let's go to the word ark. What's the word for ark? Here it is. They shall make an ark of shittim wood. This is Strong's Concordance, H727. It's Aaron. Aaron is the word for ark. That's the Hebrew word for ark. Okay, cool. It is Aaron. And this happened in the Israelites' Egyptian experience. Well, I want you to take another Israelite Egyptian experience, the story of Joseph dying in Exodus 50:26. Let's go to it here. Joseph dies in Exodus 50:26. So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him. And he was put in a coffin in Egypt. Okay, cool. That's cool. Oh, did you see the word for died? In the Hebrew, died, mut. So the story that they put in the Bible of an Israelite dying in Egypt, and he was embalmed, you know, mummification, and he was put in a coffin. The word in Hebrew now for death is mut. Mut, died. The meta word for mother and death. There it is, mut, to die. You think they're playing with you? Well, they actually are. Did you remember? Oh, I went too far with this one. Boom! There is the mother death principle. In order to travel on the ark consciousness, one must die to be reborn. Why is mut a Hebrew word? Ask your Hebrews. What's the science behind mut being a Hebrew word? We know why it is in the metanetter. Mut is the vulture that is around death. Vultures harbor around death. In order to live in the afterlife, you have to die. We understand that. Now, why is mut a Hebrew word? Give us a story of that, because Hebrews don't even believe in the afterlife. So why is mut a Hebrew word for death? Ask them, and you know what you'll hear? You'll hear mosquitoes thinking. That is how quiet the room will be. Oh, let us continue to read where Joseph was placed after his death. Where was he placed? Huh? He was placed in a coffin. Okay, of course. Of course he was placed in a coffin. Of course, the coffin. What is the Hebrew word for coffin that Joseph was placed in after you go through the process? Right in their Bible? What was the Hebrew word for coffin? I don't know. Let's take, I don't know what's the Hebrew word for coffin, man? Uh-oh. What's this? Coffin. Aaron. Aaron. Coffin. Boom. The same word for Ark of the Covenant. Uh-oh, man. You shall make an ark. So the same word, because they stole the story, for coffin, where they placed the deceased, is the same word for the Ark of the Covenant. Aaron. Aaron. Coffin. Aaron. Ark for Ark of the Covenant. Huh? Because that was the original ark. That was in the teachings of the Netiru, and thus you see a box within the boat. There it is that I showed you earlier. Ark, coffer, box, coffin, breast, chest. There it is right there. Boom. Sacred bark of Amun-Ra. Oh man, this is, hold on now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's go, man. I don't know. I hope you all supported the podcast. I don't know. Let's continue, man. This must be being taught everywhere. I'm not sure, but let's see. Let's continue. There it is right there. Another image clear with the color. There's the box. There's the slope right there. And there's is on the boat. You see? Welcome to the TUT'S Podclass. You see? The slope, the box. There's the box, the slope on the boat of the afterlife. So where did this concept come from? That was an ark, boat of consciousness of a covenant, which leads to the section in the question that Shemsu, Dr. LaRoche asked, the ark of the contract. What is the covenant? Here's Daniel LaRoche's question. Please, Brother Tehuti, can you do a class on the ark of the contract? Yes, then now I'm going to answer that. Here's the definition of contract: an agreement. You see that? To come together, to unite. I'm going to leave this on the screen for just a second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave that right on the. Let me put that right back on the screen. I'll be right back in a moment. Absorb it. Okay, we are back. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Here we back. Hope you can hear me. Press the 9. Boom. There we go. Boom. So let's go back a little bit. Let's go back. So here we are. And private chess. So where did this concept come from? That it was an ark boat of a covenant, which leads us to the section in the question that says ark of a contract. What is a covenant? So here's Daniel LaRoche saying, can you do a class on the ark of the contract? When you look up covenant, covenant is an agreement, which is the same as a contract, pact, promise. See, covenant, mutual compact, to do or not to do something, a contract. So we see that the word covenant is the same as contract, right? Here we go. Welcome to the podcast. Let's break this matrix. Break the matrix. Let's go. Here we go. Ready? We did this already. Let's get all the way to the end. Contract. Okay, boom. We got that contract. Let's go back over here. There we go. So here we go. Boom, boom, boom. So this is the Immortal Hen Covenant Ark Box of Rameses. And at the bottom here, the Immortal Hen Covenant Ark Box of Teju, mother-in-law of Amenhotep III, now in the Egyptian Cairo Museum. There's the slope. There's the box. There's the sled, and the handles go under it. Here it is right here, too. So boom. So where did the biblical authors steal the concept from the Immortal Hen box to come up with what they call the Ark of the Covenant? Why is the emphasis so much on this covenant part? Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday Podclass. Sheshet is burning the building down. Here we go. You ready? Boom, boom. So, again, are you ready, everybody? So where did the biblical authors steal the concept from, the immortal hen box, to come up with what they call the Ark of the Covenant? Why the emphasis on covenant? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Then, page 448. To bow, nod, bow, agree to make a sign of agreement. The word for the immortal box was the hen, literally called the covenant. That was the name. It was hen was also the word for covenant, sign of agreement. That's where you get your Ark of the Covenant. The literal hen box was called the hen box of the covenant. That's the name. That's one of the definitions of hen, is the word covenant. The word for the box. This, the hen, marit, one of the definitions is covenant. They stole the actual name of the box itself. The box itself is called hen, the sign of agreement. Nod, agree. Nod, agree. You know, like when you nod, you agree to something, you say, that's right, that's right. You're nodding your head. Huh? Want to see how deep this gets? Boom! Because the same word for the ark that represented where the deceased would go, or in the movement of consciousness of his or her belongings, was the same word for covenant, contract, and agreements. But why? Let me ask the class, when you're in agreement with somebody, what is the movement you do with your head? Simple. Nod. You see that? To nod or bend, to bow, to nod. You're nodding the head, incline the head. You're nodding the head because that's when you do, when you agree. You go like this. You don't have to say a word, you just go, you're nodding your head. The definition of the hen box of immortality, the word hen means covenant. To agree, to nod the head. Like, yep, yep, yep. Peace and love to Bijan Farrell. Good to have you back. Let's build. Here we go. You ready? Boom. Boom, boom, boom. To agree, to nod the head. That's what you do when you agree, right? You ready, everybody? Yes, that's right. A head nod, agreeance. Now let me show you how beautifully in depth the double entendre microcosm thoughts of the followers of Maat under Tehuti were. Today they teach you that sleep is the cousin of death and that your death is your final rest. They even tell you the term rest in peace. The same word used when you go to sleep. I'm going to go take a rest, which is rest. Tell me something. When you're getting extremely tired, or you're driving your car, or you're tired, what does your head do? What does your head do when you're driving? You say, oh man, I'm something off. What's that word? I was driving, I started off. What's the word before off? I'll give you a couple minutes. I'm gonna show you all how ingenious we were and are when we were in the Tiru and should still be. What's it called? Angela Gates put, there we go. That's right, nodding off. Angela Gates put nodding off. Nodding off. Right? Nodding off. That's right. When you're at the wheel and you're like, oh man, I was listening to this I was in class. I was somewhere, and I was up all night doing studies for this test, and in the class I was nodding off. Nodding is the motion of the head when you go to sleep. Are you ready? Nodding off. You're exactly right. There's the man right there. Nodding off. There he is, head bending forward. Yes, nodding off to sleep. Guess what the word hen for the coffer covenant ark also means? Skull, brain, rest. To bow, bend, the head, agree, conform, bowing, lull to sleep. To nod the head. To lull to sleep, rest. To lull to sleep, the skull, brain, bowing. To agree, boom, the head nodding, bowing, resting, sleep, the final rest in the afterlife. To agree as showing reverence, which is enu, that's where the word reverence means, the same word for the box. The covenant, agreement, which is what agreement is, accountable harmony, made with you and the Nitiru to journey, while your physical body and head nodded off for its final rest as your immortal consciousness continues to travel on the ark. The ark have always been available to be seen. They have never been lost. That is the PSYOPS. Only the consciousness of them have been lost. But here at the House of ATTON, you can find it. Hotep, I am done. Boom. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have ever tipped, or in the past reciprocity have spent over the past years on July 4th ritual, and if you have learned, or if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your recently current understanding of this subject matter, send your tip of appreciation, reciprocity, called Lost Ark Found, or Henu, or any creative title that you can come up with. Hotep, I am done. Send your reciprocity for this to PayPal at RockSV, Cash App, TT Amun. Henu. If you'll appreciate what you've just saw, I'm going to put the link in the room for the support for those. Stranger says thank you. 2 hours. That was awesome. Yeah, they were asleep. If you'll appreciated this more than before you were awoke and you gave up the holidays, if you appreciated this as much as you supported July 4th for the last 8 years, whatever you spent on fireworks and barbecue, if this was had a stronger impact on your consciousness, please support. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. You can call it Lost Ark Found. You can call it anything that you want. Just put tip for whatever you want to call this class. If you appreciated it at all, as much as the fireworks or whatever was spent in your life as doing those type of things. If you have had this question answered for you, if you've ever asked anybody what the Ark of the Covenant is and got this 2-hour elaboration with all that truly explaining what it is, make-planing what it is, and just type in the room, I've heard all of this before, and then just put the timestamp of where this was taught, put the book, the page number. We will advertise that here on the TUT'S Podclass. You already knew about the hand meant covenant. You already knew it meant nodding off. You already knew about all of these things. The Ark and the murder, and Ark of the Covenant equaling 83. If you already knew all of these things, then just type it in the room. I already knew all these things in this book right here. If not, can you please show reciprocity and support like you did to donuts and cotton candy and candy apple that you did at the amusement park? There's a link in the room. I think I hear bump B. Okay, there's people. I see 2 boxes in. Let me go back. Jump in the room. Nana Moon. You can jump in the room. You're one of the biggest donators. You can jump. Breakdown stuff. You can jump in the room. And a stranger, you can glide in the room. Stranger put, I put a donation in more than I spent on fireworks, less than I spent on bullets. I need you to come to the panel and say these kind of things you say, stranger. Come to the panel and say these memorable quotes that you have. You have a bunch of memorable quotes. I'm gonna see who's in the room. There's an Anu Antu. I'm trying to click them in the world. Anu Antu, Bella, there they are. Robert Williams put fire, fire, fire. Where's everybody? Where's everybody? Where's everybody? Peace, Anu Antu. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Salututi to all very much for this spectacular breakdown and build up. To all for showing all the meanings of the hen and teaching us what the real arc is. I'm very grateful that you showed the hen of AUSAR because in his name, because I've been trying to figure out what that glyph is for like 5 months. I'm very thankful for that. I'm very thankful for you showing all the entanglement between hen and how it means to agree and nod off. I'm very appreciative of your life, your existence, and what you do for all of us. Hotep Marie.
So I'm glad you appreciate it, and I'm glad you there's a brother in the class that he put dozing, I think. I said everybody put nodding, and someone he put dozing. I can't find him right here. Oh, there it is. ZY the Great, dozing. Yep, it is dozing. The dozing was the same as nodding. And that's what it was. And when you're going like this back and forth movement, that was associated with not being able to focus and being dizzy. And that was the same. The movement of doing like this was associated with being dizzy to the Europeans. So they just took the word dizzy and changed the I into a O, and that became the word doze. So there you get the word dozing is the word dizzy. You can look it up if you want. All right, boom. What else? What else happened? Okay, we got Antu. How you doing, Antu? I hope everybody's in here.
I'm doing great, Tua. I love the gifts you just gave us, and Tua for revealing all that you revealed. And there was a lot of jewels in there. I appreciated all of it very much. It was all very nefer, and I was not a Christian, but it still does so much to my mind when you break down all this. And I'm very thankful. So Tua for everything that you do.
Nini Uk, and too glad you appreciate it, Nini Uk. Wonderful, wonderful. Primordial, you just coming in?
Now, I've been here, Saba. I just wasn't on the panel on the first when you invite everybody, but I saw the whole breakdown.
Were you ever a Christian?
Yes, that's where it all started.
The Ark of the Covenant. Here's a person that asked Daniel LaRoche, great breakdown. Thank you. I'm watching it again for sure. Boots, mind-blowing information. Great, Saba. There was this guy with a spider on his hat teaching about this somewhere. Okay. Glad you appreciate it, my good brother. Glad you all appreciated. This was the short answer. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't have this answer. I didn't have this full answer right before the podcast started. This I didn't have this. I didn't have this answer. I didn't have this answer. I was trying to put it together for you all while before the podcast. I was working on chest and shoulders, and I'm there sweating, just trying to see what else can I give them. All right, how you doing, Nefer Keferet?
I am doing wonderful. I'm doing great. How are you doing, Great Saba?
I'm doing good. I'm doing well. I'm doing good. When I put these questions together, it's an indescribable feeling. It's a feeling of I'm on the verge of stopping doing this feeling. It's strange. It's like when when the woman, when they have those pregnant women, or there's a woman and she her baby gets trapped under a car, and then she has all this adrenaline, she can lift a car.
Mm-hmm.
But anytime other than that, she can't do it. That's how I feel when I'm putting together these answers. I feel this. It's a very strange feeling. It makes me not want to do this anymore. But after I'm done, I breathe and I say, "Oh, they're going to appreciate this." But as I'm doing it, it feels like I'm going to be killed. That's the only way I can describe. As I'm putting these answers together, it feels like I'm going to be killed. But other than that, I'm doing great.
That's wonderful. Tua for such a beautiful answer to that great question. I grew up Catholic, so the Noah's Ark, the story of it was something that I was read quite often when I was a little girl. So this was something that was very beautiful to be explained and broken down the way that you did, and definitely something that I'm going to have to go back and watch a couple times. So, Tua.
Nini Uk. Glad you appreciated it. A lot of people in the chat sometimes they say, "Oh, you have this long intro and all this." If anybody had any clue what I'm actually doing before the podcast starts, it's the length of the intro. It's only a couple people here know how busy it is and how strange it is to be able to do this. But it's strictly out of the fact that I want to do this for people, because I have other means of being supported, and I feel that by watching everybody on YouTube and watching the books that are out and every so-called conscious community, it was making me sick that you all weren't getting this.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody brought up Dr. Ben. I was like, they would die in the podcast. What? They'll get killed. If you brought Ashra Kwesi and Musa Ashby to the podcast, they would die. Go ahead and send them a question on this and see how long they last with this. This was never being taught before here. It's extremely difficult. I have this information. It's extremely difficult to make it pretty for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's a story of prettiness that's being created, so it's difficult. But I feel great, Nefer Keferet. Thank you for asking. Thank you. Good to see you here. I haven't seen you. I guess I did see you, but it's good to see you back, coming back consistent. Okay. How you doing there, Mankur Ra?
Doing good, Saba. This was a masterpiece. You are the governor, you are the deputy, you are the judge, and it's really powerful to know you're going to represent the Netru, and case closed. Got him stealing again. It's very powerful. Like you always bring all the evidence to the court, and you make it extremely clear and plain that all this comes from the Netru, and you are Tehuti, and you are doing exactly what you're supposed to do. So this was extremely powerful. I felt the dismantling of all the lies that Christianity and all of these, the PSYOPs, right? Like you said, the magic that you do isn't just giving an answer, but you're breaking the PSYOP. So that was extremely, extremely thorough, and you get an A++ for this answer.
Thank you, bro. I'm glad you appreciate it. Let's go see. Let's take a journey on the Magic School Bus to the donations. How you doing there, Bella?
I am great, Tua, for asking me. Tua, for that answer, those teachings. You're the only Nefer magician in the universe, and I really, really appreciated that, and all that you taught us. It was so interesting that you asked me before what I saw in my mind when I thought of the ark, and I thought of the curve, and it's actually the phallus ejaculating, which is very wonderful to know now, and I'm happy that you taught me that. And yeah, Tua, very much. You're a very beautiful Netzer, SABA magician, and I really appreciate all the time you put into the podcast and all of us. I wish I could sit here and praise you for every detail I think of, but we'll be here a while, so Tua, very much.
Glad you appreciate it. And now you all have another definition of the word Hanu. All this time I taught everybody Hanu and praise, and now you know the Hanu is the covenant box, and it means an agreement. And I want to say this one last part of the end of the podcast before I go to the donations, and that is the definition. I want everybody to get this in their mind. An agreement is accountable harmony. So I want everybody to really, really digest that wisdom right there. An agreement is accountable harmony. That's a true agreement, that both parties have to be accountable to what the agreement is. It's an accountable form of harmony. You see fishes do it, alligators and birds do it. When there's certain birds that live in alligators' mouths, at any point those alligators can crush the bird and eat the bird. There's certain nursing sharks that swim with the sharks and eat the parasites off their body. The shark could easily kill them like they do any fish, but there's an accountability. Now, I won't kill you. I'm accountable. I will never kill you. I will clean you. And they've been doing that for hundreds of thousands of years. It's a consistent accountability. That is the culture. Consistent accountability. That means when you say something, when you're part of a culture and you say something, that is what you constantly do, over and over again. Unaccountability is what's being taught in all the conscious community. That's why people can disappear from the podcast in the House of the 10. Think of all the people that were here once and they disappeared. But when they were receiving the knowledge, remember all the testimonies they gave coming to the panel, and when Annie made a video of testimonies. Remember that? There was a video of testimonies. But when they left like this. They disappeared quietly. The same accountability for the leaving wasn't there when they were appreciating it. That means if there's a problem and you think you're about to leave the House of a 10 or not come around anymore, come to the panel the same way. Discuss a little bit. I'll talk with you. I'm very reasonable. But you know, I'll make you look like a fool though, but I'm very reasonable. Okay, we're gonna go to the, and that's why they don't come. That's why they disappear quietly. They disappear quietly. But when they're in it, all type of they're disappearing, because as soon as you state an issue, as soon as somebody states an issue of why they're going to disappear, here's the new motto for the House of a 10, by the way. I want everybody to know this motto. Here's the new motto. Don't talk me to death. Give me your life examples. Don't talk me to death. Give me your life examples. When people come and they say, I have a problem with this, I have a problem with that, don't talk to me. Just set the example so that we can follow what you're doing in your life, and we'll follow it. Show me your examples by the action that you're doing better than you must be doing better than the things you're complaining about. So that's why people disappear silently, because if they come to the panel, I'm going to say, shh, don't talk to me to that. Don't talk to me to that. What are your examples of what you're doing better than what you're complaining about? You must do better than what you're complaining about, or your complaints are irrelevant. Again, you must be doing better than what you're complaining about, or your complaints are irrelevant. We're only about positivity here. So when you come in, and this applies to your girlfriend, your wife, your friend, your son, anything in life. Anything in life. Whenever you come in, if you complain about something, show that you've done it better. You must be doing it better, or else you can't speak on the topic. I can't complain to Tiger Woods about golf, because he would kill me. I can't battle Rum Nitty, Loaded Lux in a rap battle. They'll kill me. So I can't critique their rap battling abilities, and I can't critique Michael Jordan. He'll kill me on the basketball team. So until I can slam dunk better than Michael Jordan, I have to be quiet about his basketball playing abilities. And if everybody lived their life like that, it would focus on self-purification than complaining. All right, we're going to go to the support of the donation. Let me go ahead and refresh this box and see what's happening. There's some people from earlier. I want to give some of the donations from earlier also. Let me go down, because it seems like there's, whoa, what is this? There's donations from, let me go back. Okay, here we go. Now they're refreshed. They're showing now. Now they're showing. So we got, who's this right here? This is a tip from the beautiful Mary Sekmet again. Mary Sekmet, who gave a tip for, she went back to the egg cleansing class. Let me get these transactions out of the home. She went back to the egg cleansing class. We're going to give her a clap for this. She went way back. For tip egg. We're going to put this in the, Never Kept Red. Do you have the sound control? Where's Never Kept Red?
Yes, I do.
All right. I saw you were about to give me some type of sound, and then you second guessed it. I heard someone's about to happen. I don't know what it was. Were you about to do that? I heard something. I heard something going on. I don't know. I gotta close my etheric ears. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Adira Israel, who gave $5, and Never Kept Right. Could you read that for me, please? Even though you're the sound DJ too, but go ahead and read that for me.
Yes, of course. It looks like we've got $5 for the Podclass Egg Cleansing Origin. Do all have soul? And then we've got some egg emojis from Marie Sekmet.
Give her a little clap, please. Give her a little clap for that. Nice.
Okay.
Okay. How am I gonna do this one? I can't put his name in there. Let me see something, man. Let me get fancy. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can do something here I've never done before. Let me see if I can. Can I manually erase? Let me see. I've never tried this. I'm gonna try. I need to erase the name here. The person wants to be anonymous. Can I do it? Is there ability? This looks like an eraser. Let me see. I can't erase. Wait. That doesn't work. I'm erasing the name. I'm erasing the name. Hey, hold on. This is great. Oh my goodness. Let me do this again. Hold on, everybody. Be patient with me. It's my first time doing this technology. I can it looks like I can make somebody anonymous. I can make somebody anonymous on the spot without, and still keep their comments in there. Here we go. Okay. This is weird though. Okay, I think I can do it. I think I'm doing it. At least I can erase enough of the name to make it uh-oh. Tehuti's doing it. I can do it. This is so strange. Okay. I think that's enough. I don't think anybody can read this name. If you can, you deserve to know who it is. This is enough. I think this is invisible. Okay, here we go. A huge support donation from this anonymous person. Let me go ahead and put for a class I did last week on George Floyd tip for the Floyd PSYOPs, tip Floyd. Let me go ahead and show this right here. I hope his name is erased enough. Yeah, you can't. Nobody can see that. Nobody can see that. Let me see. Here we go. Shout out to this person right here. I did my best. Okay. Bella, can you read? You can't read the name, right? That's gone, right? You can't read that name, can you?
No, I can't see the name.
Okay, good. Go ahead and read it for me, please. The part that can be read.
It says $54. It says Hotep SABA. I finally got a chance to watch last Saturday's class regarding G. Floyd with my family. Superb SABA with a hand clapping symbol, and it says tip for our appreciation.
Give this person some big noise, a couple, maybe a transformer in there, a couple things. Give them some noise, please. From anonymous.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Yo, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, it's 18 for the brother that's building a museum based on what happened in a particular year. So all of his donations are based on, I think it's the year 1812 or something. It's he's doing a museum maybe based on the motivation base of the Stepping Out of the Matrix book. Okay, from is it July 6th? Shout out to this thank you Nefer Kepra, appreciate your DJ abilities. What are you saying, Annie? He said, oh, nice. Oh, for what? Still on the screen?
Oh, I'm delayed.
Oh, you're delayed. Okay. Oh, that's okay. Okay. Shout out to Gabriela Lopez, who comes in with the question in Gmail. Give her some big noise. Yo, let's go. And give her a hand clap too with that.
Okay, let's see.
I'm gonna go read a couple tips, and I'm gonna take a break. So here's Gabriela's question right here. I'm gonna get Primordial Thought to read it. There we go. Primordial Thought, read your lady's words for me, please.
Okay. It says, Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. I wanted to know the breakdown and buildup of of that punch. That jab.
My goodness.
Yeah, many people.
You can read it. You can read it. There's no problem reading it. No, the problem is how I'm going to answer. You can read it. It's not illegal to read it. It's fine to read it.
I know you're very strategic with your words, so I'm just following after you.
Okay. So we read it with the full words because I'm not on the screen, so I want to know. I've never read the question yet. I don't even know what she's asked.
Okay, let's do it again.
Yeah.
You have to share the screen, Saba.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not sharing.
That's odd. I wonder what this says. I can't wait to hear this because what does it say on there where Primordial couldn't read it? Let me go back. What does it say? What's this question about? What's the other question about that's top secret? Let's see. Okay, we'll go ahead and try this again. Okay, Chrome tab, question. Oh no, not that. Let me try it again one more time. Chrome tab. Okay, I think this is it. Go ahead and read it. Primordial for me, please.
Okay, it says, Hotep Great Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. I wanted to know the breakdown and buildup of the COVID-19 vaccine and the COVID-19 virus. Many people got the virus and the vaccine, and I'm curious on what the virus and vaccine does to your body and the real reason.
That's for a one-on-one, right? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know, man. Gabriella. Yeah, she pushed. You know what she did? Let me. Oh wait, she pushed the bar with the George Floyd thing, and I answered that. She got away with that one, so she went right to COVID. Now she went right to the one that I get. She got the George Floyd and went crazy. She went right to.
She went right to that. Push the button. Push the button.
Oh my goodness. She might as well ask me why Biden called herself a black woman. But okay, here we go. Let me Biden is a black woman. Okay. We gave her some noise for that, right? Yeah? Yeah. You gave her noise for that already. Right? Never kept her at?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. So here's the next one. This one's from Myro Perry, $20. And who can read? Anu, could you read that for me, please? We're just talking about Myro today.
Yes, I can, Saba. $20 donation is the Ankh symbol found anatomically in the womb only, or is there also a place in the brain? From Bro Myro.
Bro Myro. You actually asked a question. Man, it's been 7 years. I'm waiting for a question. Okay, here. Okay, wonderful, Bro Myro. We'll get to that when we can. Awesome. I'm going to read this one, and I'm going to take a break because Stranger is shutting down the room with the largest tip thus far coming in from Stranger. The namer of the moderators sent $50, and I'm going to get and two. I don't think you've read for me yet. Can you read for me and two?
Yes, I can. $50 from Stranger, Nefer class on the Ark of the Covenant. Never could quite wrap my head around its meaning. Breaking the Matrix again and again, Saba, with a black heart.
Biggest tip right there for the answer. Give some huge noise transformers. I'm going to take a break, come back, read a couple more supports, and then get into the next question, which is about the Kaaba. Oh my goodness, man. The Kaaba's the Ka and the Ba. Okay, go ahead and give some big noise for Stranger.
Humans of have asked us to play by their rules.
You are watching a master at work.
Okay. Stranger the master. Well, that's good. Good. Thank you, Nefer Kepper. Appreciate that. To a stranger for the big support and donation. He said he tipped. What he said? He said he tipped more than he spent on fireworks, but less than he spent on bullets. So shout out to stranger for that. Shout out to everybody. Everybody also at the house of in the house of ATTON coming up in the pathways of the awakening. We're gonna have a naming ceremony. I can take maybe 2 more people. For those who didn't know, at this yearly event, I give out names. You send me what I request, and it's what date did I give? August. The first week of August is the last, right? I can't take any more. Okay, this is an example of the naming ceremony done by this young man. To this young man right here, this is me and Scribe right here when he got his name, and there it is at the bottom. So you receive a name, and you receive this a class. You get a class nominated for you with papyrus and different things on it. And this was a very personal, emotional thing. People were crying, and it was really good. And that's the brother Scribe. Man, I look scared. I look like a statue or some carved. Weird. Okay, shout out to the brother Scribe. Him, he got his name. Minty Hotep got her name at the actual event. She was the first to get her name at the event. And so you have till August the 7th to request how to go about getting your name. If you're coming to the Tehuti Podclass, you can email the we're gonna call this the offices now because it's so busy. This is the offices. You can email the offices right here and find out what you need to get your naming ceremony, what you need to give, the reciprocity, the information, and you will be able to get named to the Pathways of the Awakening. I'm going to take a break, and I'll be back. Peace and love, everybody. When I come back, we're getting into this next question, the Tuesday Podclass. You all build. Where's the TEF? The TEF needs to come and talk to you about supporting. Peace and love, everybody. I shall be back. Where's do you see a spider on my hat? I can't see her.
Yes.
Is she there? She's there?
Yeah, she's there.
Yes, in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. That's baby Laura right there. Peace and love. This is Set, and we will be back. Peace and love. Hotep. I'll be right back.
Anu, any more thoughts on Saba's breakdown of the Ark of the Covenants? Anything else stand out to you?
Too well for asking me. I personally myself was never a Christian or anything like that. I only went to church like 3 times when I was 5. So I don't. I only went because of the females there when I was little. So I went. They want me to come sit down by them and stuff like that. But because I was never a Christian or a Catholic or anything, it didn't really change my view towards that, because I didn't really have a view towards that. But what it did show me is how diabolical the Isfetians are when it comes to stealing from the ancestors, and how even these stories can affect people like me who were never in Christianity or anything like that. All I knew was what other people said, so I didn't really have the in-depth story of Noah's Ark and the Ark of the Covenant. I only knew stuff like it was in Ethiopia and stuff like that. So I didn't really have much to go off of, which for me is a good thing, because it really allows me to focus on the evil they put in the story without us even thinking about it. Like when Saba pointed out the babies and how there's all the flooding, and like Noah, how can he shout all the way into China or like even Iraq or anything like that? all the people that died because of, well, died, 'cause it really happened, because of so-called this story. And it makes people believe in it. And then when they believe in it, they're okay with someone else's baby dying. So then it makes it justifiable for a war in the Middle East in current times to happen, where real babies are dying, and the people here don't do anything about it because they're all desensitized towards it. So that was very impactful for me, because me personally, I don't know how evil these stories are until SABA goes over them, because at the same time, I barely know the stories at all. And then even if I did know the stories, I couldn't think like how he does. So when he brings it forth, the harsh realities of what really would be happening if these stories happen, it really shows that it has people believing in super evil stuff. And for the people who made the stories, for them to take something that's so beautiful and turn it evil, I don't even know how someone's mind like that works. I don't know what their goal is either, because that's really evil, to take something that has to do with the resurrection AUSAR and what he was put into to help him rebirth and flow in the conscious realm as if he's on a boat, and take that beautiful stuff and take the biological imperative connected to it and then turn it into some dude who touches a all gold thing and his god kills him, but then doesn't kill the people that do actual bad stuff. You have to be really evil and diabolical to think of that stuff. And it really shows us how far these people go to hypnotize us into their agenda, so that way we allow it to happen, which is insane. And when I hear breakdowns like this, I always think of Darren Brown, how he hypnotizes people. And what I think of is how, imagine if Darren Brown hypnotized someone and then never unhypnotized them. That's what's happening to us. They're hypnotizing us and they have no intention of unhypnotizing us, which is really scary. And when SABA breaks these down, I really see the links and associations and the pace and lead they do on us, because there's things that we connect but make no sense whatsoever, like the ark being a box and the ark also being a boat, until SABA breaks it down and takes us out of that hypnosis and shows us why we're linking it up. So I'm very appreciative of this breakdown and build up. I'm looking forward to the next one as well. And it really gives me insight on the craziness that is fed that these people do to destroy not just our bodies, but our minds, our consciousness. They're destroying not just the way we think here, but what we will become when we pass into the next realm. Because someone who comes into this world pure-hearted, they can be pure-hearted, and then they have these thoughts now of, well, it doesn't matter if someone else's baby dies. They actually become the very fiend that they were trying to prevent themselves from becoming in the next realm, which is scary and very sick. I do wonder who made these stories, or what type of people made these stories, because I need to watch out for those folks right there. I need to stay away from me. So, yeah, thank you all very much for asking what I thought about it. That's what I thought. Very appreciative of the build up. Hotep.
To a great brother, that is a wonderful response. Definitely the Ptolemies and the Nicene Council and all these people that created the Bible definitely did not have good intentions. And so, would you like to add anything? Any thoughts? Any reflections from the breakdown of the Ark of the Covenant?
Tua very much. Anu really, he said a lot that I agree with. I agree with everything he said, and I also think it's very important for us to be here in every class, because like Anu said, these these things that he is unhypnotizing us with is very important to do. So if you grow up with these things and don't know the answer like Tehuti gives us, it's just very detrimental and just not something good to have within yourself. So it's great to peck MQ from that, and even if you don't know much about it, it still could be within your mind because of all the other people that are within it and all of what they say about it and what you hear about it just in general. So it's good to peck MQ from that. And with Tehuti, we're able to do that and get rid of this negative conscious light and become purified from all these Nefer teachings Tehuti is bringing forth. That's why very much. What's up?
Yes, that's so true. That is definitely all very relevant and important. Primordial Thought 9, how you doing, great brother? Any reflections on SABA's breakdown and build up?
Yeah, because I grew up in it. The Ark of the Covenant was one of the things you could never speak ill will about in that religion. This is why I say that you know, when they get to the children first coming into this world, you could tell the child pretty much anything, and you can teach a child whatever you want them to know. It don't even have to be that particular religion. We just talking about anything, right? So I realize is that I love when SABA touches on, you know, the Bible and stuff like that, because he brings up certain questions that I've had, and you find yourself when you ask people in that religion and you question certain things, and they pretty much give you a type of answer that they tell themselves, right? And because I never understood, if I give an example, like I never understood, you know, like, you know, Abraham, you know, being told take his son Isaac up to a mountain and sacrifice him, and then it was all just a test of faith. Like that's not something that's your child, you know what I mean, to do something or to be even asked to do such a thing that goes against one's very existence, just to test to see, you know, I just want to check and see what kind of love you got for me. And then so when you do hear things like that, like I remember that story about that Israelite guy who touched the covenant and he died right then and there. That was weird to me. Something to be so quote unquote holy, but can be the most dangerous thing and is being celebrated by surrounding groups of people. You don't hold celebrations like that can be of that deadly amongst a lot of people. You know what I mean? Somebody gonna end up dying because somebody gonna end up touching it. So you would think something so sacred just wouldn't be, you know what I mean? If death was going to be the actual punishment just for helping out, you would think you wouldn't want the most holiest thing falling on the floor. So if one's heart is, no, I want to protect the embarrassment of this celebration, and what we're honoring is about to fall on the floor, and one goes to help it, and the consequences of that help is death. That in itself is chaotic, right? But you will ask people who believes in that faith, and they will literally tell you, like, no, it's because, you know, God, you know, he don't want nobody touching it, and he said, you know, only this few, and they have this weird explanation that they tell themselves, or they learned it from their pastor or something who told them, and even though it goes against logic, they just take it, right? Because they would rather accept that explanation than to get rid of the religion altogether. So that's the trap to me. You know what I mean? Is yeah, you're gonna have a lot of questions, but we'll deal with those questions, you know, little by little over the expand of your life of being into it. And most people just don't look at it and be like, man, like, nah, like I don't agree with this. So when Saba do build-ups like these, I love it because he's getting me to think in a way that I was not thinking, right? I was looking at it the same way he's looking at it, but I didn't have what he brought to the table. And that's what I love. I love what Saba does to the expansion of my coup. And I love how he gets me to think about things. It's like two people watching the same movie. Everyone's going to have a different opinion on it, right? Everybody's going to catch different things. So I look at it like that. So it's phenomenal to see those things and to look at it and be like, hey, like he gives me reasons not to even question and go back to it, right? Like not even, I don't get those feelings anyway, but it just solidifies it more and more, right? It solidifies like
closure.
It's definitely closure. Even, you know what I mean? Like Natiru forbid if Saba just go his own way and he gone, it's not one of those shrug shoulders like, all right, I guess I'll go back to Jesus. Like it's nothing like that, man. It's nothing like that. And so yes, it definitely is closure. It definitely is and I get it. Like I see the bittersweet about everything, like how like some people didn't know, like how Anu and N2 said, like they wasn't Christians like that, so they don't really know the story. So it's cool. They don't got a lot of Pekka and Ku from that, right? And then I understand it on the other end. It's good because because now you can have conversations with Christians and be able to relate, be able to, you know, speak to them in a particular way because I like how Saba kind of uses what people believe in and he kind of guides and walks them out of it. You kind of get what I'm saying? But that's kind of hard to do if you're not aware of what they're into. You know what I mean? So it sucks. It sucks if most of your loved ones around you are in a religion that one doesn't know about at all. It's kind of hard to kind of bring them out of that, right? It's kind of hard to give them certain examples, like when you like, and I know Saba mentioned this like earlier in his pod classes, like when people talk about like, oh, like you believe in magic and you believe, and then Saba was like, well, what do you think Jesus is doing? Wouldn't they not say that was magic? Wouldn't they not say that those were magic things that he was doing, healing people and doing all this other stuff and walking on water? What do you think that is? That's superpowers and magic in itself, right? So
yeah. Turning water to wine and feeding all these people with a 2-piece and a biscuit.
Hey, exactly, man. So I love the I love that. I like that. I like that Saba. I like when people ask questions like that and Saba's ready to answer them. So the Bible questions never get old for me. I like those because it just gives you more ways to interact with people who are still left in that. And it also gives me a good perspective to say, man, like I'm so happy I'm no longer into that. I'm so happy that I questioned enough to take the journey.
Yes.
And that's why I tell people, like, if you really want truth, then number one, truth don't have to defend itself, and then you should be able to go on your journey really seeking for truth. And if it leads you back to whatever truth you think it is, then okay, you got your answer. But just be unbiased and really go and check if that's what you're really looking for. So that's kind of how I feel, brother.
Hotep, Hindu to you. Yes, that's all very good points, because I grew up in Christianity as well, and I was always curious of what else was there. And so I kind of like was super interested in Rasta culture and started exploring like Ethiopia and things that they were teaching. And it's all like so much scare tactics. And Christianity is like, you know, the 10 Commandments is in the Ark of the Covenant, and make it like, you know, it's this holy thing. And meanwhile, you have no idea that this is coming from a history way before there was any such thing as a church or Jesus. And like Anu was saying, it's just pure evil to intentionally be feeding someone a lie, you know. And then with the Greeks coming up with these terms like canopic chess, like that is so far from in, right? That is so far from what the Neteru taught. And it's just, they should just be ashamed of themselves, because Christianity, I think mathematically, is the biggest religion in the world. I think more people are Christians than any other religion. And so it's just so sad, like all the damage that they have done. And it makes a lot of sense. And like in my research, and maybe one day I'll do in one of my explorations, one of my classes or presentations, what a lot of people don't know is in the area where they the slave ports, there are actually Catholic churches at every slave port, and people don't know that. And if people did know that and did know about the plagiarism and the stealing, they would have nothing to do with Christianity. And so just the real history of Christianity is just pure evil. It's really sad. So we are very, very fortunate. Should definitely give your support to SABA breaking these matrices and giving us clarity and healing our hearts and our minds for the people who were straight victims of all the lies in a like real way. Like people go to church and they go to Bible, like these Bible studies and stuff for years and years and years and years. And you know, our parents and their grandparents took them to these kind of things. And so it's a lot to cleanse from. And so the amount of research that SABA is doing to be able to show us, like right before our eyes, all the evidence is very phenomenal. So this is a phenomenon to see all the proof of the truth. It's really powerful. Welcome back, SABA.
Hey, peace. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, wonderful, wonderful. I heard what a lot of people you said. Beautiful words, beautiful appreciation, and beautiful empathy for the people that are Christians that need to hear this. You and Primordial both empathize with you know, that this is needed. And at one point, you all were asking questions that were similar to certain things. And I like how Primordial said the questions I asked in the podcast really makes him think. And if you present these questions to other people, they'll really think. They really think. You don't have to present it in a way where you're debating them. Just present it in a way that
has them their cogs moving, and all people need to do is just think a little bit, and that's enough to wake them up to start to listen. I'm going to get into the rest of these donations, some of the support that was sent in for the tips for class. Then I'm going to get into the next question, and of course, it's coming from the beautiful. Who is this? Oh, of course, beautiful Lisa. Yes, here we go. The wonderful, consistent Lisa. We're going to read some of these tips. We're going to call this call it ARC tip. Lisa is consistent in every single class and supporting every single class, pretty much. Let's give her some big noise, Neferkepret. Give her some big noise, and could you read that for me, Neferkepret, please?
Yes, of course. We got $40 for a tip for today's class.
Thank you, Neferkepret. Wonderful, wonderful, great. It looks like I'm glad you like doing that. You like it looks fun. I don't know how many buttons Annie has over there, but you look like happy after you put the noises. You look like look happy.
It's exciting. He definitely has a lot of different options for me to pick.
That is great. Is Annie retired for the night? I thought I saw him. Were you and him in a different box at first, and then you came into his box?
He had to step out. I think he's outside, but he'll be back.
Okay, okay, good. Well, you are the sound lady until then. Even when he comes back, he'll continue. Okay, we're gonna get into the next one here, which is the good brother is back with his support for Sobek. Sobek is okay, here we go. We're gonna give this man some big noise. This is a big one for a lizard that he loves. Let's give him some big super noise. This is from Bijan Farrow, and it says, who's here? Bella here? Who's here? Who's there? Minkora? Who's on the screen? Antu? Antu, could you read this for me, please?
Yes, it's $40 for food for Sobek. Hotep Saba Henu, you and your family.
Give him some noise, please. Give him some noise. Let's see what it tips. So give him some noise. Okay, shout out to you, good brother. I don't know if he's in the room. I'll check a little later, but shout out to you. I know you're somewhere listening. I don't know if you're at work or somewhere, but you are definitely always supporting when you can. I'm glad you're getting out of that situation that we discussed. 11. This is who's this? This is Tip. Mark. Oh, this is Anu and Anthony. Okay, and now for two people that are always the quickest on the draw whenever I oh, you're here. Okay, Bijan Farrow, peace and love to you, Bijan Farrow. Quickest on the draw whenever I stop the Podclass, their finger is somehow right there to press the button on the link, and they're always the first to come on. No matter when I send the link or whatever it is, they're the fastest. Shout out to these two right here. Consistent supporters, some of the biggest supporters ever in the TUT'S Podclass, and that is the great couple right there, Anu and Antu, and definitely Antu. Read that for me, please.
$20 for original hen and Mert. nodding off to Rezi on my ints.
Wow, what's that? Read that again.
Original Hen and Mert nodding off to Rezi on my ints.
Oh, Ian. Okay, nice. Give him a hand clap. Never forget break. Give him a hand clap, please. Nice. That's nice. Is it still on the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. And now for the next person who gave a tip. Oh, here we go. Of course. What would the tip section be without this brother right here? This is the tip master. The good brother who tips for everything. And that is this brother right here. Robert E. Williams. I'm gonna bend down a second. Bella, could you read that for me?
Yes, Tua for letting me read. It says $33 and cents for Ark of Covenant found. It's at the house of ATTON. So
thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. Give Robert E. Williams some big noise, please. Give him some big noise. Ark of the Covenant tips are coming in. They're coming in. And of course, the brother who donates just as consistently as Robert E. Williams, this brother right here, he is. They're a tag team. They're the tag team consistent supporting brothers, and that is this brother right here who got his name in a dream, and that is AUSET. Mancool Rock, could you read that for me, please?
Yes. From AUSET 2072 for Lost Ark found Tua Hindu Saber Tehuti.
Give him some hand clap, please, Nefer Keperet. Is anything on the screen right now?
No.
Who's that? A little baby saying no. Who's that? Shout out to cat said no. I heard a cat say no. I know I did. I heard a cat say no. Okay. I heard a cat talking. I'm not going crazy. Whose cat is that? That's you? Let me see this cat. Let me see this cat. I'm see this. That's talking cats. What is this cat? Let me clear my eyes and see what this is. What is this? All right. What? Wait. This cat is talking, or am I? I'm tired. I'm hearing tones of words. I don't know.
But she does say no.
She says something. I'm hearing a child talking. That doesn't sound like a cat. What is that? That's a person in a costume. All right, we're gonna. that's a Muppet right there. I don't believe it. All right, we're gonna go to the next. The next one is did we do Primordial Thought yet? Did we show Primordial?
No.
Okay. Shout out to Primordial Thought. Bella, could you read that for me, please? We're gonna do a couple more, then I'm gonna get to the next question.
Tua for letting me read it. It says $20 for tip for the true covenant to a great SABA with a fist, a black heart, and there's some.
It's a. What do you say? A fist, a black heart.
Sorry about that, Saba.
Who said sorry about that, Saba? Because I can't see the screen. Are you, Bella?
No, that was me. Neferkibret. You were in the middle
Oh.
of talking.
Yes, yes. What was the symbol? It showed what again, Bella?
It was the melanated face, the black heart, and the sun.
And the sun. Okay, thank you, Bella. Thank you, Neferkibret. I appreciate you both. Okay. Next tip, I'm going to do a couple more, and then we're going to get to the next question of the Tooth Podclass. This is coming from, we're definitely going to give her a clap. This is from Sheshayet, which is Tua, for your existence is a treasure. Oh, is this a code tip? Is this a code tip, or am I reading too deep into this? Because the Raiders of the Lost Ark was him treasure hunting. I wonder if this is a code. I don't know. I think this is a code. We're gonna mark this as a tip, and she gets a round of applause. So it says Tua for everything. Your existence is a treasure. Give her some clap, please. Okay, wonderful. Okay, everybody, I'm going to pause right there. There are some more donations. I see Owen Hythe. I see Anito Campbell. I see Rat Snake. Let me get that. Oh, let me get some of these off of here. I see Anito Campbell. I see Atef. I see Netter Unk. I see Bella. I see Anu and Antu for increment. Okay, I see a bunch of people here. Tua, for all of your for this support for this section. I'm gonna get into the podcast question. Is this sharing something right now?
No, sir.
What's that? I'm gonna go ahead and show this one real quick, and then I'll show one more. Then I'll start. I gotta show. There's one more I want to show, but this one right before it here. This is for King Kamua. What is this King? What's his name? Am I reading that right? King Lamua, $3.33 for thanks, SABA. Thank you, panel. Tua. Okay, thank you, good brother. I'm going to read one more, and then I'm going to go into this. And that is from. Any more tip come in for the answer? Shout out to this brother here. This brother here is Mr. Consistent Man, and we're going to get into the question after this. This is the good brother who's Mr. Consistent Man. He actually sent me a donation. It said for something else, for somebody else, and he accidentally sent it to me. So he's ended up sending me that one and another one. So shout out to this brother right here. He's been Mr. Consistent Man. Like I said, Owen Hythe, if you're listening, definitely whenever you want, you can come to the panel, share your thoughts, share your appreciation, whatever it is you want to say. You have full rights here in the House of Attend to voice your appreciation, thoughts, anything to do with your journey so far. So to Owen Hythe, it says, actually, Anu, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, I can, Saba. 2172 for Tehuti, liberating minds and conscious.
Give him a big hand clap, please. I'm going to get to the next question. Hand clap. All right, you look so proud of yourself and happy when I don't know what buttons you got down there. You like press a button, then you come back. You're like happy. Those buttons make you happy. Keep her on the wheels of steel, Annie. If you can hear me, that's her one of her source of happiness right there. Those buttons. All right, thank you, Neferkibret. We're gonna get into the next question here, the Tutsi Podclass. Let's go ahead and put it up on the screen. So let me see if this came through. That's Owen Hythe, right? Owen Hythe. Yep. Okay, we're gonna cancel. We got Owen Hythe already. Shout out to everybody on the Tutti Podclass. We're about to get to the next question. Everybody get your pens, your pads. Of course, Nook Panuk Panuk. Nook Panuk Panuk. I was wondering where Nook Panuk Panuk is. He usually takes over the chat. We're both active Latinos from NYC. There's some conversations going on in the chat. Shout out to Stranger. He's an active Latino from NYC. Okay. Appreciate you. And Nook Panuk Panuk giving all kind of symbols and signs, and he's the typing master. So shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Somebody wrote somebody Immortal Technique. Somebody put the most hilarious thing on one of my feeds. I was just scrolling down on my Facebook feed and I saw Immortal Technique versus Chuck D. I was like, what do these people put these weird things to make people angry? I don't know. But shout out to Immortal Technique versus Chuck D. Who's better? I'm like, better at what? That's so strange. Shout out to Immortal Technique though. He's he definitely came out about the upliftment of consciousness, and he never changed. He's one of those rappers that never sold out. He never changed. So shout out to him. All right, the next question here. Somebody said, "What happened to anybody remember another conscious rapper named Jay Electronica? He was good too. Anybody know him? Makura, you interviewed him. You know him. You know. All right, so Jay Electronica. He was good. He disappeared though. He got, you know what happened to him? He married a Rothschild woman, and he was gone. He's gone. We'll not be seeing Jay Electronica anymore. He found himself a Rothschild wife, and he's like, forget hip hop. I'm dipping into. I got that Illuminati money. Forget you all. So shout out to Jay Electronica. He did good while he lasted, but I guess it's hard to resist that Rothschild billions, and that you can't resist it, I guess. So shout out to him. He was good though. All right, next question here in the Tutti Podclass. Here we go, everybody. Beautiful question from yeah, sick beats. He was great. All right, so next question here. There's an interesting question here. Nook Panuk said, "I never seen the conscious in him." Nook Panuk is rough. He got Nook Panuk is not. Nook Panuk is rough. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, man. Listen to about 15 minutes of mumble rap, and then go back to the electronica. You probably hear a little bit. All right, so here we go. The next question here in the Tutti Podclass is a very interesting one, everybody. This one is interesting. Look at this here. We're going to give a big round of applause to this. Who asked this question here? A stranger. Okay, wait a minute. The stranger's question? Let me see. It is Stranger's with the monster support. Stranger asked this question. This is very interesting, and we'll see what we can do with this. I don't know. Islam is one of the things I actually don't like. There's a couple things I don't like, and Islam is one of those things. It's probably the most evil religion that exists, but I like breaking it down. But Islam is a really, really evil religion, really, really evil, and it has to be dismantled. And this question here gave me the opportunity to get into it. And where's Stranger's question? Where'd it go? Stranger. Oh, here it is. Okay. Shout out to Stranger. This got sent in, I think, the week before last, maybe. I'm not sure, but give him some big noise. And Bella, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, 204 letting me. It says $85 from Stranger for. Is there a correlation between the Ka and the Ba and the Kaaba being EID and all, considering Islam claims to be the last revelation? Can we hear how the first enlightened them despite their disdain for the practices of Kemet?
Wow, stranger. Stranger with the questions. Oh my. So one day stranger will come to the panel and elaborate on these questions. And the Kaaba, let me ask before I start this question here. Has anybody ever heard anything like that? When somebody elaborating on the Kaaba or Islam, saying the Kaaba is the Khan, the Ba. Anybody heard of that? Nobody? I heard of it a couple times. Stranger obviously has heard of it. I have heard of it a couple times. I wanted to find this one brother that I thought was actually spoke on it, and he was I don't know if anybody ever heard the brother Udwifo. He's like Afro-Kaitnut. Moses never existed. He's had this great voice, and he made up this thing called Afro-Kaitnut. And I think he said that Moses never existed. The Kaaba, the Ka and the Ba. But at any rate, I've heard that a couple times on some memes and Facebook. And this is an interesting question, because this question I want to really let everybody know that you don't really find people asking questions about Islam being plagiarized. You don't really see that. When you see the so-called conscious community, it's always Christianity, right? You never see, and this part of the Quran came from the Param Haru. This part of the, do you see that primordial a lot? And this part of the Quran came from the coffin text. And, you know, it kind of Islam is left alone, and there's a reason for that. Islam is actually one of the go-to religions people go to when they leave Christianity. It's one of the first breaking out of the matrix. When you break out and you become Malcolm X, you go to the Islam. But there's a reason for that. You don't really find Islam, and the reason for that is because Islam's foundation is not like Pythagoras, 500 BC, 400 BC, Thales, 600, 900, getting to 900 BC, the Iliad, the Odyssey, and all these different. The Greeks were right there side by side with the people of Kemet at a certain time. For a lot of years, for over 1,000 years, the Greeks were right there. And they saw the wisdom of the people in the Nile Valley, and they sat under them, under respect. Christians were there. Early first century Christians were there at the same time that Ankh Shashank was alive. So Ankh Shashank and early Christians were alive at the same time. Kemetic scribes and Christians, as we call them, were alive at the same time. Islam is a little different, though. Islam never got the chance to respect Kemet or the Nile Valley. By the time Islam came in about 632, 650 AD, that's about over 600 years after Kemet fell. So what makes Islam a little more evil in their disdain than the other religions is they don't have a history in their hadith of anyone interacting with pharaohs, interacting with Kemetic scribes. By the time they came, it was over. So they never got a chance to look up to anyone in the Nile Valley. So all they did was look down, and this is one of the reasons why this religion is a truly evil. This religion is really, really disgusting for the world. It's worse than Christianity. At least Christianity, you can show the Ptolemies, the parallels, people dressed up as Kemetians, people. You can show you can show things. With the Islam, it has some really. Islam is one religion that has the most that you have to do that has nothing to do with your spiritual development. So it gives you the most to do, but none of the rituals have anything to do with your spiritual cleansing, such as if you were to wipe your butt, use 7 stones, not 5. You know, I don't know how that gets me to the Netzer Kurt. I don't know how that gets me out of body. I'm not sure. I've never felt the stone on my butt. So it's a strange feel. I guess it would be a strange feeling, but it's a strange religion. If a fly drops in your drink, take the fly out, rip the wings off, and dip the wings back in, and stir the drink and drink it. It has the healing. Islam is one of the sickest, nastiest religions in the world. You're allowed to beat your wife as long as you use a toothbrush. So it is just I don't know if any of you ladies been beat by your man with a toothbrush. I'm sure you probably giggle. Maybe it's some role play giggling. Come here, you've done bad, and you're getting hit with a I don't know how hard you can hit somebody with a toothbrush that could actually bring any kind of pain, but it is the most illogical. I despise Islam. Is one of the things and only a few things I despise: Islam and flies, and the new music that's out, and R&B. So we're gonna get into this, everybody. We're gonna find out what is going on here with this question, stranger. We're gonna see where this question leads to. So everybody, welcome to the TUT'S Podclass. As I'm giving the answer, supports Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rock. Let me put that back on the screen. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If you're a Muslim watching, if you're thinking about getting into Islam, appreciate what you're about to see. We are the House of Atten, the ancient Tuttian teachings of the Neteru. And this class today is going to be, let me move this from the bottom of the screen, banners, is the Kaaba from Ka and Ba. And then this right here is one of the most hated topics. This right here will actually get you killed in Saudi Arabia. I was going to move to an Islamic country before I did the podcast. Way before I came here, I was actually going to move to to Kemet. And they definitely would have killed me. So, feminine sexual origins of Islam. We're going to get into all of that. I was definitely going to move to what they call Egypt. I was going to set up, do the class there. I was like, man, I could do magic on the streets. And the Muslims told me, if you do magic on the street, we're going to take your hand off. So I decided to move to California instead. I feel a little bit better here. So Islam is a disgusting, violent, sick religion, and we're about to get deeply into it. I'm going to come off the screen just for a moment. And I'm going to be back, and we're going to get right back into this question just for about 40 seconds or so. Hold on.
I'm curious on why people would leave like Christianity and go to Islam when like Islam almost pretty much stands on the foundation of Christianity. Like it needs it to like exist. So that's always been weird to me. I never really understood that.
Yeah, there was nothing ever appealing or interesting to me about Islam at all. No, thank you. No way, no how, no, and no.
Those Muslims are ruthless too. The way they talk about Kemet is horrible.
No, hold on one more time. Hold on.
Stop laughing. Go ahead, finish. I'm sorry.
The way they are on social media and stuff, the way they defend themselves, it is so horrible. They just throw ad hominem and insults at Kemet and the Nile Valley, and they live in the land. It just is mind blowing. They're ruthless.
Islam is gross, but it's one of the things. Like I said, welcome everybody to the TUT'S Podclass. I have no authority over the questions that are sent in. It doesn't matter how I personally feel about any of the questions that are sent in. This quest is for each individual. If your quest wants to know about Islam, I'm going to take it and make it. When I showed you, when you find out, this is going to be just like the last one, the Ark of the Covenant, but there's going to be even more in it. So whatever your quest is here at the TUT'S Podclass, you ask the question, I answer it strictly from matrix breaking angles and the factual information that they're not telling you, and I break the matrix. So shout out to the Muslims. I have nothing personally against any Muslim, and one of the reasons people leave Christianity and head to Islam is because of the Nation of Islam. That's one of the main things. Malcolm X and Nation of Islam is a different kind of Islam, and see him as a breakaway where they're finding the errors in the Bible, and it was the pro-black movement and everything. So most of the people that left Christianity for Islam, it's like 5% are Nation of Islam. Usually the average brother doesn't leave and go to Shiite. You really don't find any brothers in the conscious community say, I'm a Shiite Muslim, I'm an Ahmadiyya Muslim. You don't really find that. It's like, I'm Nation of Islam, one of the God bodies. Because of the Elijah Muhammad, Khalid Muhammad was a Muslim, so everybody wants to be around Khalid. Farrakhan, who is better than Farrakhan? So you start to gravitate towards that because of those men. But the hardcore Islam, most brothers don't leave and go to that one. That's why. Anybody here have any Shia Muslim friends, or anybody that left Christianity went to the Shia Ahmadiyya? Anybody here? No, that's not the one they go to. Those are the ones that whip themselves until they bleed, and you know. So we're gonna get into this, everybody. Welcome to the TUT'S Podclass. Let's get into this question. Let me go ahead and get it on the screen ready for everybody. Shout out to Stranger for the big support. Oh, I call this a masterpiece. Oh man, how long is this gonna be? Let's see. Let me close this Ark of the Covenant. Shout out to Stranger for the great support. And let me see. 1, 2. Please don't. It's not gonna be 1, 2, 1. Wait. Well, let me count this one. Wow. 1, 2. Oh my goodness, man. That's so good. Okay, this is gonna be another blowaway. Oh man. Okay, good. We like the blowaways. So here we go, everybody. We're gonna get into this question here from the good brother Stranger. And let me come back to the room. Peace and love to Nefer Kepra. I saw you doing the baby yawn. I hope you can stay up. You feeling tired?
Just a tad bit. I woke up a little bit early, but I'm gonna stay up.
Okay, good. You stay up. Okay, Nefer Kepra, I'll see you in the chat. Anu and Antu, see you in the chat. Primordial Thought 9, peace and love to you. See you in the chat. Oh, just spun around. Where am I? Menku Hara, Marie Maat, see you in the chat. Primordial disappeared. And Bella, I'll see you in a lot of different places, but see you in the chat. Okay. Peace and love to everybody. Let's get to the answer here. Welcome to the TUT'S Podclass. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Are you ready, Stranger? Are you ready, Stranger? Here we go. Let me get some water first. And let's get into it. Let me put the timer. Last answer was 1 hour and 55 minutes. I can't do it again. 1 hour and 55 minutes. No. Okay, here we go. People sending me friend requests. If you're not promoting the podcast, I cannot help you with the friend request. Okay, here we go. All right, everybody, you can hear me all? Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me clear? What did Nefer Kipret say? You're the cutest, Bella. Okay, nice. Everybody can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. That's right, Stranger. 5% nation attracts many Christians looking for more. It's not true Islam. Exactly. That's the twist. It's not even 5% nation actually has not even much of anything to do with Islam. There's Big Vapes. I know somewhere in there you ordered a Mennonite class. Guaranteed it's in there. I think I actually saw it. I actually saw your name in there, so I know it's Mennonite. Shout out to you, Nook. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's get into it. Here we go. Boom, 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 and boom. You all can hear me well. So here we go. Ready? I'm ready. Are you ready? Set. Are you ready? Welcome to the TUT'S Podclass. The question and answer class of the House of Attend. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists. What is the original religion? What is the original languages? Spirituality. Who are the Netzeru? What about my health? Purity. What about my mental detoxification? Out-of-body experience. I have them. What are they? Ancient sources to the answers to these questions. Government psyops, are they still taking place today? Telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness, unfortunately in the agenda of atheism disguised in the form of quote-unquote black consciousness, the atheistic quote-unquote Kemetic teachers who will not have any classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes, or only do debate, debunk, expose, or do challenge videos, or challenge other people's spiritual beliefs, such as just the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are Arab, the pyramids in America are older than the ones you guys have in Egypt, we are the Abos, we're the American Indians, we're not Africans. Everything is a knot, everything is an against contention topic, attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they actually adhere to on a daily discipline basis with themselves and their families practice, never showing you what they actually believe in, because in truth those so-called conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything, but they just have the urge to argue, have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide the fact that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you are laughed off the stage or insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions in with reciprocity, boom, get an ebook personalized documentary type of answer, boom, customized for you, boom, and then taught live with each answer. You get a subconscious matrix broken for you, boom, is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer today? And we already read the question. It was from the good brother Stranger. Is there a correlation between the Ka and the Ba, and the Kaaba being Eid and all, considering Islam claims to be the last revelation? Can we hear now how the first enlightened them, despite their disdain for the practices of Kemet? Very, very interestingly worded question, and very, very good question. This is another wonderful question that deserves an answer that is elaborate, matrix breaking, and not lazy, as I see far too many times being put out by the so-called quote-unquote conscious community, making the claim due to what is called logical fallacy intertwined with reverse reasoning to create this concept that the Islamic Kaaba derives from the Ka and the Ba. We will clarify this, give the true origins, and much more here at the Tehuti Podclass. The plagiarism and influence is much deeper than that lazy reasoning. The most that most have been taught and has been passed on. Okay, so what is the Kaaba? Well, according to Muslims and the Quran 22:26, it was designed and goes all the way back to Ibrahim as a sacred house of worship that Abraham himself built. And there it is right there. And it's the Quran 22:26, Surah Al-Hajj, and mention, O Muhammad, when we designed for Abraham the site of the house, do not hesitate anything with me, and purify my house for those who perform tawaf, those who stand in prayer, those who bow down and prostrate. And then the next one, 2:127. And remember when Abraham raised the foundation of the house with Ishmael, both praising, our Lord, accept this from us. You are indeed all hearing, all knowing. So the claim is that this goes all the way back to around 28, maybe 2700 BC, or depending on how the biblical scholars date Abraham, around a little before 2000 BC. And that Abraham actually raised this house called the Kaaba, and so he actually created the Kaaba. So according to Islam, the Kaaba should have no historical references other than Abraham. Abraham should be the oldest source reference to the Kaaba. And in the Islamic Sahih Bukhari Hadith 585, it was called Al-Masjid Al-Haram, and was the first holy place of Allah built on the surface of earth. So here it is. Here's the Sahih al-Bukhari, Arabic to English hadith, and it says, narrated, 585, narrated, Abu Dar, I said, "O Allah Apostle, which mosque was first built on the surface of the earth?" Let me shrink this down a little bit. Okay. Now I have to scroll. "O Allah Apostle, which mosque was the first built on the earth?" He said, "Al-Masjid Haram in Mecca." I said, "Which was built next?" He replied, "The Mosque of Al-Aqsa in Jerusalem." I said, "What is the period of construction between the two?" He said, 40 years. Of course, 40 years. He added, "Wherever you may be and the prayer time becomes due, perform the prayer there, for the best thing is to do so." So, the very first holy place, the very first mosque of Allah built on the planet Earth was the Kaaba, that they call Al-Masjid Al-Haram. That's the very first holy house on the planet Earth, according to Muslims. Okay. Well, you know, our motto here at the TUT'S Podclass is what? What is our motto here at the TUT'S Podclass? Our motto here at the TUT'S Podclass is ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. But it is evident, typo, with the claims that Muslims make for the Quran and the statements about the origin of the Kaaba, there are no ancestral artifacts. So therefore all we are left with is the latter, which is religious opinions. So what does the archaeology say as far as the oldest attestation of the Kaaba in archaeology? This brings us to the oldest Kaaba door. So here's the oldest Kaaba door right here. Let's analyze it. This is the oldest Kaaba door. All right. Which only dates back, let me shrink this a little bit, which only dates back to 64 AH. Some people may say, what in the world is 64 AH? This only dates back to 64 AH, an attestation, and 1045 AH, its reconstruction as far as the physical door. Even if we take the 64 AH, those are Muslim years, it's only about, that would equal to 684 AD. So this door on the Kaaba, the oldest door, only goes back to 684 AD. That is the oldest holy house on the planet. Sorry, but in Maat, we built the oldest known house of immortality known to earth. Let me ask the class, what is this? Everyone watching, what has your Kemetic teacher told you this was? This should be easy. Everybody type in the room. What is this right here? What are we looking at? Type in the room, what is this? Is this the Kaaba? Is this the Mosque of Jerusalem? What is this you're looking at right here? I have the inside of it and the outside. Just go ahead and type in the room. Anyone who studies Nile Valley, Kemet, it could be anybody. Just type in, what is this? Is this the Dome of the Rock? Is this what is this object right here? Here's the inside internal, and here's the outside. Anybody just type in, what is this, please? I'm going to give a couple seconds, and then I'm going to come to the room and see if anybody can recognize what this is. Is this the Kaaba, the Dome of the Rock? Is this a mosque? Is this an old, what they call a mastaba in Sumer? Anybody know what this is? Let me come to the room and see what everybody says that this is. We got, okay, good. There's some answers here. We got Aku. Angela Gates says Ku. Oh, it's going fast. These are going fast. Okay, we got Nook Panuk says Aku. Angela Gates says Ku. Mer. Big Vape says Step Pyramid. Stranger says the Pyramid of Zoser. Step Aku. Oh, Zoser Mer. Okay, we got Mer Aku. Ka. Okay, we got a lot of answers. Wonderful, everybody. Wonderful. The Ku, okay. We got the Ku. Wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, everyone. What if I told you? Oh, ziggurat. That's what I was wondering, Rigo. Is this the ziggurats? The ziggurats are those step buildings that are influenced. Well, they come out of. They're very popular in the Sugagi area. Okay, so wonderful answers, everybody. What if I told you that Tehuti has never told you the name of this before, and because of that, because you've never learned this at the Podclass, and there's 63 people watching. Are there any of the 63 people? I'll put it on the screen one more time. Of the 63 people watching, has anybody ever seen this before? And if you have, what is this called right here? If you've ever had a Kemetic teacher, Nile Valley culture, if you went on an Ashar Kwezi excursion, if you've studied under any of the people that say they study Kemet Nile Valley, you must have seen this before. And if so, who are your favorite top teachers that you learn under, or book writers, and what did they tell you this was called? I'll give a couple moments. There's over 63 people watching. I'm sure there's a lot of people watching here that go to the other channels that are studying under Dr. Smalls, Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, Muta Ashby, Ashar Kwezi. I'm sure you are in here, and I'm sure you've seen this before. If so, I just wanted to find out, what did your teacher or book tell you this was called? Now, people, this is claimed as the very first actual, what the European calls a pyramid on the planet in Nile Valley. So what is this called, everybody? All Nile Valley people, attention! All Kemet studiers, attention! Come on, here's the first structure. They say this is the first structure in the Nile Valley. What did your top Kemetic teacher tell you this was called? It has to have a name, right? Let me come back in the room. Attention! But nobody knows. This is hilarious. This is awesome. This is wonderful. Everybody answering are only my students. None of the 63 people watching has ever seen that before. It's a brand new, it's an alien object. Never been seen by mankind before. All right, so since it's a brand new object, that of the 63 people watching have never seen anything of the likes of that before, you've had no Kemetic teacher that's ever showed you that and said, this is called the, then you will learn here, and I want this to be documented, that you will learn here for the very first time, June 6, 2024, what this is called. Hold on, let me come back. Ready? Let me go. Okay, we got step pyramid. Timestamp. Let's timestamp it. 8:57 p.m. Pacific time, July 6, 2024. For the first time, you will hear what this is called, because it seems like none of the 60-something people that are watching that have learned under all the great Kemetic teachers have ever seen this before or was ever told what this was called. So let's learn it for the first time here. Okay, here we go. We got somebody put Imhotep step pyramid. Thank you very much. That's Advergus Taylor. So basically, we already got step pyramid. We got step pyramid. Okay, good. So now we know thank you to the good new brother Advergus Taylor. Now we know that this could never have been called a step pyramid because the people in the Nile Valley never heard of the word pyramid before to even call this a step pyramid. The word pyramid doesn't exist on any papyrus, and no Kemetic scribe ever said in their life that this was ever called a pyramid. And some people may say, well, that's what we call it in English. Pyramid is not an English word, and the word pyramid was not invented in England. It didn't come out of England. So what language is the word pyramid? Because it's not an English word. The word pyramid existed before England was even invented. So it's not an English word. What is the actual word that this was called? It's one of the most important. It's the most important structure at the time. It was literally the house of immortality. What did they call this? And the Kemetic teacher that you are under never told you this because they're so busy arguing. The Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, and look at the nose and look at the lips. The Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, and look at the nose, and we did this and we did that. They're so busy in that argument that was invented by the Arab and the European, and they got caught up in that argument that they stopped teaching, and they didn't teach and do not teach what the people actually taught themselves. So they're talking about the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black. I'm proud to be black, I'm proud to be black. Then when I ask them what is this called, they give me a Greek word. And I'm like, so Pythagoras was black? I thought you were proud to be black and I'm proud to be black and Egyptians are black and proud to be black. And now when I ask you, what is this greatest black structure that was created in the time by black people, you automatically run to the people that you say the Egyptians are not. You immediately give it the word that the people that you're trying to prove that the Egyptians are not called it over the name that the ancient people of Kemet called it. It was never called pyramid. That's what the people you're trying to disprove the Egyptians are black. Then I ask you, well, what's the structure called? And if you're giving me a Greek name, then it must have been the Greeks that built it. By giving me that name, you're saying the Greeks built it because only the builders in the culture have the authority to name it. Is that correct? Does any other culture, can Aztecs tell me what that's called? Can an Eskimo man tell me that that's in the Eskimo culture? We call that Sengbunk. No, you don't. You never existed when this was built. There was no Eskimo culture. So why is it hypnotic that whenever this is asked, the name that's given comes from the culture that you say the Egyptians are not? No, the Egyptians were not white. They're not white. What is that called? Pyramid. What language is that? It's the language of the whites, the Greeks. I thought they weren't Greeks, so why do you... So it's not called pyramid whatsoever. Let's find out for the first time what this is called. By the words of the people themselves. And that's what we teach here at the House of ATTON. We go by the indigenous people's words themselves because there's a PSYOPS to make you think that the indigenous people are some type of illiterate. Only 1% of the Egyptians could read. There's no ancient Hebrew writings. There's no Egyptians are 1%. Everything is teaching you that the ancient indigenous people couldn't speak for themselves. So I've been here to reverse that for years. So here we go, everybody. What is that called here? Yes, they told you step pyramid, Saqqara pyramid. That's this beautiful thing right there, 2700 BC. And here we go, everybody. Thanks for everybody's input. Well, no, but you will learn here its true name for the first time on this date, July 6, 2024, at the Tehuti Podclass. It is called the Unas Nefer AUSET. A completely different set of words from what everybody told you it was called. Unas Nefer AUSET. That is the name of this structure here. So yes, you have learned it for the first time here. And that is the long span seat of Unas. That's actually the name of this. It was actually called the seat, the long span seat from Nefer, which means elongated life, elongated lifespan, the elongated seat of Unas. That's the name of it given by the indigenous people. All those other names that people gave for this particular one. Now, is it an Aku? Yes, it is. Is it an Aku? Yes, an Aku. Like you have a car, but a Honda is not a Tesla, but they're both a car. So there's many Akus, but this particular one is called Unas Nefer AUSET. That's what this is called. Okay, so this is it a Mer? Yes, it is a Mer. And yes, absolutely, it is a Mer. And a Honda is a car, and a Tesla is a car. But a Tesla is not a Ford, and a Ford is not a Hyundai. This particular one is called Unas Nefer AUSET. So yes, you've learned it here for the first time, which is the long span seat of Unas. When you start to understand why this is called long span seat, you have a completely different understanding than what is called a pyramid, the word pyramid. See, if this is called the long span seat, then you can no longer say that these are all over the world. Once you call it pyramid and you submit to the European PSYOPs, then you can start to say, we got pyramids in Japan, pyramids in Aztecs, pyramids in Mexico, pyramids in the pyramids in, and I'm like, wait. What if it's not called a pyramid? Do you have this concept of a long span seat in Mexico? Is that what the Aztecs were building? Is that what they were doing? In Japan, they have the Unasna for AUSET. No, a completely different understanding. You think that these things are the same. You were taught because you assume they have triangle shapes. And most of those things do not have triangle shapes. And even if they did, they have nothing to do with each other just because they're triangle shapes. Just like buildings that are square all across the world have nothing to do with each other just because there's a square-shaped building in Japan and there's a square-shaped building in Ohio and there's a square-shaped building in the Aztecs. Nobody focuses on the square-shaped building, and you have rectangular type spiritual buildings in Japan, rectangular type spiritual buildings amongst the Aztecs, rectangular type, and nobody says we have rectangular, dude, the rectangle. The European taught you to group it all together so we could squeeze everybody in, but in actuality, this object right here is nowhere on the planet Earth, doesn't exist, is non-comparable, and neither is the great Aku that people associate with Khufu. But anyway, let's get on with the class. This was the seat of immortality, and it is 2700 BC. That is 3,400 years before Kaaba. That is the oldest holy house of immortality on the planet, not the Kaaba. But they're saying that it's the Kaaba. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, House of Atten. Let's continue. So they started off, first of all, with an untruth, because they say that was the oldest holy house, but archaeology says no. This is only 684 AD. It's in the 80s as far as what they're calling a Kaaba. Now, does the word Kaaba have anything to do deriving from a Ka and a Ba? Well, first, what is the Ka? The Ka is a bioenergetic template of the physical, which forms the physical body and the physical world, and it's found in the oldest book of immortality, the Per-Emharu, chapter 30, where it clearly states here. Let me go to it here. So what is the Ka? The Ka is the bioenergetic aspect of the human etheric body. It is the underlying supporting bioenergetic mechanism and active living template for bodily intelligence and all biological life processes. It works in line with the biological function of the physical body and exists as an exact energetic counterpart that is firmly enmeshed within the living physical body. And that's why the Per-Emharu, which is the first to state this, in chapter 30 says, the Ka, thou art my double within my body, Kenamu, forming my body and making it strong. So the Ka, according to the writings of our ancestors, the Ka actually forms the physical body. So the Ka existed before the physical body, and it's actually what is creating the physical body. And that is in chapter 30, and it is the bioenergetic template. Okay, so the Ba is the pure energetic projectable double that projects outward as it echoes out, copies into the refined state of the double reality from the Ka, which is the pure energetic template, as seen in the Book of Immortality of the Per-Emharu, Plate 1. And so this is the Ba. The Ba is the pure energetic projectable double. The Ka is the bioenergetic template. And this is the echoed one that comes out. People say, Tehuti, what do you mean the echoed one? This is what our ancestors taught. It was the echoed walking body. And that's why when you go to the Per-Emharu, Plate 1, it says, coming forth of my Ba to walk, setut, about every place. What is setut? Setut is a copy of something. It's to make a copy, an image of something. So it is also the light fire flame, and it is also associated with a fiery serpent. It echoes out, but there's a line of energetic connection from each of the pure energetic projectable doubles that people describe as a silver cord. And that's just an energetic connection that connects it back to your body. So you never have to be worried about having a out-of-body experience and being trapped outside of your body, because you're never fully outside of your body. Only refined copies can go into the more refined realms, but there's always a connection and a line back to the Ka, because the pure energetic the projectable double is always connected to the template, because the template is what's giving it life to energetically copy and echo out. And once you have a retraction, you go back through that same line back to the physical body. It's only when you actually physically die that there's no more connection to this. As long as you're alive, this pure energetic projectile body is always connected to the body, so it never fully leaves. It just echoes out another one, which is connected to the past one, and that one echoes out another one, so it's a continuous echo, and that is because each echo is of a different frequency that can go into a more refined realm, so you can never be trapped outside of your body, because it's connected like an eternal line called the set, which is a fiery flame line, and it is a copy. So that's why the word setut is to walk about, because you're not actually walking with your feet. The way that you move about is you project out of the last copy to go into the next realm. So that's why the word out of body, the original word for out of body on the planet was setut, and it meant to walk out in any way that you mari'ep, which is any way that you constantly please. So does the ka and the ba have anything to do with the origin of the concept of the word Kaaba? Absolutely not. As I have stated in the beginning, this is called lazy reverse reasoning and logical fallacy that the lazy teachers propagate because they are too lazy to research the original culture that had the Kaaba and thus think that it originated with Islam. Morphing two meta words, ka and ba, that are two separate words which have nothing to do with the origin of the singular word Kaaba, which actually means a cube, and it predates Islam, when Islam infiltrated the concept upon the word. Once I walk you through, so back again, ka and ba are two separate words that have nothing to do with Kaaba, which is one word that means a cube, and it actually predates Islam. It was called that by people that predated Islam, so there wasn't Islamic people that actually took the ka and ba and made the word Kaaba, because prior to Islam in that area was the cube, and the way you say cube in Arabic in that language, which was actually originally Nabatean, was Kaaba, which was a cube. And we're going to find the cube going back to a feminine principle in worship way before Muhammad was even born. So the concept upon the word, they put the Islamic concept upon the word in their new teachings, but once I walk you through the original culture, which had the Kaaba, which was not Islam, you will understand the significance of the cube shape and much more. Now, because I answered the question very specifically, I want to focus on the specific aspect of the question, which is very interesting, and that's the specific aspect right here, and that is the first who enlightened them despite their disdain for the practice of Kemet, which is a very good question, because you may be asking yourself, if Muslims hate Kemet so much, did their first teachers like Kemet and learn under the original Kemetians, and then the love changed after time? Because if they hate Kemet and call it pagan so much, how could they have sat under the ancient people and learned to steal the culture? We're going to find that out and more if that's actually what happened. All right, so here we go. This is a very good question, and because of the word enlightened, when we think of enlightenment, we think of people seeking wisdom, such as when the Greeks first went to the Nile Valley. Yes, they were enlightened. So it may appear, if we find aspects and influences of Maat within Islam, that it was also true that their original wise men were enlightened by the wisdom of the Nile Valley people in Maat. And if so, why would people that once saw ancient Kemet as a source of wisdom and enlightenment have so much disdain for it now? And the simple answer is they never did. They never did. They came as plundering thieves to attain power, install concepts, and superimpose their religious beliefs on top of pre-existing cultures through force and thievery and murder. There was no enlightenment going on, with no form of reverence at all. It is extremely important for you to ponder on this very difference between the Greeks and the Christians, who openly went to the Nile Valley seeking guidance and enlightenment, such as Pythagoras, Aristotle, Plato, Alexander the Great, called Maat Kemet, and many Christian leaders and many popes. The difference is, when Islam came into creation, It was 700 years after Kemet was no more, so the original Islamic men never had a taste of seeing a pharaoh or anyone who followed Maat as a spiritual guide. That is a complete difference from the origin of Christianity and Greek philosophy that they did. What they did is conquer the area, steal the wisdom with hatred in their heart to shift their power, never to actually adhere to it, but to claim it as theirs. And the Ka in the Ba is not plagiarized, but here are the many others. And then we will get into the Kaaba's origin right after this. So here we go. So first, let's look at the Saudi Arabian area, Iran, and see, let me shrink this down. Let's look at the Saudi Arabian Iran and see what the original Arabs had first-hand access to, and what culture existed in the landmass prior to their creation of Islam. So first, before the Arabs even created Islam, they were already surrounded by a pre-existing culture that went back over 5,000 years. So we're going to look at the landmass and see what the so-called Arabs had access to in the area, and what was the oldest culture in that particular area before they even migrated out of it. So we're going to look here, and we see it is the Babylonian, the Bab-Ilil, that's what it was originally called, Bab-Ilil Empire. This is 606 BC, and before that was the Sugagi. But we're just going to go to the closest one, the Syrian and Bab-Ilil Empire. And here we have the Saudi Arabian area. Here's Iran. Here's Iraq. All three places associated with Islam: Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia. And what are they surrounded by? This area right here, which already had an established existing culture all the way back to the 3rd millennium. So when we go back to the older depictions of the maps, before there was a Saudi Arabia, here's the Arabian desert. And what do we see here? We see Shurapok, we see Nippur, we see Ur, we see Sumar, we see Iraq, which is where the word Iraq came from. And this is the area that was surrounding them before they even came into the so-called Kemet or Egyptian area. This is what they were influenced by first: the Ogarat, Babylon, Akkad area, Nippur, Sumer, Ur, Elam. These were the areas that were influencing them first. So as we clearly see, the Arabian area, Iran, Iraq, and all the areas of people associated with Islam was originally ancient Bab-Ilu or Bab-Ilon, and what people call Sumer, which is really the Sagiga, today, in which some of the oldest tablets of creation of gods exist. And this is what pre-Islam was surrounded by, influencing them for thousands of years before Islam was invented. Particular tablets such as the ones, this one here called the Atrahasis. This one goes back to 1646 BC, which is 2,300 years before what they are telling you is the Kaaba. This is the Atrahasis, and this is by the scribe Ami Suduka, and this is 1646 BC. And this is what the Arab, they weren't even called Arabs then, but this is what the people in the area were surrounded by: a perfectly established culture with armies, doctors, everything you need for a culture already before the goat herders and farmers developed Islam. You can find a translation of this in a book called Myths from Mesopotamia, Creation, the Flood, Gilgamesh, and Others by Stephanie Daly. This is a great book right here. So here, let me see if I can read this, because it may be a little small, maybe a little blurry. This is going to be hard to read, but this is blurry. I may have to pull up the. But anyways, this talks about the creation of man being created with the flesh and his blood and clay. This is man being created by blood and clay, and that's this area right over here. It's a little blurry. You all may not be able to see it, but this is man being created by clay and by a drop of blood, by blood here. And this is through Enlil, ENQI, and there's some others mentioned, but it's to Mami and it's too blurry. But anyways, the original creation story that was surrounding the Arabian era was the Atrahasis, which describe man being created from blood and clay. And this was 2626 BC, which is around 2,300 years. This is way before the Kaaba. Okay, so now here comes Islam, birthed into the exact same area 2,300 years later, with this in their holy book, the same book that states that the Kaaba is the oldest holy place on the planet. And over here, Quran 23:12, we created man from an extract of clay. We made him as a drop in place element firmly fixed. We made the drop into an alaq with the blood, suspending blood clot. And that is exactly, that's what it says over here. This is blurry. If you want me to pull up the clearer one, I'll do that after the podcast. But just go to this on page 15 of this book, and you will see man being created from clay and drops of blood. And over here, 2,300 years later, in the Quran, in 632 AD, all of a sudden, boom, man is being created from alaqa, a blood clot, and clay. The exact same thing, but this came 2,300 years, thousands of years later, in the exact same area, that these tablets already exist. Here they come, but what do? They shifted it from Enki and Enlil and Mami into their god Allah. Not being enlightened, but literally just stealing from what was in their surrounding areas that they had easy access to, because they literally lived right there in the area. So meanwhile, simultaneously saying this about Babylon, and here's where the PSYOPS comes in. So as they steal from the Babylonian tablets, now in verse 201, Sahih International, and they followed instead of what the devils had recited during the reign of Solomon. It was not Solomon who disbelieved, but devils disbelieved, teaching people magic that was revealed to two angels at Babylon, Harut and Marut, but the two angels did not teach. So they always associate Babylon with devils and demons, and that is how the PSYOPS works. You steal from something, and then you slander it afterwards, so nobody goes there. Let me introduce you to the obelisk of Istanbul, Turkey. You may be saying, what is it? Istanbul, Turkey? Why would an obelisk be in Istanbul, Turkey? Here's the obelisk of Istanbul, Turkey. You may recognize this very clearly as a Maat object directly from the Nile, and that's exactly what it is. Why is that in Turkey? It is a symbol of Maat fertility nectar called Min. Now, what is the most practiced religion in Turkey? The most practiced religion in Turkey, Islam in Turkey. Islam is the most practiced religion in Turkey, as much as 52% follows just the one sect. There's many sects of Islam, but 52% just follow the one Sunni madhab of Islam. And there's many more sects of Islam in Turkey, but just that one sect takes up 52% of the entire population. So what is an area that has the highest population of Islam, where one sect is over half the population? So you can imagine, if you added up the other sects, what are they doing with this in Turkey? Why are people crowded and surrounded around this in Turkey? Here it is right here. This is from the Netter Min. It represented Min and the fertility with the erect penis. The word Min means firm, and it was speaking again of the firm penis that we spoke about, the phallus, the henu in the other class, because the ejaculating penis represented fertility and creation, and it's the exact same word for the box of immortality that they're calling the Ark of the Covenant today. And Min means to be firm and established, and it represents this right here. And that is the resurrection, because within the word resurrection that you have today in this Masonic language, you have the word erection. Resurrection means to erect again. It's from two words. One is from the Mennonite word ra, rar. Rar means to do something again. That's where you get the word rewind, redo, react. It's from rer, the Mennonite word that means to do something over again. So it is from the re-erection of AUSAR, and that's why you see AUSAR here with the erect phallus pointing upwards, because he's re-erecting and giving birth or giving life. Okay, so in Maat, the symbols of fertility, growth, and rebirth was the phallus and the breast. Okay. The men represented fertility, green growth, and erection of wheat agriculture from the green. So when you look at this, you see what's called AUSAR Uwajit. AUSAR Uwajit is the green AUSAR, and he represents the green grass and ground that things are fertility growing from. And here is the wheat. And if you look at this, the wheat right here, you'll see leaned. This is a little blurry because of the pixels, but they are triangle shaped, leaning to one direction. A triangle shaped top leaning to one direction is exactly what the penis head looks like. The penis head looks like a triangle or mushroom shape, and there's a little more on the top than there is on the bottom. And that's why when you go to the image of AUSAR here, you see that there it is right there. You see the pyramid shape right there, and there's a little bit more on the top than the bottom, because that's what a penis head looks like. And this exact symbol of the erected phallus is also the symbol of the wheat growing out of the ground, and that's why AUSAR Uwajit, which represents the ground and the fertility of the ground. You have the man pouring the water, and there's the same penis head with the same shape, but it is symbols of wheat and resurrection of plants every year growing out of the ground. And that's why AUSAR is the Uwajit one, or the green one, because the ancient cultures in the Nile Valley and the ancient cultures in the Arabian area, there were farmer cultures, shepherd cultures, and farming agricultural cultures. I want you to look at the background of the Kaaba. You will see these objects that look like obelisks with the top narrowing. So when we go to the Kaaba, what we're going to see is, boom, we're going to see these obelisk type shaped buildings here. And when you ask a Muslim, why are these shapes right here always by mosques and Kaabas, they can't tell you why the shape is here. They'll say it's for the call of the adhan. And I'm about to show you that the call of the adhan was not done out of these shapes originally in Islam. We're going to get to that in a moment. So guess what they're called, though? So these are the symbol. This is the symbol of min with the erected phallus, which is the wheat erecting out of the ground. And then you have the obelisk symbols right here outside of the Kaaba. And what do they call this? They call it the minarets. That's actually what these are called, with the word min inside of it. They're called the minaret. Minarets are essential to Islam, but what you will find interesting is that the original mosques in Islam's origins in Arabia and the mosques in Jerusalem, they did not have minarets. So when you go back, all you see is domes. They literally call it the Dome of the Rock. So when you go back to the original mosques when they were in the Arabian area, they did not have minarets. They did not have anything with the word min in it that stood up like an erect phallus. You don't see that here. You do see the dome, breast symbol, but you don't see any minarets in the original ones when Islam was developing. And if you ask everybody, where did Islam develop? They will all say Saudi Arabia, in the Arabian area. Well, when it developed, where are the minarets? There's no minarets. Let's walk through. Here we go. So when did a long obelisk-looking structure called a minaret become identified with Islam, if not while it was in Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia is an origin? Well, that would be the mosque right here, which would be the first to have pillars as minarets constructed within it. And that's this one right here. Here's the first one. This one here with the four corners of the minaret symbol right here, the long pillar symbol. This is the Amir Ibn el-Ask Mosque in Egypt. Now the min pillar that you see outside of the Kaaba is introduced into Islam after they get into Egypt. This is the Min Ibn al-Mosque in Egypt. The first one built in Egypt. Now that they're in Egypt, all of a sudden we see these phallus-looking structures. But when Islam was first being developed, we don't see them here when it was in Arabia. Now they get into the area that has obelisks, And all of a sudden, when they build the mosque there, that is the origin of when these long things. So Muhammad never commanded for these to be built. In the original Islam, this was not a part of the mosque, but it became a part of it after they invaded and went into Egypt. They started reconstructing their mosques now with these minarets. So boom, thus now you see the breasts and the min as the phallus a part of Islam. Here is the tomb, the temple of Luxor, and there's the minaret structure right there. It's called the Tek. And then when you see the breast over here, here it is. And now you see these always long things right by these dome things. And if you ask a Muslim, what are these things here with these protruding things at the top and they look like breasts? Why is this even a part of Islam? I don't see churches develop like this. I don't see Buddhist mosques look like this. Why is this a unique symbol of Islam with these right here always following it, but this didn't exist in the original mosques in Islam? There's the breast and the phallus right there. Okay, now let's continue. The word minur was used also for light stick, incense, and also was the word for butamin, which is what the followers of Maat use for what today is called the mummification process. And it echoes the fertility god, Neter Osiris, being rebirthed from the Aku, what people call the pyramid, which is the lighthouse. The Aku is the lighthouse. Let me go back here. So here's the minor. The minor, and minor is incense, a light stick, and it's also butamin. Butamin is the reason why they call what you're calling mummies, they call it mumia from the Arabic word for butamin, because of the black, butamin. And then the Arabic became mumia. And the Europeans and Arabs used to eat this, used to eat the dead skin of the ancient pharaohs. And the word Aku, which is the word for the pyramid, comes from right here, light beings, Aku. Aku, so the Mer and the Per Aku is literally the lighthouse. That's the Per Aku, house of light, and that's one of the names for what people are calling the pyramid. And the minur is the butamin and the incense stick. Keep that in mind. So here we go. There's the Akuti. What does it mean? The gods of the being of the kingdom of light. And then you got the Akut, which is what? The name of the pyramid of Khufu. The Akut Khufu. Because Akut deals with light, and Per means house. It was the lighthouse, the great lighthouse. Oh, guess what minaret means in Islam? Let's go to minaret in Islam. Slender, lofty turret, mosque, typically by stages. Let me shrink this down a little bit. Minaret, manar, candlestick. Minaret from manar, candlestick. A light stick, a candlestick. Minar, the word minar, a kind of an incense, which is a light stick, and butamin. Minaret from minar, which is candlestick, which created the minar, candlestick, which created what? The menorah. The menorah became the Jewish several light sticks together. Light sticks, candlesticks, fire sticks. That's the minar. From minar, which is incense stick. That's a light stick. So here we go. Minar. That's where minaret is from the minar. Boom. So now they were not coming in contact with any live scribes being enlightened. They came some 700 years after. 1 second, everybody. Hold on. One moment. Let me fix one thing here. All right, let's get back to it. Here we go. So they were not coming in contact with any live scribes being enlightened. They came some 700 years later, after the Nile Valley was conquered. Ooh, it's warm in here. And after the ancient quote unquote Sumerian civilizations were conquered, they started building on top of the land, saw objects and writings, and installed and reinserted their gods into the ancient fertility gods' place. And now go to specific areas and tie this in with the Kaaba, the square. Now we're going to go to specific areas and tie this in with the Kaaba, the square, and the transformation from solar worship to a black cube and stone, and the concept of the triple goddess, Baal, Asar, and the Vesica Pisces, lifted to create the Islamic Kaaba ritual, PSYOPS. We're going to do all that right now, but in order to do all that, of course, thank you, Nancy, so much. In order to do all that right now, to link and show all of those origins, you already know what it's time for, everybody, and it's time to go directly straight into Are you ready? Are you really ready? Get your pen and your pads out, everybody. Let's go for this. Sorry, I was on mute. Let me go back again. Interestingly, go back again. Let's start. I was on mute and I was off the screen. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. It's time to get into the Tehuti overdrive. Remember, the dome in Islam was taken from the fertility breast and bread loaf, which equals a feminine symbol. As I have taught many times before, the crescent and star was a symbol of AUSET, which eventually became Venus to the Greeks, worship in the area of fertility. And thus, what do they call the area of Islam today? Let me ask the crowd. What is the area of Islam today called? It's called, what's it called, that whole area? What is it called? Type it in the room. What is that area? I'm going to give you a few moments. Okay, I am back. Let me check the room. What's that area called? The Arabian area called. What is it called, everybody? The Arabian area called. It's called something, something crescent. Give you a little hint. Something crescent. It's a whole area called something crescent. Anybody know? Something crescent. There we go. RPM jumps in the room. Fertile crescent. Anu, fertile crescent. Wonderful. When you think of Saudi Arabia and that area, do you think of greenery, grass, and tropical rainforests and pineapples growing with bananas? When you think of Iran, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia, what does you see visually in your head? What kind of environment is it? Luscious rainforest with monkeys and baboons and turtles swimming around. What do you think of when you think of the Saudi Arabian, Iran, Iraq areas? What do you see? There we go. Deserts, sand. Derek says desert sand. And isn't it interesting, Angela Gates says desert, that the area is called the Fertile Crescent? Since when in your life has sand been associated with fertility? Why would it be called the fertile anything when you don't think of anything fertile coming out of the desert dry areas of Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Iraq, you don't think of beautiful farming taking place. But yet the area is called, not even the Nile Valley is called fertile anything. Not even Jamaica is called fertile anything. Not even beautiful Hawaii, and place with rainforest. The Amazon is not called fertile anything, but the driest area on the planet Earth, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Iran, that area is called fertile. And they always put the word crescent with fertile. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Let's break this matrix. Let's find out the truth of why that area would be called the fertile crescent. And literally nothing fertile is coming out of that area. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Cobras are going crazy. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. What is it called? The Fertile Crescent. The Syrian desert. Arabian deserts. This is called the Fertile Crescent. And that is because AUSET. This is AUSET. These are the Islamic symbols. That's AUSET's name that you see on top of the minarets. You see a crescent with AUSET's symbol there, and the symbol here is fertility. It's called the Sabtet. The Sabtet star, or the Sirius star, which disappears and becomes silent for a 70-day period, and then when it reappears, the beautiful floodwaters come along the Nile Valley, and that is the beginning of fertility in the Nile Valley. And it is Sabtet, which means to get ready, to be prepared. It is a fertility symbol, which became the Venus star, or the Venus symbol, which Venus became the god of love and fertility after it was taken by the Greeks. Love and fertility and sexuality. That was AUSET's. This is AUSET's actual name. AUSET's actual name is the symbol of the fertile star that starts the rain, called the Sabti. And there's her name right there. There's the star right on top of her head, and that is the Sabti. And there's the crescent, and this was the Fertile Crescent. And now Heisted calling this whole area a Fertile Crescent, and on top of their mosques and on top of the minarets from menorah, candlestick, light stick, and the deity and the netter min, now is the Fertile Crescent on top of these. That's a Fertile Crescent. Okay, there it is right there. The Fertile Crescent. We're going to see the fertility goddesses pop up soon in this area of the Kaaba. Here we go, everybody. So in that same area, the echo of the triple fertility goddess was taught and adhered to from Iraq, which is Uruk, to Ugarit, to the Canaanites, and throughout the Nile Valley under Maat. And here it is right here. You'll see this under Rameses, but this is Kadesh, Astarte, and Nat, which I've taught about many times. The triple goddess principle that's stated like this in the actual writing: Kadesh, Astarte, and Nat is representative of a single goddess who is a combination of three goddesses: Kadesh, Astarte, and Nat. It was common practice for the Canaanites and Egyptians to merge these deities. So this is, here we have the triple goddess in the stone, and in the writing, in the inscription, it says Kadush, Astarte, and Nat. This name was stolen and actually applied to the Islamic holy book and the Kaaba, which both are represented by the five-pointed star and the crescent. The triple goddess was called Kadush, taken and made a male, and now is called Allah. So when you look up Allah, now Allah is called Al-Kadush. You see that? Now Allah, in the exact same area, remember we've never even left the area yet, in the same area where they have the Kadush area, which was the female triple goddess, now they took Kadush and they made that one of the attributes, one of 99 names of Allah. And they made Allah Al-Kadush. He is free and away from imperfection and deficiency. He is free from weakness, poverty, and all kinds of deficiency. Al-Kadush, the most holy, most pure, all perfect. Coming from questions in Islam and every other Islam when you ask them who is Al-Kadush. Remember, this is 650 AD. This alone right here is 1213 BC. And this is not even the oldest of the Kadush. This is thousands of years. This is way after, and now all of a sudden Kadush is a male in the exact same area as the Kadush, the original Kadush. Now remember the triple goddess, Venus from AUSET, all worshipped in that area of the Kaaba. The area that the triple goddess was actually worshipped, and Kadush is in the area of the Kaaba. Okay, way before the Muslims got there, took it over and associated the Kaaba with themselves. So the question is, did Muhammad and the original Muslims, did they get enlightened from the original people and culture of the area? Did he even know of the culture of the area to know about any triple goddess? If you ask a Muslim, hey, did Muhammad even know about any kind of triple goddess? They'll say Muhammad never knew of that. Muhammad doesn't know of the word Muhammad, a triple goddess. And here's where you see typo, the PSYOPS began. I will take you to the history of the Arabs by Philip K. Hitti under the section Eve of the Rise of Islam on page 99. And here it is right here if you want to ever go pick up that book. History of the Arabs, Philip K. Hitti, the 10th edition. And what do we see on page 99 of that book? Here it is. Uh-oh, what does this say? Al-Usa, the most mighty Venus, the morning star, had her cult in Nakla, east of Mecca. According to Al-Kalbi, hers was the most venerated idol amongst the Quraysh. And Muhammad, as a young man, offered her sacrifices. Her sanctuary consisted of 3 trees. Human sacrifice characterized her cult. She was the Lady UZZA'S, to whom the South Arabian offered the golden image on behalf of his sick daughter, Amat Uzzian, the maid of Al-Uzza. Abdul Al-Uzza was a favorite proper name at the rise of Islam. Mania, allotted fate, was the goddess of destiny, and such represented an early phase of religious life. Her main sanctuary consisted of a black stone in Qudayad. So Muhammad, as a young man, was giving offerings to Al-Uzza, the most mighty Venus, morning star. Muhammad, prior to Islam, was worshiping a feminine goddess called Al-Uzza. Boom. Muhammad not only knew very well of the pre-existing culture that eventually they upheaved, but he was a worshiper of the female goddess. And boom, there is the origin of the black stone that is now worshipped at the Kaaba. This is in the Kaaba area, by the way. All this is taking place in the area of the Kaaba and right inside the Kaaba and around it. Wow, Tehuti, I didn't know Muhammad worshipped the female goddess first and was well aware of the teachings of that culture. I see he worshipped Al-Uzza, the female goddess, but are you saying Muhammad was aware of the triple goddess of the original Kaaba area also before Islam? Great. To answer that, let me show you who Al-Uzza of the original Kaaba was. You look up Al-Uzza, who Muhammad was worshiping. Was Muhammad familiar with the triple goddess? When we look up Al-Uzza, Al-Uzza was one of the 3 chief goddesses. She was one of the triple goddesses called in that area Usa. Usa was one of the 3 chief goddesses of the Arabian religion in pre-Islamic times. She was worshipped by pre-Islamic Arabs along with Allat. Allat was feminine first, that's a female. and Minat. A stone cube at Nakla near Mecca was held sacred as a part of her cult. She's mentioned in the Quran as being one of the goddesses who people worshipped. So Al-Uzza was one of the triple goddesses worshipped with the black stone. Uh-oh. Boom. Al-Uzza was of the triple goddesses. Muhammad was worshipping the triple goddesses first, represented by a tree, and a stone cube, and worshipped by Muhammad before the takeover Islam PSYOPS. He was a follower of the triple goddesses, represented by a stone cube, which is the word Kaaba. If you are dedicated to something and then for whatever personal reason have a fallout or see the power that that thing you're dedicated to has for people, you may start your own group with you at the top. Of course, you have to destroy that past thing that people can refer to see that you stole it from that origin, or denigrate it or slander the name of the past origin by saying the new God caused a pagan god and is the mastermind of the psyops of our religion. So Muhammad was very well aware of the triple goddess, and then left that and took the principles. And you see the triple goddess there. You see Allah, which is the feminine Allah, and then you see the black stone called the Kaaba there while Muhammad was a young man, and he was one of the worshippers of the triple goddess in the Kaaba region. This was at the Kaaba, by the way. This is the Vesica Pisces, which became associated with Venus, which was actually a mathematical equation for the Trinity, the reproductive ability of the feminine, because the feminine is associated with the Trinity, because the labor gestation period is called the trimester, 3 mesters, Trinity, associated also with the triple goddess. And this Trinity is a mathematical equation represented by the Vesica Pisces, which was the mathematical equation of 265 over 153, which gives the square root of the 3 to this mathematical equation called the equation of the fish. With this specific equation gives you the number 3 and represents the shape of the woman's vagina, and also the number 3 as the triple goddess for thousands and thousands of years, which made its way into Christianity. And that's when you see the female Mary, sometimes in Christianity, coming out of the Vesica Pisces as a triple goddess. Stolen again, and this is why you have Jesus associated with Lazarus. Sister's name is Mary. A woman who was a sexual being, Mary Magdalene. And of course, Jesus' mother's name was Mary, the triple goddess, represented by the Vesica Pisces, which is why sometimes you see Jesus and Mary coming out of the Vesica Pisces, the square root of 3, 256 over 153, which happens to be the mathematics of the equation of the fish, which happens to be the exact amount of fish that Jesus caught when he threw his net in. So then Jesus threw his net in and caught 153 fish. That is the triple goddess that made its way all the way from the Ugarit area, the Nile Valley area, Iraq area, the Kaaba worshipped, and all the way to Christianity as the 3 Marys, because the triple goddess, Usa, Venus from Auset, who became Venus, now became worshipped in Saudi Arabia as Venus, the love goddess, or Usa, the triple goddess, who was Auset, whose name was also Mary. So Mary, 3, 1, 2, 3, triple goddess is Auset. And there she is coming out of the Vesica Pisces. Mary's 1, Mary 2, Mary 3. And on each side of the woman coming out of the Vesica Pisces is what? 1, 2, 3. And on this side is 1, 2, 3. And this is the black stone of the Kaaba, the black stone which was originally connected, represented by Usa, the triple goddess, reproductive goddess. And now you see the Vesica Pisces symbol here, which is the mathematics of 3 squared, square root of 3. You see the Vesica Pisces here, the vagina. And now let's look at the black stone. Boom. What do you see? There's a black stone on the corner of the Kaaba. What does that look like to you? And what do you have to do with the black stone as a Muslim? You have to put your mouth on it. That'll give you an out of body. That'll make you more spiritual by putting your mouth on this type of shape, which represented Uzza, the Venus, love, sexual goddess of fertility. And you got to put your head in the hole. And when you put your head in the hole, you have to kiss inside. And now you're closer to Allah. I mean Allah. Reenactment of sexual energy. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the TUT'S Podclass. Here we go. Stranger says, that was hard. I want to throw something. New brother Derek Frank says, I was wondering why it was a lot of Marys. I was wondering why there's a lot of Marys. A shout out to the info. I hardly come to the chat to read anything, but every once in a while I do peek in when I'm switching screens. So shout out to the new brother Derek Franks. Support the TUT'S Podclass if you like this information and you're learning anything from this information, especially at the end. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Send support because we've been supporting hot dogs on July 5th and Halloween for too long. Let's now support the truth. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Here we go. Boom. So there they are, sticking their head in the black hole. Here we go. Boom. And this is why you can apply this snake style question in a room full of Muslims and you will hear crickets. Here we go. So here's the snake style question. You ready? Every literate people have writings pre 600 AD. No civilization started after 600 AD. This is only 1400 years ago. It's a little while ago. I asked Muslims, Arabs, can you present your set of writings? Things that were taught in school, poetry of Arabs before 600 AD. Anything that you're proud of. This is the snake style question that you can use to snap somebody out of Islam. And Arabs say, listen, I just have a question. Pre 600 AD, did you have school systems? Arabs, did you have school systems? Did you have poetry? Did you have beautiful writing, literature? Was this a civilization that existed, or did it just come into existence in 632 AD? That's when the whole civilization came into it. I'm not talking about when Muhammad received his Quran. That's just when a man receives a book. But I want to know, you as an Arab person, tell me about your culture prior to 600. That's when you'll start hearing mosquitoes yawning, crickets filing their nails, and those kind of loud sounds. Here we go, everybody. And why can't they answer that? Because when you look at the writings pre-Kaaba, you will see things like this from Malik al-Ansari. Here's some writings. What is this? Kaaba, Malik al-Ansari. We forsook Allat and Allah. We forsook Allat and Uzza and wood. We stripped off their necklaces and earrings. So when you go to the pre-writings, what do you see? The pre-Arab writings are Arabs talking about the worship of Uzza. Were you not connected to God before Muhammad? Where are your writings? What were you teaching in your school systems? What was the Arab writings to the children in the schools? What was the education like? Give us some culture, some Arab culture before Muhammad. You can't, because you're going to get writings about you worshiping Uzza. Boom. All writings in the area about the Kaaba before Islam PSYOPS have nothing to do with Islam or Allah, but are from the past agricultural people in the area who were forced to forsake their cultural gods and goddesses by force. So give us some Arab culture that you are proud of, Arabs, prior to Muhammad. Give me some names of people. Let's hear the names. We're going to get into the names of people very shortly. So here is the Kaaba, which definition is a cube or square. Look at all these people. Oh my. Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, no, this will never be. Never be. Crazy. That's awesome, though. I have just taught you that the triple goddess of who Uzza was a third of, Usa was a third of, represented in the pre-Islamic Kaaba with a stone cube. They represented the feminine birthing principle of the agricultural fertility. Let me ask the class, what does a circle represent in agricultural societies? In agricultural cultures, tell me right now, what would a circle represent to a culture of farmers? What are they looking at? What is it, or what is a circle to them? Let me go into the room. I want to interact with everybody. What does a circle represent to farmers? Derek says mosquitoes yawning is wild. What would a circle represent? Angela Gates said, I watched a video where the artist said, you black bro. Okay. Yes, you're right. Harvest. Now why? Why would a circle represent harvest? The moon, okay. The moon, why? Why though? Why would a circle represent harvest? The sun? What do these things have in common here? Harvest? Stranger says harvest. Mary Seckerman says the moon. Robert says the sun. What do these things have in common? What do they do that associates all of them with a circle? What do they do? What is it about harvest that associates with a circle? What is it about the sun and the moon that associates with a circle? Cycle. There we go. There we go, Derek. They all come back around. To a farmer in an agricultural society, the most important thing was a revolutionary cycle. Remember, they were the first weather forecasters. The farmer were the first weather forecasters because if you don't know the weather and the cycle and the seasons, you can't farm. Everything would be guesswork. You'd have to know exactly when to plant, harvest, when to take the seeds, when the rain is coming, when there's going to be too much rain that will actually flood the seeds. And you have to notice that this happens over and over and over again. So you start to mark that, okay, July, June have a certain thing in common. September, October have a certain thing in common, and you start to predict. That's how you become a good farmer. And you're like, when does the rain season come? Oh wait, it comes the same time every year, which is us cycling a circle around the sun. So to a farmer, a cycle, yes, Levita, rebirth would be a rebirth. That's right, because the seeds are born only in a specific time after you plant them. And you have to plant them in a certain condition. But you need the season to cycle back around to create that perfect condition. And it only happens once a year. You only get summer once a year. You only get fall once a year. You get winter once a year. And you have to wait for the next year. So it's a cycle to an agricultural culture, you'd have to cycle around. That is the most important thing, to predict the weather in order for you to be a good farmer. When do the sheeps mate? When do you bring the sheeps out? When do the cows come out? Do the cows like rainy season? Do the cows want shelter? Do the cows eat the grass right after the rain? These are all things you have to observe as a farmer. In order to observe that, you need to observe the importance of a cycle. Got it. Here we go. So there's the cycle. There's the equinox, the summer, the winter, the fall. This is the earth circling, cycling. Circle and cycle, the same word. Circle, cycle, recycle. Something that happens with angles and reaches the same angle at the same time each year to create this cycle. Okay, so yes, you all are right. The harvest, the moon, the sun, the cycle, circle of seasons. And black was the color of death and rebirth all throughout that area, starting with Asar and Aset and Nebtet, the great healing Asar, to become complete, a complete cycle, and resurrect his consciousness now as rebirth, recycle, called the Great Black One. And this is why when you see images of Asar and Aset, you see them as the Great Black One. And a lot of people come and they say, you see, Asar and Osiris were black people. They didn't need to they didn't care about that. They didn't care about that. They didn't write about that. They're not talking about that whatsoever. They already knew how they look like. There's nothing about that. What they were calling black had nothing to do with what people are calling black today, because when you call yourself black today, you're not talking about the great cycle and the healing of Asar. You're not talking about the word completion. You're not talking about that. You're not talking about that. This is completely different. Because when you see Tyrone the drug dealer, and you see Mark the pedophile molesting the kids, and you see, look at that, the black man over there, Mark, and I'm thinking about the great cycle of Asar, Mark, and Tyrone, the great cycle pedophiler. That's why we're calling him black. He's killing and raping the children, but we're going to call him black because the Egyptians called themselves black for the great Asar, the black one, the great completion. And that's why Tyrone is raping the kids, and he represents that too. No, no, no. Your behavior and what you're doing in nature is why ancient people registered what you were about. Not just because you were born looking like something. That's laziness. Anybody could be born looking like something. You don't come out and say, look, I have 5 fingers. I'm proud of having 5 fingers. Like, you had nothing to do with that. The guy down the street has 5 fingers too. But he uses them to molest kids. And you use them to build houses. I'm proud of you with the 5 fingers. I'm not proud of the 5 fingers, silly man. I'm not proud of your physical feature. I'm not proud. I got 5. What are you doing with the 5 fingers? Because some people use them to kill people, and some people use them to build ancient structures. I'm proud of the 5 fingers that build the ancient structures, not the 5 fingers. I'm proud of my nose. What does your nose do? What is your nose? I got mouth. What do you do with them? Because if you use that mouth and lips to bite people like Jeffrey Dahmer, I'm not proud of your lips and mouth. If you're using them to bite people, if you're using your mouth to cuss out old ladies on the street, I'm not proud of you anymore. Use your mouth to uplift people. Now I'm proud of your mouth. Not just because you have a mouth. So when they're calling themselves the Great Black One, the Great Chem, it is because of what it represented through hard work and labor and nature, not because you're just looking like something. That is absolute ridiculousness. It has nothing to do with anything that the people taught in the land area. They already knew how they look like. They look like anywhere from Will Smith to Wesley Snipes. That's not a problem. They look like Will Smith, Wesley Snipes, and Puerto Ricans. They had all different types of looks. They were melanated. They didn't care. No writing focusing on that, because what was their definition of the Great Black One? Was they the Great Black One like James Brown? I'm black and I'm proud. No. As taught by our ancestors, written by the hands of the indigenous people themselves, the followers of Maat and Tehuti, in the Unas Nefer Auset, what you were mistaught was called the pyramid text, and utterance 366, line 628. What did they say that they were called the Great Black for? What did the people say? Here's what they said. Utterance 366. Thy two sisters, AUSET and NEBTET, come to thee and heal thee, complete and great, in thy name, the Great Black. Because the Chem was the word that meant complete, because AUSAR was being re-healed and resurrected. Thus he was called the complete one. And what is black? Complete. The actual black, not this. This is brown, silly man. This is brown. Black is all the colors in the visual light spectrum completed together, and that creates black. Everything combined together creates this. Not this. This is the color brown. This is black. So when they were talking about black, they're talking about everything that is complete. That's completion. Not the color of their skin. Because if you're black, what color is your beard? That whole setup PSYOPS was because of wars that was going on through racism in America. It had nothing to do with what the ancient people were teaching. And that's why your black has nothing to do with any spiritual system. Whereas you couldn't, if you called yourself black in those times, they would say, oh, you worship the Great Black, AUSAR, the Great Kim War. Because of the resurrection of Set killing him, and thus we have there's a whole story that comes with that. Today, there's no story that comes with black. I'm black, I'm Tyrone. Listen, man, you wanna buy a watch? I'm a black man. It has nothing to do with that, because now it's laziness. That's not what the ancient people said. They said because you're healed, you're now full. You're tempt. This is not Wakanda. This is called tempt when everything is together. It's called tempt. It's the Great Black when everything is combined, and now it has life. Now it's full of life. It's actual black they're talking about. The actual black, not brown. Brown and black are not the same color. I don't know if people are past grade 3, but in no culture no culture are two colors, one color. Red is red, orange is orange, blue is blue, brown is brown, and black is what happens when you put all the colors in the visual light spectrum together. That's completion. When everything is together. That is what they meant by that. They already knew what they look like, Wesley Snipes. They didn't care about that. No ancient pharaoh was talking about being proud that they look like Wesley Snipes. They all knew they looked like Will Smith. They didn't care about that. It's like people in China weren't running around in 2000 BC said, look at my eyes. Look at my eyes. See my eyes? My eyes are a little bit slanted. Are you proud of your slanted? Are you proud of this? No. They were great warriors who were proud of their action. No ancient Chinese writings talk about being proud of their eyes. What do your eyes? What do your slanted eyes do that mine can't? That's all the psyops, and it creates lazy people that are proud of something that they have to put no work into, while the ancient people are actually putting their blood, sweat, and tears into their spirituality day in, day out, ritual-wise, and that is what actually making them. So they're talking about AUSET and NEBTET, the Great Black. This right here, the healing energy and the resurrection energy. That was the black right there. Complete cycle of immortality is echoed through the complete cycle as the sun seasons and the earth's orbit circle. Oh, question for the class. What are the degrees of a square? Go ahead and type it in the room. What are the degrees of the square? And what is the only other shape in existence that has those degrees? Type it in the room. What are the degrees of the square? Of a square? And what is the only other shape in existence that has the degrees of a square? I'll give a few moments. I gotta take a break in a few minutes too. I've been teaching for over an hour. I'll take a little break and revive and come back in a few minutes. So what are the degrees of a square, family? Go ahead and tell me, please. I'm gonna come in the room and type it. What are the degrees of a square? Does anybody know? What are the degrees of a square? That's right, Derek. Your skin and your beard are totally different colors. What are the degrees of a square? 360. What's the only other shape? A circle. Thus a circle and a square are synonymous because they're the only shapes that have the 360, which represents the cycle of something, even though one appears like it has angles and one appears like it has a curve, they both equal 360 degrees. Oh man, okay, here we go. Boom. Yes, a circle, wonderful. 360 degrees, wonderful. Now what movements the Muslims make when they get into the Kaaba cube, square, and the vulva, the black stone. I think Stranger already typed it. What movement do they make? They make a circle around a square. Both 360-degree movements. This does absolutely nothing for your spirituality. It was a symbol of people that were there where the 360 cycle and degrees meant something to the agricultural Quraysh people that were there, and those who worship the triple goddess and the fertility. That 90 degrees, 1, 2, 3, 4 made 360, and the circle had 360. Both the circle and the square are equal. Now they get to the black stone and the black cube, and they make a circular shape around another square that's 360 degrees. Oh man. Which is a complete solar cycle from one season until when it returns again for the rebirth of a new year. Oh, guess how many deities and statues were found in and around the Kaaba before it was transformed into its supposed new Islamic agenda? I will take you directly to the words of the representatives of the people of Muhammad himself in the Sahih Bukhari, volume 59, book 59, volume 5. How many deities were inside of the Kaaba and right around the area before the Muslims got there? Let's see what the Muslims with their own mouth say. Here we go. Sahih Bukhari hadith. When the Prophet Muhammad entered Mecca on the day of conquest, that's when they entered the Kaaba area, there were 360 idols around the Kaaba. That means the Kaaba was already there. There's no writing around the Kaaba talking about an Abraham. Everything goes back to fertility rituals, and even the amount of deities that echoed a cycle had to match a circle and a square, 360. And what did Muhammad do? He started striking them with a stick he had in his hand. But remember, Muhammad was worshiping one of them called Uzza. Then they leave and come back and take over the area for the power. 360 for 360-degree cycle. 360 supreme images, boom. 360 supreme images of the past Bedouin agricultural farmers, season cycles, and I'm going to take a break for a minute. Observing spiritual society with a new story told that, of course, whose origins, connecting and viewing yourself with the echoing nature, they're now evil. And the new religion comes in, kills the people who would be alive to retell the origin. Then they rewrite over the pre-existing culture and images, but redirects the agenda of the divinity to an unseen monotheistic death sentencing god of fear in its place, which is the theme of all the three religions who share commonality in the story of going to the indigenous people. Only these three religions going to the indigenous cultures, killing, raping women, forcing through the sword and death, the religion of the children after the plagiarism and the cover-up, stealing the attributes of divinity. This is nothing new. Here is a Sar with the great agricultural Atef crown. This is the agricultural Atef crown, which I've taught about why this equals agriculture. I'm not going to teach you about it here, but this is the agricultural rebirth Atef crown, painted wooden head from a figure of Osiris, damage to the Atef, the trustees of the British Museum, dated 664 to 332 BC. Now, as we move down into the adjacent region that first influenced the pre-Islamic culture, what do we find? We find the Canaanite Baal with the Osiris Atef crown. Here's the Canaanite Baal in the same region with the Osiris Atef agricultural crown. This is what the Arabs were surrounded by, whether they went to the Sumer area or they looked to the other side, saw Ugarit, or looked down and saw Kemet, or wherever they were surrounded by, they kept seeing these agricultural images of spirituality. Here is Baal. This is 1500 BC, very new to the Nile Valley people. And here's Senuseret with what's called the hedge crown, the same crown as this, the same crown as this. And now what do we see? Bronze figure of Baal, 14th century BC, found near Ras Shamara, ancient Ugarit, near the Phoenician in the Lavar Museum. I'm going to take a quick break for just a moment. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in just for a few minutes. I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to jump right back in and finish this off. So there's the link for the supporting team and students to jump in the room. I'm going to take a break, throw some water on me, recycle myself. I'm going to revive myself and then come back and finish this Kaaba Islam PSYOPS that's taking place. Wait till we get to the end of this Baal situation with Osiris. So jump on in. Peace to the new people. Jessica Shipley. Interesting name. Shout out to you. She says, blessed. Blessed to you, Jessica Shipley. All right, jump in the room for the team. Where's everybody? Where's everybody? Where's the Tef? Where's everybody? Where is the team? Where's the team? There's Netter Firth. Haven't seen him in a while. 360. Where's the team? Jump in. Angela Gates, Stranger, Robert, all the great supporters jump in so I can step off for just a moment and recycle myself. I need to do a 360 and come back. So jump in the room. I already hear a boop. Somebody's in the bottom square there. There's another boop. Where is Annie? And I need Nefra Keperet. You have the on Annie's on the computer that you're on, you have the ability to let people in the room after I step away. So okay, there's Primordial Thought, Bella, and Anu and Ansu. I'm gonna step away for just a moment. Nefra Keperet, you have the ability to let people in and out of the room. I'll be right back, everybody. Peace.
Peace. Well, I guess so far you can see that the symbolism is real. Even with the womb, even with the the female vagina, even within the cobblestone, like the symbolism is real. It definitely, you can definitely see that that there's no like, you can't escape the influence that the Pau has left here on this earth, even if those who follow Islam wasn't even around when they was around. So if you're going to talk about anything when it comes to immortality, anything that has something to do with just life in itself, it just seems like man can't escape pulling the symbolism that was already here before them. And to me, that's when you know where you come from, and the Natiru, they just reign supreme. You can't even escape the knowledge. Like, there is nothing outside of it. Either you're on it and you're with it, or you the anti-biological imperative. You know what I mean? So it's either you're with it or you're opposite of it. But it always stems from the very knowledge in itself that was already, you know what I mean, that already stepped forth, that was already here and was already an influence. So that's just phenomenal in itself. I'm liking where SABA is going with this, and I love how he's just connecting everything. And this one is definitely needed, because those who do follow Islam, that's good for a person who's just randomly checking out the channel, and if they happen to follow it, it's good to see questions like these. This is why I like when Saba touches on other religions, especially religions that are dominant and very popular, just like Christianity. If you go into Christianity, you definitely gonna fall into Islam. So I think that's just phenomenal. The topic that Stranger asked, so this is definitely well needed, and I'm just happy where it's going. Talk to me, Anu.
To all for your Nefer words. I agree. This is a great answer, much needed, especially for the people that follow Islam. There have not been that many classes on Islam, so this is a great one to help break the people out of it. To us, Sabatudi, for the answer so far is Nefer. I like it all. The part that really caught me is when he showed Muhammad and how he used to worship Al-Uzza, if I remember that correctly, and how they had a black stone there for her, and how he himself went and did sacrifices at that temple, and then how Sabatudi summed it up to where he knew the power that the stone had. So if he wanted to create a new following, it'd have to be around that stone, and he would have to be raised before that and make himself the head of it. That was devious of him. I still don't even know if he exists, really, because they got me on Jutho with the whole Jesus thing. But if he existed, that's devious. And it's wild how they feel like, not even in a sly way, just like straight trash a different culture. They try to trash the Nile Valley culture and the Sugagi culture and just steal from them, and then hate them and slander them and call them demons and stuff. And when I read that, I was like, well, I mean, I'm a follower of Maat, so I guess I'm a demon now. I'm not gonna switch up just because you call me that. So that was very interesting. That was a very important source for me to show people that come across that follow Islam, because it says it right there that Muhammad was doing this. That's the person they all look up to. Even when they used to have the caliphate, you couldn't be the caliph unless you were related to Muhammad. So it's like, look at what their ancestor used to do. They used to do what we did, basically. And then he switched up on them. What's up, Atef?
That's in the building.
What's up, great brothers? How y'all doing? How y'all feeling?
Doing excellent.
Feeling fantastic, brother. You know we love when you jump on the scene.
Hey, listen, Islam was my path, so I'm loving this. I'm absolutely loving this because I want to learn. So this is beautiful. I love how SABA gave us the name of the Unas Nefa or Set. I never knew that. I was talking to some of my coworkers about that Thursday. Yeah, I'm loving this. Loving this. Any connections that anytime Saba talks about the religions and the connections and what was actually taken, and how everything traces back to Kemet. I love that. I love that that Saba has taught us, at least, those of us that actually pay attention, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, because that is very, very, very important when it comes to understanding things. Like, just show us, where is it? What is this? Whatever you're saying, what does it trace back to? So it's never how he just makes the connection, just seamlessly makes the connection. Well, this came from that. Just showing. I remember he did a class before about the obelisks and how they, how they were borrowed, used, stolen, taken, and how, because we see them today. At least I've seen them hundreds, maybe thousands of times, and I never understood, what they were, or at that time I didn't understand how they trace back to the Nets or SAR. So just being able to just connect the dots the way SABA does is absolutely why I am here. I just want the truth, and SABA gives us the truth week after week. So we have to support. It's, like I said last week, it's Maat or not. You either supporting the truth or you supporting the lies. So, people do what's important to them. I love how he just showed the tough crown. I'm definitely loving, understanding, getting a deeper and a better, more understanding of my Ren. SABA always drops beautiful, gems, I call them beautiful jewels, information when he's teaching. Sometimes I catch them, sometimes I don't. But one of the beautiful things that I love to do is to go back and revisit SABA's old classes. From the beginning, I kind of lost track because I had went back to the Killer Priest. That was where I first saw him on KP. And I just started watching them and just going in, order. And I think I got up to the part, just to the one where the pre-debate with the Hebrew brother, and then I lost track, and then I started skipping around. But every time I go back, I always learn something new, even if it was something from last week. I was showing my brother the class from last week. Just being able to be exposed to this information is, for me, is life changing. It's definitely life changing. And I was talking to my brother today, and he was talking about Billy Carson and just some of the things that he teaches and he shows. And I just told him, I said, some of the things that he says are true, and some of the things I now know are not true. But one of the things I noticed is that a lot of brothers, not just him, I don't want to single him out, besides when he's talking about the Anunnaki, he stops at the Ptolemy. When he's talking about Kemet, it goes so far. Like even the language that he uses, it's mostly Greek terminology. Like he loves calling Tehuti Thoth. That's just like, that's probably one of his favorite words, I think. I don't know. And it really puzzles me because he travels a lot, and it's like traveling exposes you to a lot of information when you're able to see these things for yourself. The great Sister Nefertiti, when she would share, how she traveled to Kemet and how eye-opening it was to be up close, to just experience, to be in that energy, of our ancestors, and how you can feel it. And coming from her, it definitely means something different for me. It hits different, as they say, than when I used to watch them brothers doing the tours. Those are great too. Not to take nothing away from that, but like I've met this sister. So, I've been in the company of her energy. So to hear her speak about it is just beautiful. So definitely look forward to going there and experiencing it for myself. But it just puzzles me how you could travel to these different places and you still are stuck on the Ptolemy terminology. How you won't, say what the people said themselves. So I'm truly grateful for SABA and breaking us out the matrix, especially when it comes to, the religions. Like I said, especially Islam and Christianity and everything. It's just it's very powerful. So I'm definitely looking forward to his build up, breakdown. We in Tehuti overdrive, so it's full speed ahead. So, hey. I just want to give you a great Hindu, brother. That class was powerful. Oh man, listen, brother. Oh man, I wish that I could have been there. I had planned to be there, but my matrix job that day sent me in the overdrive. It was, man, I wasn't able to make it, but that class was absolutely powerful. So tour for that, and you know, that's another that's another deep understanding of what SABA says when he says he can't go back to the matrix. You know, that knowledge, when you share that knowledge, is different. You know, to be able to speak on those topics, you definitely have to be on a different frequency. You know, I encourage everyone to check that out. The great brother Anu taught a class on EEW. You know, it was very, very powerful, great brother, and definitely look forward to what else you bring. And that caught me off guard. It definitely caught me off guard, and that's definitely information that I love learning about. You know, it was very enlightening and very relevant, very necessary too. You know, very right now. You know, very direct. So kudos for that, great brother. I love that. I love your class. I love your teaching style, by the way. It was very powerful, brother. Very powerful. And I've been showing it to a few people, just, you know, people that's ready for it, because everybody not ready for that, you know, for that information. But, you know, we do got the best teachers, so I understand where that came from. And I truly understand what SABA says when he says, you know, he can't go back to the matrix, because it's either Maat or not. So, you know, on my journey, I understand that when he said it when he used to say it a long time ago, and, you know, a lot of people say different things, and you know, it kind of doesn't, you know, I didn't really understand it the way I understand it now. You know, I truly appreciate SABA for teaching us and for allowing us to understand these things, and for great students like you. You know, it's good to know that it's not just me and the brothers that were on the panel. Hotep, great SABA. You know, it's great to see brothers like you sharing that type of information. Hotep.
Hey, greetings, Hotep.
Great SABA.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Hey, Anu. Yeah. You know I had to cop it once you told me, so.
Is that you got that from the library?
Hey, I knew he said SABA told him a little gem, so I have to go ahead and
hold that up one more time. Let me get a screenshot.
Hold that one more time, because SABA told him about it.
What are you guys doing with that book?
I knew sharing little gems from you, SABA. So, you know, anything coming from you, definitely gotta go see what's going on.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Hope you can handle it. Okay, everybody, we're gonna get back started. Nice to see you, Tef, on the panel. Nice to see you here, my good brother. I love the words you were speaking of. I like the fact that you in the so-called conscious world and whatnot, you don't really get much on Islam. You don't really get much on nobody. Ashar Quaid, none of these guys really focus on how does Islam tie into the PSYOPs. You get a lot of Jesuses from Heru and the Bible, the Ptolemies, and what about Islam? So we're talking about that right now. We're gonna get right back into it, and let's get into it, everybody. So, who's on the screen? Is it Annie or is it Neferkeperet? Who's in Annie's box?
Yes, it is I.
Annie is back. Where's Neferkeperet?
She is trying to stay up, but she's fighting.
She looked really tired when she looked tired when she was on the last. She was yawning, and she's doing the baby yawn. You know, when babies go like this. So, I'm glad she lasted as far as she could. Shout out to Neferkeperet. And we're going to get this thing back. We're going to start right back into it, everybody. We're going to get right back into it to see how this whole procedure takes place with this Kaaba. So the stranger asked me the question, and I could have just said, no, the Kaaba is not from the Kaaba, and the ancient, and the Arabs were never enlightened by the people of the Nile Valley. But we're going to get into how they got the information, what was surrounding, and you're going to see what happens with this bowel situation. So we're going to get back into it. So shout out to Annie. Peace and love to you. Peace and love, Primordial Thought. Peace and love, Atef, Rem, Kem, Maat, Anu, and N2. Like your smiles. See you in the chat. And it shifts again. It keeps shifting. Who's next? I already said Atef, Rem, Kem, Maat. We're back. Up, it shifts again. And there's Bella. Bella, the screen keeps jumping. Okay, shout out to Atef, Rem, Kem, Maat, and peace and love to you, Bella. See you in the next realm. All right, peace and love. Here we go, everybody. We're about to get right back into it. Welcome, everybody, to the TUT'S Podclass. My baby Laura has jumped off my head, and she's, hope she doesn't fall. Hope she does jump on the pillow. She's climbing up the green screen, so we'll see what. I'm not going to get her back down. Let her walk wherever she wants. Here we go, everybody. Ma'at or not. Ma'at or not. Nice to have you back, Shesha. You are wonderful. And here we go, everybody. You ready? Let me get the timer back on. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, my goodness. These classes are, whoa. Here we go. Okay, boom, boom. Hope everybody can hear me. Shesha said the audio is lacking a little bit on her end. I hope it comes back to normal. Okay, now, thank you for telling me, Shesha. We're going to do a check right now. Can everybody see the screen sharing and hear me clearly? Shout out to the new people in the room. I like that name, Jinx Powers. Jinx Powers. Shout out to Jinx Powers. This is my first time seeing Tehuti live. Saw you on KP, and I've been appreciating since. Oh, well, grab your seatbelt. Grab your seatbelts. Grab your pen and pad. Jinx Powers. Grab everything that you can use to retain information, because we're about to get back into it. Nana Amun is still hanging in there. He's been here from almost the beginning of class. Shout out to Levita. Is that a new name? If I'm familiar with Levita, shout out to you. If you're seems like a new name. Shout out to you, Levita. Jinx Power is definitely new. Shout out to all the new people here. Here we go. We're gonna get back into it. This question about Muhammad and the Kaaba, and we're gonna get back into the immortality of AUSAR and how this was shifted. So here we go, everybody. Boom. Are you ready? Lisa's still here, hanging on, staying awake. Here we go. Boom. We're going to screen share. Screen share again. Present. Boom, boom, and boom. Entire screen. Here we go. Stranger loves Bella's Tabby Cat. Tabby Cat 9. Okay, here we go. Boom. All right, here we are. Let's go back a little bit for the new people that just came in. So we go back to the early writings, and of course, the cube shape and the circle shape both have 360 degrees, which represented in that ancient culture the cycle of the seasons, which it was for every single culture in that area. It represented the cycle of AUSAR. AUSAR was called the Great Black. The Great Black because Black dealt with healing, and Black dealt with the complete cycle of everything combined. And that's why in the oldest writings of spirituality, the pyramid text utterance 366 says, thy two sisters AUSET and Neptet come to thee, they heal thee, complete and great in thy name, Great Black. And you see this word complete in the meta-netter is the word Kem, in thy name, the Great Black, because the Great Black dealt with complete healing because he was resurrected back to life. So it was all a resurrection story. Complete cycle of immortality is echoed through the complete cycle. Let me get my glasses on. Complete cycle of the seasons and Earth's orbit equals circle. I asked how many degrees were in a square, and what is the only other shape in existence that has those degrees? And the answer, of course, is 360. 360. The only two shapes on Earth that have that, and that's why when you go back to the Kaaba now, you see them doing a 360 around a square, which is 360 because in that area, 360 represented the cycle. Ooh, I'm getting attacked by spider hair. I'm not sure, but here we go. 360 represented the cycle of the Earth around the sun and the seasons, and that was 360, which is a complete solar cycle, one season until it returns again for the rebirth. And guess how many deities were there in this Kaaba area before Muhammad got there? or before Muhammad came back, because he was there already worshiping the triple goddess female, and then he comes back and he finds how many, according to the Muslim words themselves, 360, because they use the idols to not even idols, they use the statues to echo the degrees of the square and the circle, and the seasons being 360. And then Muhammad started striking them down because he was there to take over the area, even though he was one of the ones there first, worshiping the female triple goddess. So boom, 360 supreme images of the past Bedouin agricultural farming season cycles, observing spiritual society. Now with a new story told that, of course, of those origins, connecting, imbuing yourself with echoes of nature. And there, now the new story is that those are evil, and the new religion comes in and kills the people who would be alive to retell the origins. Then it rewrites over the pre-existing culture, the images, but it redirects the agenda of divinity to an unseen monotheistic death-sentencing God of fear in its place, which is the theme of all of these three religions. Notice they also come in threes, like Mary, 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 and the Trinity. And the major religions coming out of monotheism is also in three, who share the common history and going to indigenous cultures, killing, raping women, forcing through the sword and death. The death of the religion and the children after. Only the children are left after the plagiarism, and they cover up, stealing attributes of divinity. This is nothing new. Here is the SAR, the great agricultural netter with the Atef crown. This is the crown of agriculture, again called the Atef, which means father, and this goes back all the way to 664 to 332 BC, now found in the British Museum. And this is the symbol of the lotus plant budding in its cycle. I already did a class on that, but this is the agricultural symbol, which is why Atar is drawn as green, called Uwajit, and he's shown with wheat coming out of his body. Okay, good, you stay there. Because the green represents the greenery of the earth and his rebirth cycle as the original farmer. Now, as we move down into the adjacent regions that first influenced the pre-Islamic culture, who do we find? We find Baal. But what is Baal wearing? Baal is wearing, the smiting god, is wearing the same Atef crown as the originator, which is the Osar in the black and green. And there is Baal. So all the cultures were being assimilated into the Maat culture with the Atef crown. And it's supposed to be a different culture, yet the crown is the same, because they're all talking about the agricultural principles of Osiris, of Osar. So here you see center to right, with what's called the hedge crown, which means white, which I already did a whole class on the symbolism of white. And then over here, what do we see? We see the bronze figure of Baal again in 14th to 12th century BC, which is way after the pyramid text, or the original Unas Nefer Auset text. And there they are with the same crown there. So the Muslims come about way too late. They're already surrounded by cultures established in an agreement of the same netter deities, and now they're surrounded. They needed power, but the Muslims don't come around until around 640 AD. All these cultures have already been there since 3200 BC, and now the Muslims coming in, Johnny come lately, they have no power because the cultures around them are dominating and already been there for thousands of years. So they take from the concepts of the cultures and kill the elders, kill the people that were practicing, and then teach the people in the area the same culture but warped, but now with the divinity given to a new god instead of the goddess Uzza. Now it's in Alat, now it's given to Allah. So we see Baal is influenced from the culture of Ma'at as a Hittite being, and Ugarit. Is there any connection between the Hittites and Ugarit? Remember, the Ugarit is the same region that today is called the Fertile Crescent, from which Muhammad was raised in, and the Muslims come from. That whole area of Ugarit, Babylon, Sumer, Uruk, which became Iraq. So is there any connection between the Hittites and the Ugarit people? And then boom, of course there is. In the mid, let me shrink this down a little bit. Boom, boom, boom. In the mid 14th century, Ugarit was ruled by Amitamru I. A letter sent by him, probably to Amenhotep III, expressed the warm diplomatic relations between the two during the reign of his son Nekmakdu, 1350 to 1315 BC. Ugarit became a vassal of the Hittite Empire. So Ugarit was owned by the Hittites. So of course, you're going to see the same things within the culture because the Hittite Empire owns Ugar. Ugar became a vassal of the Hittite Empire. So boom, Ugar was a Hittite vassal. Now, does any of this tie into Asar, Baal, the 360-degree seasonal cycles stolen to recreate the Islamic Kaaba circle rituals? And that is why you are here at the Tehuti Podclass. And here it is right here, boom. The word in Medunetter for daylight, the sun, was shu, also pronounced su. So here is the agricultural word for daylight, which is shu, which is also pronounced su, and that's light or daylight. Let me blow this up a little bit. There it is right there. So it is shu or su, which is light or daylight. All right. The word in Medunetter for daylight was sun, was shu, pronounced su. Now remember, the word sem or shem equals hot in Medunetter. The word shem equals hot. So here we have a word for light, daylight, and the word shem or sem equals hot. Guess what Baal's other attribute was? The same Baal that's the imitation of Asar, the agricultural god. Baal Shem, Baal Shemin, Baal Shemin, Baal Shem Shemim, or Baal Shemin, Lord of the Heavens, also called Shemem. Phoenician Baal Shemim was a Northwest Semitic god. So here is Baal, and that's Baal Shemim, associated with what? The heavens and the skies again, because it comes from the area where the sun is permeating down heat and controlling the entire seasonal system, because it's the earth that's rotating around the sun and the heavens that the farmers are looking at. And so now Baal is called Baal Shemim, from a word for the sun or hot, and also a word for the heavens, because that's where the sun is permeating from. And now Baal Shemim was one of the two supreme gods of the sky god of pre-Islamic Palmyra in ancient Syria, Baal being the other supreme god. So here we have again the pre-Islamic area. We have Baal being worshipped. We already seen Baal was already in the imitation gear of Asar. There's Baal right there with the Atef crown of agriculture of Asar, and there's Baal again with the hedge crown. So we already know that Baal is coming from Asar. And here in the pre-Islamic area, we see Baal being worshipped as Baal Shem, the sun or the hot, and he was represented by what? The lightning bolt. Okay, and again the triad again. So there's Baal Semim, and that's in the same area that Muhammad is being grown up around, surrounded by boom, Shem, sun, the solar cycle of completion that takes place in the skies, the heavens, which equal the season. So now we see it is hot season. It's from the ancient word sem. Well, guess what the ancient Medunetter word for burn up is, and to be warm is? Here it is right here. There's Shem, Semen, burn up, warm, Semim, to become hot. Speaking of the sun, because sun is actually a Medunetter word. The actual name for heat in Kemet was sun. That's where they give the English word sun from. And here's Shemim right here, from where they get Baal's name from. So boom, yes, Shem, Sem is where you get the word summer from, to be warm. That's why you have the word summer in this Freemasonic language. Summer is from the Medunetter word for hot, which is Shemim, Sem, and from Sem they create the word summer, which is warm. And guess what the actual name of the summer season was in Kemet? In Kemet, the summer season was called Shem. There it is again, Shem, the warm season, season of summer, the season of the sun. It was called Shem, the same word for hot, and the same word that became associated with Baal of the heavens, Baal Shemim. And there's Shemim, page 740 of the Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary. So here we go. Let's continue on. So boom, boom, all deriving from the sun summer cycle of ancient Kemet. Meta word Sem, Shem, to the god Shem, El, summer. But what about the word for daylight that you brought up, Tehuti? Well, students, for the first time in history, let me ask and answer. Did the ancient ancestors not only bring up the concept of summer, make up the concept of summer from the word to earth, but the date of summer solstice to earth, and the Masons also giving the word solstice from the plagiarism from the followers of Maat in Kemet. Let me show you the word for solstice for the first time in your life without the lens of the matrix. And here's the word solitus. Solitus, year, coming from sawal, and sta, which means to be firm. And where does it come from? Sawal, sun. And what else? There's L right there. Originally was a suffix. And shu, there's the shu right there. So we're coming from L, which was Baal, and there's the shu, which was the word for light, which was the word for sun, which became Sol and sun right there, all coming from the Kemetic and Ugarit terms that Muhammad was surrounded by. So boom, there's your Su, and there is your L, combined to make Sa'u-El, which combined became the word Sol. So your word Sol for solar is actually from Su, from the Metanetter, and El, which became another word for Baal, and you put those two words together, and it became Su. In your English Masonic dictionary, Su, from the Metanetter word for heat, and El, which was from Baal, which was a copy of Osiris, the resurrection sun, fertility god, and that created the word Sawel. And now you just say today as soul, as in solar. So now you call the sun system the solar system from the Metanetter word Sa, Sao, and El. So your solar system or solar word actually comes from two ancient words of deities and netter. So boom, that became your word soul that you use today for solar. Osiris, the rebirth, 360-degree yearly netter of resurrection, also called Min, which I had discussed earlier in class, later to be called Baal Shams, the god of the solar. Oh, did I mention that there was actually been found the oldest Arabic type of inscriptions in the Kaaba? So they actually found the oldest Arabic inscriptions in the Kaaba area. Did the Muslims not tell you about this? That remember when I told you to ask this question to any of your Muslim friends and the Arab people that listen, okay, forget about Islam, just can you give me a history of writings from Arab people before 600 AD? What will happen if you give those writings? As soon as you look at those writings, it will talk about we worship Uzza, the fertility triple goddess, and then we were forced to give up our garments. So the Islamic writings are all about them worshiping something. The Arab writings prior to 600 are all about them worshiping something else. Where's your continuous way of life? Since you said the Kaaba was set there by Abraham and Ishmael, where's your continuous culture? 600 AD is not too long ago. So why is it before 600 AD we have no continuous following of any type of Allah or God? So give me some Allah writings prior to 600 AD. Give me some school systems of Arabs. What do you teach your children in school? What do you teach? What's the poetry like? Any artwork, any drawings? Because when you go before 600 AD in that same Kaaba region, what do you see? You see this interesting right here. You see this right here. What do we see? We see these writings. These are the oldest writings in the Kaaba area. They should be talking about Allah and God, right? Didn't the Muslims tell you about this? Guess what this translates to? These are the oldest inscriptions in the Kaaba area. What are they talking about? What were the people doing? What is the demonstration of the Arab culture in that area? Let's give the translation. It says, "In your name, O God, I am Abd Shams, son of who seeks forgiveness from his Lord." Abd Shams. Wait a minute, who's Shams again? Shams. Who's Shams? Let's back to this again. Shams are Shamim and Baal Shams. That goes back to this again. So now in the writings prior, we see this, and it says Abd Shams. What does that mean? Boom. It's not Abdullah. You see, the Muslims today are called Abdullah, but it's Abdul Shams, the servant of the sun solar cycle. Shams. For the 360 idols or gods, 360 sculptures and drawings for 360 supreme beings because of 360 solar cycle. So prior to Muhammad killing the people there, they were all agricultural farmers sharing the religion that was influenced by Ma'at. Abdu Shams, here's Shams to become hot, burn up, a symbol of what takes place in the summer. Yes, Shem, Sem, to be warm. And guess what the actual name of the summer season was again? It was Shams. So there's your Shem right there, season of the summer. And there's Bel Sham, which was the god of the heavens, of the sun that was in the sky, Bel Shams. And that became Ba'el, or El, which was another one of Baal's name, and Su, and that became Saul, even in your English dictionary. Not what Tehuti says. And there it is right there. There he is right there. Let me shrink this down. There he is, and there's Osiris. Because they're all sharing the culture that is being influenced and taught by Ma'at in the region. And first comes Osar with the wedge hat of solar farming, and then you see Baal right there with the same headpiece on. Oh, and here is who, as described by the hands of the indigenous people in the oldest book of Immortality. There is the energy force, or something called who, and here it is right here, found in the Purim Haru, page 36, plate 8. What does it say? M netter to the netter in the following, the emiket of Ra, who. Now here's who, and there's Sa. So here's who in the Purim Haru, plate 8. What does who mean? We're back to the inundation again. We're back to the agricultural energy again. There's the inundation, and it's waters, rain waters, one of the most important things to a farmer. And even taking it back to the primordial watery mass from which everything came, the Nile god, who. And then decree to order or command. That is the who, energy and symbolism along the Nile Valley, the inundation seasonal cycle, back to agriculture again, which is also the source from which all came, combining the two microcosms into order command, because all came through sound vibration to create order. The ultimate order along the Nile and the agricultural cultures was the 360-degree seasons, starting with the flood waters, which equals who, which is also the spirit consciousness which commands it, because we always, what did the people of Ma'at teach earlier? You are the ku, the ka, you are the ka, which creates the physical body. So the spirit-like consciousness exists before the physical realm. That was the teaching of all the ancestors. So that's the origin of things. Goes back to consciousness before physical matter, just as water is the origin of life, and the inundation, water, rain, is the origin of the farming cycle. Who means to command, because everything is created from sound energy. Sound frequency vibration is what creates everything. That's the who. Now I'll take it to the history of the Arabs by Philip K. Hitti under the section Eve of the Rise of Islam, page 97. And what do we go? We're going to go back 2 pages back, because we're just at page 98. The Bedouin religion represented the earliest and most primitive form of Semitic belief. South Arabian cults with their astral features. Astral is that which takes place in the sky. Ornate temples, elaborate ritual sacrifices represented a higher and later stage development. A stage reached by sedentary society. The emphasis on sun worship. There's your Shems again. And the culture communities of Petra and Palmyra implied an agricultural state where the association had already been made between life-giving rays, the sun, and the growth of vegetation. That's the echo culture in the area, all the way from Ugarit, this area, the Hittite area, all this whole area here, all the way to the Nile Valley. The Bedouin religion, like other forms of primitive belief, is basically animistic. The striking contrast between oasis and desert gave him perhaps the earliest definite concept of the specialized deity. The spirit of the arable land. Arable land became the beneficent deity to be catered to. That of the arid land, the maleficent demon, and feared And here it is, relatives and friends. Caves became the holy through association with underground deities, forces. And let me go down here. Here it is. Back to Nekla, where Arabians sacrificed to Al-Uzza. There's the Uzza again, the feminine, one of the third of the triple goddesses. Al-Uzza, and who else? Baal, represented the spirit of the springs and underground water. That's the principle of the Hu again, back to the water systems again. It must have been introduced into Arabia at the same time as the palm tree. The word left an interesting survival in Muslims' system of taxation, where distinction is drawn between what Baal waters and the need no irrigation, sky water. So it's back to the agricultural culture again. And back to the waters again. So here we go again. That was the most important thing to the farmers in the area before Islam morphed the way of life. Now, the pre-Kaaba Islam that was there first was based on the sun and agriculture worship of Baal and the god that represented the sky watering the land, i.e. the flood once every 360 days. There is Baal. And what about the Hu that I mentioned earlier? Did Islam take from the pagan, the so-called pagans, steal the power and misdirect their gods? Even though out front they say they hate the pagans. Well, guess who the main god of the Kaaba was before Islam got there? Guess what the highest of the gods of the Kaaba was pre-Islam? Let me take you to page 100. What does this say? Since the mother's blood, rather than the father's, formed the original bond of kinship among the Semites, and because the family organization was first matriarchal, the Arabian goddesses preceded the god as an object of worship. Hubal, from Aram, vapor spirit. Hubal, from Aram, vapor spirit, evidently the chief deity of the Al-Kaaba, was represented in human form. Beside him stood ritual arrows used for divination by soothsayers who drew lots by means of them. The tradition in Ibn Hasham, which makes Amir ibn Luhay, the importer of his idols from Moab to Mesopotamia, may have been the kernel of the truth insofar as it retains a memory of the Aramic origin of the deity at the conquest of Mecca by Muhammad. Hubal shared the lot of the other idols and was destroyed. Mesopotamia, Hubal may have been the combination of Hu, meaning spirit or god, and Baal, master. There is your Hubal, the god of the highest god of the 360 gods of the Kaaba. Hubal, from Hu and Baal. There is your Hu, spirit consciousness. And remember, Hu, right over here in the Purim Haru, is what? The inundation and the watery mass. And they say Hubal, and it's also consciousness command. And then Hubal becomes the highest god, combining two gods. And they say it means spirit, and what else? Vapor. Where does vapor come from? Where does vapor come from? The waters again. So, oh man, here we go. So there's the Hu, spirit consciousness, and water vapors, command, and water inundation, primordial flood, the chief deity of the 360, originally of the Kaaba, that Mohammedans destroyed the memory of. Hubal. Boom. Hubal, the main god of the Kaaba, a Hittite deity who we now know is Osiris from Kemet, became Baal, and in Ugarit and the Hittites to the Baal to the Ugarites and the Hittites. By the time Muhammad arrives in the Kaaba area, he was Hubal, the main god of the Kaaba, attached two different netters, two different deities. One Baal, which was taken from Masar with the same clothing taken, and then Hu, the other netter energy of nature in the Perm Haru, which is the inundation of the farmers, putting them together. Now the highest god of the Kaaba is Hubal, the main god of the Kaaba, the top god of 360 days, which equal the year, the rebirth of Osiris's consciousness, who, through the triple goddess, later became Hubal, to the solar rebirth god of the Kaaba. And that is why when you look up Hubal, guess what it says? When you look up Hubal, let me shrink this down. When you look up Hubal, it will say little to nothing can be found on the details of Hubal, the original Kaaba god, the highest, because the name is a plagiarized. There was no Hubal. It was Osiris Min, the netter of the solar rebirth of your consciousness, who the source in the Purim Haru, every 360 days leading to the inundation and the 360 square circle, which ends up being the Kaaba, and they put those together, it becomes Hubal, and Muhammad was worshiping Uzza, the triple goddess, and there is the answer to the question. Boom, Hotep, I am done. Yes, a little different from the lazy Kaaba equals Ka and Ba nonsense taught by the current Kemetic teachers out there. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter you've tipped or the reciprocity over the past 10 plus years pre-awakening that you gave and spent on the 4th of July celebrations, if you have partook in, if you have learned, or if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your current understanding of this particular subject matter, please send your tip of reciprocity and appreciation to PayPal at RockSV, Cash App, TTM Moon. You can call the tip Kaaba the Truth, Triple Goddess Truth, 360 AUSAR, or any creative name you come up with to PayPal at RockSV, Cash App, TTM Moon, Hotep. I am done. I'm going to put the 2-hour answers. I'm going to put the link in the room for those who appreciate what they just saw. I'm going to put the link in the room for the people to jump in, the supporters to jump in. I'm going to go to the PayPals. I'm going to go to the I'm going to go to the I'm going to go to the Gmails. We're going to check out the support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. If you've ever bought a Snickers bar, if you ever bought a bottle of Heineken, if you ever bought a shot glass of drinks for the girls of the club, if you ever threw dollars at the stripper, if you ever bought Colgate and things that are killing, if you ever bought any of those things and supported the Avengers, Spider-Man, Captain America, if you've ever bought the latest jersey, whatever you've gotten, if you've ever given money for Valentine's Day, if you've ever bought your children gifts for Christmas, and all the hundreds of dollars that everybody spent on the Matrix without them giving you any commercial or even asking for it, if you've ever done any of that, support the truth that has come here that you've never seen before. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV. I'm going to put this temple incense over here. I'm going to check the chat, then I'm going to check the bottom to see. I heard boop, boop, so people popped in. One moment, please. Hold on. Okay, I am back. Let me check the chat to see what you all thought of the answer. Then I'm going to let the people come in the room, the supporters. Then I'm going to check the Gmails and read and see who tipped this. Strangers giving off fire, 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 fire. Uncle Atten pops in saying, peace, my brother. I am Uncle Atten. I hope to see you at the Anaheim Reptile Show, July 27th. Yeah, you will. You'll definitely see me there. Supply reptiles to the people that sell there. So we got Bella, we got Anu, Antu in the room. Stranger says so. Basically, Muhammad is Drake, and Maat is Kendrick. They not like us. I don't no idea what. I don't know what that means. For those who know what that means, peace and love. I have no idea what that even means, but as long as Stranger knows what that means, I'm glad, and he appreciated the answer. You give fire, fire, fire. I don't know what they not like us is. I don't know anything about Drake or Kendrick, but boom. I'm glad you all support. Derek says, wow. There's a couple things I gotta scroll back up or scroll down. I'm not getting I don't get the chat as you send them. There's a lag, so I gotta wait a bit and see what people say. But in the meantime, peace, Primordial Thought, peace, Anu, Antu, and peace, Bella. There you go. Where's the Tef? Because this one was for him for sure. Peace, Bella. I know you're not really too familiar with the history of Islam, but I hope you appreciated that. What'd you think of that? I think she's on mute. You're on mute. Mute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you great now. Yes, I hear you.
So, I appreciated it very much too, and I liked it. A part I found interesting. Well, I found all of it interesting, but when you showed the min-er, how that's used in the process of the Sahu, and how AUSAR echoes that by being rebirthed out of the Aku, which is the lighthouse, and then you showed the etymology of I forget the word, minaret, maybe.
Minaret? Yeah.
Yeah. And I thought it was interesting how within the etymology of words, it's the meant to an effort. So for that. And
say that last part. You said the etymology of words, and then you chopped up. What'd you say about that? Etymology of words or what?
It's interesting how within the etymology of words is the MINARETS. So
Yeah, there
it is. And
meaning
so for being the amazing SABA that you are, and always putting my head where it belongs on the right path, and 204. Yeah, just 204 all that you do.
Glad you appreciate it. Glad you appreciate it. And thank you for noticing that too. Yes, with every time I show whenever I show the English etymology, it seems to always go back to meta words that they're smashing together. That shows that they knew this. So yes, glad you appreciated that. Thank you for your input, Bella. Appreciate all your great words. Hanu, how you doing there, Scribe?
Hotep, great Saba. I'm doing excellent. That was a lot. And one thing that's just stands out to me, and something that I've kind of had a difficult time understanding, is once you show or you know the dates, and we look at the dates of these things, how what takes place in the brain to want to stay at that place and deny when you show all of AUSET's name, and they're going into this and the minaret and Al-Kadush and Kadesh, and it's very interesting to me how the brain works. but Tua for showing this and going through this very powerful, deep presentation, and yeah, I'm thankful and very, very grateful. So Tua, great Saba.
Nini Uk. Nini Uk. It is interesting how the brain works. Yes, it's the brain when it sees these challenges, and it seeks comfort. It seeks comfort. Cognitive dissonance says, I want to stay here because there's so many different nodal points of religion. So even though the people see the dates and everything and see that there's so many things to unweave before the person actually wakes up, because they're in a state of fear. And I'm glad you noticed that too. I'm glad you noticed that. It's like, wow, you see all this and you still want to stay in grade school? Come on, man. Come on. Come on. You see Al-Qadush, you see everything. Muhammad is there worshiping the triple goddess. And then comes back, leaves and comes back, starts destroying things. You were just there bowing your head down, and now you come back, and of course you're going to destroy these things and then start something that's similar right in the same area because people are already familiar with it. And glad you noticed that. Yes, sir.
I saw something very interesting on the Podcraft. A particular person who used to speak about, Islam very heavy, and the last time that the most recent time that I saw him on there, he is now following that.
And then I can describe the person. It sounds like there's a lion in the Podclass. I don't hear him roaring but go ahead, scribe, and say that again. He used to speak against Islam. Is that what you said?
Yes, particular person who has Allah in his name. Used to speak about it a lot.
He has Allah in his name, and he spoke against Allah.
Yes, the good brother Razul.
Oh,
and the most recent time I saw him on there, it seems as if he is now back within, following that way of life. And it was just very interesting to me to see that take place. And even with, having the knowledge and the information, there's other things that are deeply embedded, especially when you grow up in something that is very difficult to let that go, even when you know better. So it was just interesting to see.
He's back in Islam?
From what I was hearing, how he was speaking, and yes.
Yeah, man, it's like Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuhu. All right. Okay, we're gonna go to a Tef. Hey, Falik. We're gonna go to Tef Rem Kem Maat. How you doing, good brother?
Hotep Bay Saba tour for that breakdown and build up. Thank you for doing what I witnessed you do since the beginning. Just trace everything back to Connect. And open my eyes to who bow.
Who bow, huh?
Yeah, tour for that great Saba. Man, I'm so appreciative. I mean, I can't even watch. I don't have no time for that, man. I don't even have no time for that. I'm only going back and watching the ones when Saba was on there. And every time I go back, I was just saying on the last break, every time I go back, I learn so much. Because now where I'm at and things that didn't make sense to me didn't make sense now. The more, I get, the more the teachings teach me, the more I evolve and learn, it's beautiful. I love going back. I love going back to those to see and pick up the little gems and the things that you taught. So, two out for that great Saba. Another great class that I could use to show, some of my close associates, because definitely trying to help people expand their minds and break out of this matrix. So two out for that.
Nini, my brother, glad you appreciate it. And we're gonna go to support. We're gonna go to the support primary. We'll give a couple quick words. We're gonna go into some support. Let's go into some of the support. I'm starting to break down a little bit, so I need to get some rest. I got a lot of things happening. A lot of things going on this week. I actually wasn't going to do the podcast this week. I wasn't going to do the podcast this week, or I was only going to do one question because I was so busy this week. This is the final stage of the move back from the asbestos situation. We had to move things from storage all over the world, man. It's just all over the place, and contractors are back in the other place, and it's not that situation is just ending now. So I was actually going to postpone the podcast, and then I just said, just go, keep going. So, all right, what are you gonna say, Primordial? How you doing, good brother?
Feeling good, so I would just appreciate you. Just want to say, Henu and Tua to you. Yeah, can't escape the symbolism is definitely real. No matter what any religion talks about, any form of immortality, any type of thing, it'll always stem back to the Pau. So just, Henu and Tua to you, that just to reveal that the material can have an influence on a group of people who didn't even get to meet them, didn't even get to see them, and they're still jocking them. So
yeah.
So Henu and Tua to you, so appreciate you.
Nini, okay, we're gonna go to the donation. Anu, did you say something real quick, or were you talking before I came in? I know I heard your voice, but I don't know when I heard your voice.
I haven't spoken this time on coming on.
Okay, you must have been talking before. Were you talking when I was away or something? Maybe that's
last break. Yeah, I did.
Okay. All right, give some quick words, Anu and Antu, and then we're gonna go to these donations, and then we're gonna see. I want to see the support on this. Let's see. Go ahead.
To all very much for allowing me to speak. To all for this answer. I liked how you went over Hu Bao, because when I tried to do research back then on some of the beings, it's hard to figure out which beings really existed and which beings are taken and stolen from other cultures. I like trying to figure out the relation they all had to each other. So to all very much for going over that and showing where Hu Bao actually came from. To all.
Nini Uk. All right, Antu. You don't have any Islamic background, do you, Antu?
I do.
Oh, okay, here we go. You do. Parents are before the parents.
The so-called parents, yeah.
Okay. All right. Salam alaikum.
Yeah, they were not that strict in it, so it's I don't know that much, but yeah, I was.
Okay.
Yeah, so Tua, for all that you did, you brought a lot of information, and I'm just very happy that this is here for all the people. You can bring this class to anyone, and it's here to break the matrix and do all these beautiful things for them. So Tua, very much for all the work you put in.
Nini, glad you appreciate it, and too. Nini, to you. All right, everybody, we're gonna go to the support and see what people what the support is for the Tutti Podclass. Without the support, this doesn't exist. So I'm gonna go and check out the support. We got right off the bat, Primordial Thought. I gave a tip for this answer. Is Annie, are you on the screen?
I'm here. I'm not on camera though.
Okay, you're there. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah. Now Atef is here. So either one of you can be the sound effect person. I can't see the screen right now. I'm here with. Kaaba. Okay. So shout out to Primordial Thought. We give a tip for this answer. Appreciate your support for this answer. We got 2 new people in the room. I like the energy. They're texting, typing. Jinx Powers and Derek Frank. It's just they're taking over the chat. Keep typing, fellas. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, so I'm gonna go screen share. Shout out to Primordial Thought 9. All right, Primordial, read that for us, please.
Yes, it says a tip for the Kaaba build-up to a great Saba, Henu Fist, Black Eve, and the Great Ra.
Thank you. I don't know where the spider is. Okay, thank you. Give him some noise, please. Somebody has no sound. Whoever's doing the noise right now is muted. Is that you, Atef?
Yeah, I was seeing if Atef was going to play him. It sounded like it was real low, Atef, but I'll play them.
Thank you, Annie. Appreciate that. And thank you, Primordial. Hey, Primordial. Let me get this off the screen.
Talk to me, Saba.
All right, is Gabrielle doing okay over there?
Yeah, you know she doing good. She watched the whole podcast. She just went into the Upesh right now. You know what I mean? That baby energy got her up and down and low everywhere. So you know she still watched the whole thing though. She just went. She just went to the Upesh.
Okay, good. We're gonna be checking on her all the way to labor. So I may be in the and well, you may be no hospital after a one-on-one. So all right, we'll see. Okay. Who's this? Eric G. That's it. Eric G. That's it is always watching somewhere in the shadows. He doesn't really type in the room, but he is definitely in the background, watching in the shadows. And Eric G. That's it gave a oh my. Okay, sorry. Eric G. That's it gave a little tip. Well, it's the same tip. It's always the same. It's the same amount every time. So shout out to Eric G's tip is $3.33. And go ahead. And Sue, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, 333 for always great breakdown, Saba Tua.
Wonderful. You might as well get ready to read the next one coming up, because the next one is none other than someone who you may know. Let me see. This next one is coming from someone who you may know, and that someone who you may know is none other than is right? Yeah. It's someone that you may know is none other than yourself and Anu. And $20 from Anu and Antu. Anu, go ahead and read that with your deep voice.
Of course. $20 for Hu Baal, Kaaba, 360 a star. Muhammad is a thief.
Whoa, that's a lot. Hu Baal, Ka, 360 a star. Muhammad is a thief. Give them some hand claps, please. Give them some big, big noise, please. Wow. Okay, we have another snake man in the building. We have a snake man in the building, the only one in the Tutsi Podclass who has an anaconda bigger than mine. Am I supposed to say pause after that? I don't know. This is partial words. But the only one in the Podclass that has an anaconda bigger than mine, and that is none other than this good brother right here. Let me see. And this is my good brother, Uncle ATTON. Perfect name for the Tutsi Podclass because we're the house of ATTON. And he gave $9.99. I send my love, SABA, see you in Anaheim. Even though he didn't give $20 or whatnot, I want to give this young man a round of applause because we have an interesting history. Just give him a round of applause. Too long to explain the history, but there's an interesting history. Give him a little clap for me, please. And I'll see you definitely in Anaheim. Okay, and thank you. And the good brother Jing says, asked an interesting question. I don't know how to answer this. Do I have to add the send on Cash App? It's been a while since I've used it. I don't know. You don't have to add on Cash App if you already have money on it. You only have to add on Cash App if the balance is zero. But if you already have $20, $40 or something on it, then all you have to do is press send to I'll put it on the screen. You may be even able to wave your phone over it. This right here. So you can wave your phone over the QRT right there, or you can just type that in. But no, I don't think you have to add if there's already funds on there, unless the funds on there are already allocated and budgeted for something. Then yeah, you have to add. But just press send. Type the name in. And just press send. What does Sonetta say? My Cash App work. Some craziness. My Cash App work. When you press send, the Cash App should work. So thank you for that. Appreciate you. And look forward to your support. Nook Panuk is next. Nook Panuk is next with I'm definitely gonna get some to read this. This is Nook Panuk, Metanetter language. Let's see who's good at Metanetter in here. Bella, you're pretty fluent in Metanetter. I want to get you to read this right here. You know Metanetter, and I can't read this right now, so I'm just gonna put it on. I'm gonna save my eyes a little bit. All I see is Nook Panuk and a bunch of interesting letters. So go ahead and read that for me, Bella, please.
204 letting me and 204 your net prize. It says 999 for I knew SABA to Maat cable Maat.
What's that?
I forgot the wave symbol and the symbol.
I think. What'd you say? What symbol? I think it's an I.
To say that he added. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Bella. This is a tip, so definitely give him a hand clap. And we appreciate that coming from Nook. And here's one of my favorite. This young lady has come up with this I don't even know what to call it. This phrase that she's come up with. What do you call this? And it's I like this phrase. I never heard this word before, but I like it. And this is none other than Gabriela Lopez Somebody else likes this phrase too. Let me see what it says there. I'm going to read this one. $40 from Gabriel Lopez. I can see this one. I'm going to read this one. Your inner time and inner energy. For your inner time and energy. Appreciate you. Give a hand clap for inner time and energy. Give us a big note. Inner time. That is so interesting. I don't know if anybody else here is familiar with that terminology, but I never heard it before, and I like that. Inner time and instead of energy. So Tua for that. Appreciate. I love the creativity here in the podcast. It is excellent. Thank you for that. I'm going to read a couple more than I take. I may have to step off for this a minute. And Sir Jinx. Did I call him Sir Jinx? His name is Sir Jinx. Sir Jinx is an artist. Sorry. And Jinx pops up with his first donation and the first time I've seen him in the Tutsi Podclass, and he pops up. So anybody that gives their first donation, no matter how small it is or how large it is, they're going to get a first time hand claps. And Jinx, he found this on his Cash App, and he went ahead and sent $5. And Primordial, can you read that for me, please?
Yes, it says, thank you for the good vibes and knowledge.
Give him a hand clap for his first time donation. Okay, Robert E. Williams. I'm going to read this one. I got to step away for I'm just going to come off the screen for just a minute, and I'm going to be right back. I'm not even going to take a break. I'm just going to come off the screen for a minute. Not really an official break or anything. I'm going to call this Kaaba. I think this is typical Kaaba. Shout out to this brother here, constant supporter. Robert E. Williams, $20.72. And 2. Could you read that for me, please?
Yes, it says, I learned today the triple goddess is in the Kaaba.
Okay. Give him some hand claps. Robert E. Williams. Well, I remembered RPM. Now that I see his face on the Cash App. Of course, I remember the RPM. RPM is back in the house, and I recognize RPM. Next support coming in is from the brother RPM. If you're in the room, press the 9. If not, you'll catch this on the replay. Sorry. $10 from RPM. Thank you, RPM. Appreciate that. Royal Prince Majestic. I like that name. Thank you for your thank you for your support. I remember you now that I see the picture. I'm going to read this one, then I'm going to step off for just a bit. None other than the ninja himself has returned from the shadows of the darkness. He's always in the cut, watching the podcast. He does not type. He does not let himself be seen because he is a ninja, and he always donates. And he never, I never see him type. I never see him on the panel. But you can sure and behold that this man is always consistent with this. $25.93. Give him some big noise. Then I'm going to step away for just a moment. Thank you, good brother. Okay, everybody, I'm going to step away for just a minute and do something to myself, and then I'll be back to finish this off, but I have to go. I have to go do something to myself right now to shift for the rest of this podcast. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Support the TUT'S podcast. This is the only way that this maintains here. The only way that this stays here is the support. Where's Mankur Ra? Did he fall off? Shout out to Mankur Ra. Well, here's my Cash App, my moderator support with Cash App. Question TTMU. And I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'll be back. Peace and love for a minute.
All right, Hotep, peace and love. Two out for everyone who is supporting the Podclass and supporting the great SABA. It's a very powerful thing. It's a beautiful thing that's taking place. Yeah, this right here is it's very deep. It's so amazing what's taking place. So definitely give Henu and for everyone who also supports after the live, you know, who come back and watch the playback and send in your support. You know, ask your questions. So welcome to the new people who are here. Tua and Henu to you. Tua for being here and coming in new and supporting. It's a very beautiful thing. So thank you for that. houseofatton.org. Check it out. Go take your time. You know, look through it. There's a lot that's taking place here at the House of Atton, and we're consistently growing and adding new things and learning new ways to facilitate and build up community, and it's a beautiful thing. So I'm thankful to everyone who's here with us and who do and play a part in supporting and building up something that is non-existent on this planet. So you know, everyone has a part to play, a position to be in. You know, so Tuan Hinu to you for that. So yeah, this was a very powerful podcast. This was very powerful going into the arc of the covenant and showing where that originates from and the hin, and then just transitioning it into the Kaaba and just showing how Maat, and this is a very powerful point because today with a lot of the quote unquote teachers or scholars, they study Kemet as a country, and that's where it stops. And they disassociate the reason why these things were even able to be created. Because when you look at the mathematics, there are symbols to represent the numbers that's within a language called the Medu Nefer, the Medu Neter. The medicines, the sciences that everyone loves to claim, but the reason why that was able to erect was because of the way of life and Ma'at, and now being able to incorporate it into the story of the Natiru, which makes it extremely deep, you know. So I'm very thankful for the great Saba for being who he is and assisting us in being able to ask a question and receive something that will take an endless amount of time to be able to put together if you were doing it on your own, and wouldn't even be able to do it the way that he does it, which is why he's the Saba. So definitely, you know, for those who are taking in this information and and have yet to send in a support to the Podclass, just keep that in mind, that the reciprocity that takes place, we teach about consistently here at the House of ATTON, because this is what the followers of Maat brought forth and showed, and now it gets translated today in these modern spiritual systems. So really, when you're able to remove the veil and see what's really taking place, you're able to learn and give. You're able to receive and give at the same time. And while you do that, you're able to actually receive more. And it's a very beautiful Heka system that we have the opportunity to take part in. So tuwa to everyone who is utilizing that and asking your questions. As you see the wonderful AI moderator, the great Saba. Welcome back, Saba.
Well, thank you for welcoming me back. Okay, I'm back. I got a baby. Laura is somewhere. I don't know if she's on the bed. I'm not sure where she went, but she's somewhere crawling around. We'll see her sometime soon. All right, everybody, we're gonna go ahead and read the rest of these supports and donations. Nice to see everybody in the House of Attend shirt. We got House of Attend. Oh, there we go. Okay, we got the House of Attend. Annie's in the House of Attend shirt. Bella, you can see you don't have to pull your shirt up like Anu did, but then you see the go like this a little bit, like spread it out. House of Attend shirt. There we go. We see it clear. Annie has it on. Anu has it on. House of Attend. I got mine on. This color is. Well, and 2 comes back with it on. We all got the House of Attend. Tefrem Kema, are you there? Does your whole family, everybody there, have the House of Attend? Are they rocking it? I don't know if Atef's even here. Shout out to Atef. Primordial 9. I heard you say last week you something landed if you got a House of, I don't know if it's a House of Attend shirt or something. Are you wearing it? Are you rocking it? Are you?
Oh yeah, Saba. You know we got it on.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man. Everybody has, okay, everybody has on their House of Attend. All right, we are in the building, and here we go, everybody. Let's read the rest of these beautiful supports. This is what keeps the Tehuti Podclass here. Someone, Terry Patty just blew us away. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to get to that in just a moment. Shout out to Terry Patty. Oh, boy, hold on. Wait a minute. I have to give my eyes a rest soon. Shout out to you, Terry Patty. I see Annie. Okay, we got we're gonna get through these. We're gonna whiz through some of these. Here's all the way from London. I think it's London, UK. Where's my good brother from UK? VR to the I. My young son. Where is he? Looks like my son. There's another brother from London. This is who's this? Boom. Daryl, shout out for Daryl, $5.08. One day we're gonna figure out the code of for years he's been sending $5.08. We're gonna figure out what this means one day. Shout out to Daryl. He was one of the first on the testimony videos when it was made. All the way from the UK, shout out to you. All right, we got nothing's on the screen, right, Scribe?
That's correct.
Okay, who's that? Oh, that's Mr. Ray. Shout out to Mr. Ray. Shout out to Mr. Ray. Okay, let me save this one. This one's anonymous. Anonymous support came in. I'm not going to show it, but I am going to read it. Anonymous support came in, and it says, holder of Maat SABA Ark Truth. Oh, okay. This must have been sent in after the Ark of the Covenant one. Shout out to the anonymous supporter who sent that in. Appreciate you. And what's this one here? Who's this? Ooh, Vegan Leisure here to shock you. Shock. I'm going down now to the older ones. I see you in here, Bella. One of the older ones. I think Bella, I think you sent in yours yesterday, didn't you? All the way at the bottom. Did you send it today or yesterday?
Yes, it was yesterday.
Oh, that's why it's way down. Okay, we're gonna get.
It was yesterday.
We're gonna get yesterday, right? I can't hear Bella anymore. What's that, Bella? It's something's chopping up. I can see you now. Say it again. Was it yesterday?
Yes, it was yesterday. Every time I try to press my microphone and it won't let me, so it takes a minute.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay. All right. We're gonna get to yours. Yours is way in the beginning of the email since it was yesterday. I have a whole bunch piled up on top, but that's great. No problem. I do see it in there, and a couple other people from way back. Shout out to shutting down the room again. Vegan Leisure. Bella, could you read that for me, please? Oh, she muted. I think Bella's having some microphone issues. Bella.
Okay, can you hear me? No.
I hear you great, loud and clear.
Okay, Till for letting me read it. It says $50 from Vegan Leisure, and it says, Tua, thank you Tehuti, Kaaba, teacher and student, for your tenacity and psychic mock for House of ATTON.
Give Vegan Leader some big noise, a transformer. Give him the work, $50, the big one. Give him some noise, please. Oh, let's go.
Humans have asked us to pay by their will.
Wonderful. Shout to you, Maharu Vegan Leisure. Shout to you. And appreciate all that you do. You're always supporting, and you always support large. Every support is something always large, and we greatly appreciate you, and I know you truly appreciate what I do. When I saw your Pathways of Awakening, you look like you look so happy to see me. So I appreciate your skill and tenacity and just your energy. You're like a physical spirit body. That's the only way I could describe it. Vegan Leisure is one of the purest brothers in the Podclass. He's just pure energy. Him and I'll just say him for right now since he's the one to give the support. Shout out to you, Vegan Leisure. Appreciate you. And now for this new young lady who's stepped in, and every podcast now she stepped in, she's given us support. And this one was she actually accidentally bought 2 books, but refunded her the one. But this one here still showed up, and this was Segment Marie, who purchased a. I hear like a liar. Who hears an animal in the pod? I hear something in the podcast. Sounds like good. What is that? Sounds crazy. I don't know. Somebody has some weird pet. Is that you, Scribe? You got a new. What creature is that? I don't know what that is. It smells like some creature from the Black Lagoon or something. I don't know what that is. Okay, shout out to Mary Segment. Appreciate you. Now I'm gonna go to what's the next one here? Where's Bella though? Let me go all the way down. Oh, I see Bella, and I see who's this? Oh no, we already did that one. That's cool. And now we didn't do this one. Who's this? Again. He donates multiple times. We're gonna start giving her hand clap because all together with these donations, definitely over $20. So here we go again with Mary Sekmet is back again, and we're just gonna start giving her hand claps for all her donations. What is this one? This is another tip, a tip for something. What is this for? It's another tip. I just see water signs. Water splashing. What is this? Let me go ahead and refix this here. A tip for something here. Okay, tip. Okay, shout out to Mary Sekmet. I put this on the screen. Shout out to Mary. Oh, where'd it go? Shout out to Marie Sekmet. Let me cancel this and it should pop up now. Shout out to Marie Sekmet who donates multiple times the Podclass. A couple Podclasses ago, it was only her second time or something, and now every single Podclass is multiple supports. So this one here, who's on the screen here? Anu, can you read that for me, please?
Yes, I can. Wonderful Saba. $5 for 2D Podclass. Kabbalion 7 Hermetic Principles from 1 month ago. Water splash, water droplet, water splash, water droplet, 3 blue hearts, dash, 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 Mary Sekmet.
Oh man, I don't know. That's interesting symbols there, but shout out to Mary. Something about the class has water splash, and I'm not sure. Shout out to Mary. You guys all have all kind of symbols going on. Shout out to you. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's give her a hand clap. Put that back on. Sorry, because she's donated over $20. Thank you. For a few moments, the beat got hard or something. The beat, I heard the bass in the beat. I don't know who did that. Is that a tip did that? It's like the sound change. Shout out to you.
My sound better.
Oh, it sounds great. It sounds great. You even enhance the beat somehow. So shout out to shout out to you. I don't know how you did that. Now we're gonna go to Owen Hythe. This was a support that he sent to the Podclass. It was actually accidental, and he sent an email to the Podclass saying, sent an email saying even though it was accidental, go ahead and keep it. And then he sent more on top of it. So this brother right here is great. He support. This is none other than the one and only Owen Hythe. And Bella, could you read that, please? Actually, I don't even know if there's a message that's supposed to be for me, but go ahead and read that. Uh-oh. There she is. What is that?
Letting me read it. It says $25 for chocolate stone.
Okay, give him some noise. I think the message was an accident too, but he was going to go with somebody else, but he said he sent it to me. Whatever Chocolate Star is, shout out to Chocolate Star. Give him some hand claps though. Thank you for reading that, Bella. I don't think that was for the podcast, but he said go ahead and take it. So shout out to Chocolate Star, because whoever that was supposed to be for, it ended up right here. So shout out to you and to Owen Hythe. Appreciate you. Okay, who? Oh my goodness, Harry Cow, what? Where did this come from? Oh man. Oh, hold on. I can't even read all this. What is this? Is this the one that went with the email? I'm gonna read this in a moment. I'm gonna read this a little bit later. This is Sherry Cow, not Sherry Cow, sorry, Nefertatan. Sorry, I'm seeing the name on the sorry, Nefertatan. Let me go ahead back to it. Let me fix this here. What is this? Nefertatan. I see it. How do we invite? Oh my gosh. You always have these whoa. I'm gonna save that for a little bit. I see what comes with the email too, with some elaboration. So let me just save that for just a little bit. I see an Nefertatan. Here we go. All right, shout out to I think Anu and Antu give I think they give like 4 donations a Podclass or something. What is this? Oh, this is oh, I see. This is not for the Podclass. Okay, I see what it says. Okay, hold on a second. Let me I read it first. That's good. Shout out to Anu and Antu. I'm gonna put this I gotta put this in another. Just kidding. I see what this is now. This is for the Ren. And okay, let me switch something. I'll be right back in 1 minute, everybody. Hold on.
Hotep to all the supporters and all the people watching the Tutti Podclass. Send in your support if you haven't already. SABA Tutti is bringing answers that have not been answered anywhere else before. He is answering questions that no one else can answer. It's only right if you support. Like how SABA says, if they have you work overtime, they gotta pay you. So it's only right that SABA Tutti receive support for working overtime to raise us all up in consciousness. He has a lot that he does. He has who knows how many animals now. He does a lot. He has a family. So please support our SABA Tutti.
Yeah, I just had 13 so I just had 13 baby cobras. I think 2 aren't making it. I gotta check on them, but 15 eggs hatched. So definitely they'll be now. The students of the Tutti Podclass will be able to, if you're picking up a serpent from me, you may be able to pick up a baby cobra. So, and they're pretty harmless. So shout out to you. We got baby cobras born. I'm trying to. I don't know if I can revive these 2. I hope they make it, but if not, that's just facts of life. Where's that go? You take the good, you take the bad. However that song goes. But shout out to the cobras. I hope they survive. But we got 13 of them. So yeah, I think there's 60 something animals here. I just had my my Okati strawberries. Aru and Harriet just had 15 babies a little while ago, and then there's 13 baby cobras. So right there that's 30 that are not even my pet. Those are 30 that are just pop up on top of. There's a lot of animals here, so maybe I'll have some job availability for anybody who wants to come here and be an animal caretaker. Immediately the hand goes up. animal caretaker, come in, fill out your application, get on your plane, and come on through and see if there's some job openings for you. Okay, all right, everybody, we're gonna go back to the donations here. Read the breast. Who is this? Is this Oh, that's Nefertati's. Nefertati. I'm gonna download this. I'm just seeing this now. Your offering. Your offerings here. Let me go ahead and put this. The download. Okay. All right, Nefertati. I'm seeing that. I'm gonna watch that a little bit. Okay. Who's this? Anu update. Any update. I'll look at that and as soon as I can. To Annie for sending me an update, and I'll see if I can take a look at that tomorrow.
Yes, you're welcome.
All right, this one is from the great young lady. I don't know if I saw her in the class today. Anybody see Harass Did in the class? Shout out to Harass Did. I don't think I saw her in the class today. Did you see her, Bella, or Antu, or that's her?
I didn't see her in class, but I saw that she shared the podcast on Facebook.
Okay, so she's still in the work. She's not in the chat. Shout out to Harass Did 2555. Give her some noise, please, DJs. Is that you, Atef, that did that? That's you, right?
Yes, that's me, Saba.
When you do the sounds, my on my end, the bass of the beat goes up. I hear the beat starts to thump. So I like that. I don't know why that's doing that, but it starts to hit. It starts to hit hard and thump when you do the sound effects now. So I don't even know if you're doing it on purpose or what, but it sounds good.
To Saba, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just learning the buttons, Saba.
Okay, great. Who's this now? This is oh my goodness, Mary Sekhmet. Mary Sekhmet, you are. They're little increments, but they're over and over. I like that. They're small increments, but they're for each class. You're doing what Gabriela Lopez did. You're going back to every class, and you're watching and giving a tip for every one of them. So from up to a year ago to this is the Holy Ghost one. This is from around when I first started the Podclass. The Holy Ghost, wow, that was right after the Killer Priest days. I actually did the Holy Ghost one on Killer Priest, and then I came back and did it on the Podclass, I think. So shout out to you. You're going back to the beginning. Mary Sekhmet, we're gonna give her a clap, and who can be my reader? And two, can you be my reader for this one, please?
Yes, I can. This says
All right.
Tehuti Podclass, Holy Ghost, speaking in tongues with a fire emoji. Apostle Paul lies from 2 years ago. With gratitude, dua. Mary Sekhmet.
2 years ago. Shout out to you. I remember that one. Speaking in tongues was oh my gosh, that was. Shout out to you. You remind me of classes I don't even remember. I forgot that I did. The speaking in tongues one was. I did two speaking in tongues. One on Killer Priest, one in the Podclass, and yeah, those are some of my favorites. I translated T.D. Jakes talking about Shad the Demon. I remember that. You remember that? You guys remember that? Oh my gosh. How many classes have I taught? Oh no. I'm gonna announce it at the pathways. How many classes? How many answers I've given? But shout out to you. Going back 2 years ago. Whoa. Okay, now for Netzer Unk Hotep without the L. Used to have the L on it, took the L off. Netzer Unk Hotep L. Shout out to you. Oh my god. Ugh. Where's this little spider, man? Where are you? All right, shout out to Netzer Unk Hotep L. Oh. Oh my goodness. This is great, great. $25 and I can read this one. It shows up big here. It just says Tua. Give him some hand clap, please. Give him some hand clap, please. Okay. Shout out to you, good brother. Appreciate you. Okay, and who's next? Who's next? Who's next on the menu? Oh, we got a big one. Oh, should I read this one? I might as well. If people are going to support, they're going to support. And here we go. Who's next on the menu? We got a monster. We're going to give all kind of noise. Let me go ahead and save this one. This is a big one. Elizabeth, this is a big one. Okay. All kind of little symbols in here. Let's see what this is all about right here. Oh my god, we got spoons in here. We got all kind of. I'm gonna get somebody to read this. There we go. Shout out to this great supporter, consistent every single time, over and over and over and over again. Consistent supporter, the biggest, one of the biggest consistent supporters of the TUT'S Podclass. This is some language. I don't even see words here. I don't see symbols and colorful things. It says Bella. So go ahead and get Bella to. Can this even be read? It's a bunch of pictures. So Bella, go ahead and say the pictures. I don't know if they translate to some, but go ahead and read that for me. Bella language.
Whoever letting me read it says 72 for. There's a plane, a snake, a spoon, and a big heart with a little heart behind it, and a plane landing.
Wow. Okay. Let me look at the screen. Maybe my eyes are break. Okay, let's give her some. Let's give her a big one. Big noise. Scribe. Tap. Transformers. Menkora, the shower. Whatever you got. Give some big.
Everything is beautiful in life.
Boom. Plane. Spoon. 2 hearts. And a plane with a landing pad. All kind of things here. Shout out to you, Bella. Great. Consistent. You're consistent in a lot and so many things, and you just great supportive energy, great support, and to it for everything that you do in your support, and all the great positive words that you send consistently. Speaking of which, if I look on my phone now, I'll probably see there's a few people who send me consistent words, and constantly, and to it for years. To it for years, bro. I haven't been able to look at I've been so busy, but I know they're on there somewhere. So Tua, all your beautiful words, and thank you for the words I haven't even read yet that I know are there somewhere. So Tua, for you. Thank you, Bella.
You're welcome. To you and your networks and Spectrum and all the animals. Hello.
Okay, wonderful. You really like Spectrum. Okay. Hold on, let me fix them here. On 30. It's anonymous. Yeah. Anonymous, is there any words to it? Oh, just the TUT'S SABA. Another anonymous supporter with TUT'S SABA. I'll put that up a second. But yes, thank you. And I'm glad you always mention Spectrum. You like her, so thank you for that. I'm definitely contemplating some things. So let's out to Spectrum. All right, shout out to this next. Oh, I can't put it up because it's anonymous. Shout out to the anonymous supporter. I can't put that up. It's anonymous. So the anonymous supporter says TUT'S SABA. I was going to put up for somebody to read, but then you can see who it is. So this is TUT'S SABA. Thank you for that anonymous person. And who else we have here? Atef Remkem Maat. Atef Remkem Maat. Shout out to you. Hey, Annie, can you hear me, brother?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm not Annie, sorry, Anu. Anu, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You're coming to the pathways, right?
Yes.
Did you check out the price of plane tickets?
I did. However, it might. I checked for around the time the pathways are supposed to be. However, they might change.
I think the earlier you get them, the cheaper it is. The farther away, it's cheaper, right?
I don't know. I didn't know anything about that.
Okay, I think that's how it works. The further away you order them, I think the cheaper it gets. I don't know. I'm not allowed on planes, but I think that's how. I can't go on a plane, but I think that's how it works. So yeah, make that and I think yeah, check that out. I think for 2 people, maybe cheap, but I think the earlier you order, the cheaper. So come on through, and maybe we'll have a little snake available. I don't know. We'll see.
Tua, very much, Saba.
Tua.
Nini Uk. Okay. Oh, this is a Tefrem Kemaat. All right. Okay. Oh my goodness. I think I talked for 5 hours. Here we go. A Tefrem Kemaat, $7.77. I can't read that. It's too small. And it's not in the language, and it's tiny. So Tefrem Kemaat, could you read that, please?
It says Otep Ma'at Tua Ation.
Okay. I see how you did that. I'm looking at it close. I see how you did that. Yeah, because in the metadata there's no shun, there's no TION. I see that. Interesting. Thank you, good brother. All right, give him a hand clap because I know right after this he's gonna have another $20. So give him a hand clap for this. And just like I thought, so in actuality, it is donation is 20. Actually, I think it's $28 because 72 cents is over $1. So $28 actually. So shout out to Tefrem Kim Aunt. Here is the next one. All right. Okay. Who's next? We got a Tefrem Kemaat is next, back to back. I'm gonna give him a hand clap, and it looks like it says the same thing. So $20.72. Give him a hand clap. Thank you very much. Except for Maat.
Great Saba.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing. And oh, I see what you did. I see some scribe. Okay, this is from the this is House of a 10. I'll label it as that. I'll label it off. Okay. Did you send me this recently, scribe?
Yes.
Since the podcast was going on?
Before the podcast.
Okay. Interesting. I've been seeing it now. That's interesting. Okay. Okay. Interesting. All right, let's get Ralph's out of here. All right. Nito Campbell. There's Nito Campbell all the way at the bottom because he sends his donations early. Okay, Nito Campbell, always consistent. We're gonna give you definitely a hand clap. Okay. All right, everybody. I look forward to seeing a lot of you people at the pathways. There's going to be, I would quadruple the amount of people that were there last time. So everybody do your little, do whatever little budgeting or whatever you need to do from now, because October is coming up in a blink of an eye. It will creep up on you. You won't even know. It'll be here soon. So everybody do what they have to do. And I look forward to really seeing everybody at that event. Bella and two are smiling. Anu looks serious. He's plotting something. And okay, Nito Campbell. Shout out to him. Give him a hand clap, please. Give him a hand clap, please. Okay, maybe a few more. I hope I can get this done in 2 more minutes. If not, I'm going to have to take another break. Wow. Oh, wow. Thank you, Anna. All right. A lot of you are not going to, when everybody sees each other, the energy is going to be so powerful. A lot of you are going to, Israel Holy stayed, I think he stayed 2 weeks or something in Hollywood, just hanging around. And yeah, he didn't go back home. Israel Holy made it back home way afterwards. Shout out to Israel Holy. He just sending messages from Hollywood. He said, "This is my new home." So it's going to be interesting. This pathway is going to be interesting. I foresee a lot. I foresee a lot of beautiful experiences transpiring. Who is this? Okay, this is anonymous as well, so I'm gonna have to read it. Shout out to my good brother who sends me messages all the time, but in the podcast he requests to be anonymous, so I grant his wishes. I appreciate his support, and I'm gonna So it says, one is a tip for the Ark of the Covenant. Oh, I wish I could. How can I show this? I can't. Tip for the Ark of the Covenant. It's a tip for the Ark of the Covenant breakdown. Thank you, Saba. Thank you, Saba. Thank you, Saba. I'm going to go ahead and just put the amount that was sent. At least give some type of credit, even though he is even though he's anonymous, but I want to give a shout out for the money that's sent. I think we should show up for just the money. So go ahead and give this anonymous person some noise. $30. Give them some noise, please. And, okay, this is a tip for the arc. All right, thank you very much. Let me get that off the screen. Stop sharing. We have a couple more. We got a big one from Nefertati. We got Israel Hoyley popped up. Mr. Watermelon TV. Okay, Israel Hoyley. No matter what situation he is in, he gives something. So, don't know if you're in the room right now, but shout out to Israel Hoyley. You give massive donations all the time, so shout out to you for this one, because no matter what situation you're in, you always give something. So $4 from Israel Hoyley. Appreciate you. Peace and respect to you for your support. Okay, I think is that okay? We got, who's this? Terry Patty blowing it up. Okay, we only have a few more to read that I see so far, unless some more support comes in. Terry Patty, of course, this is a tip. Well, this is just for the entire class, and it's just some monster support. So Terry Patty is back with his consistency again. And we're going to show it. Give Terry Patty some big noise. Let me get it on the screen. Wait a minute. Bella's getting her hands ready. Hold on. Okay. And here we go. All right, there it is. Now you can everybody get your hands ready. And Terry Patty, $50. And two, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, I can. It says support another excellent class, SABA.
Give him some monster noise, Transformers, the works, whatever you got for Terry Patty.
We the real champions around here.
Terry Patty, thank you, good brother. Thank you. All right. Let's see a couple more. What's going on? We got a monster one to read. So everybody, also the new people that are watching, I'm going to show this support right here, and then I'm going to go ahead and elaborate on what this is. For those who are wondering what in the world this one means, this is available to you too, new people, or anybody who actually doesn't have this. I'm going to go ahead and label this here. I'm going to label this meta. So this is a good brother named Big Vapes, who every single podcast. Oh, not send. Wait a minute, it's locked up. Hold on, I'm locked up. Let me fix something here. Not send. So this is a good brother named Big Vape. Every single podcast he sends the same support, and it's for something particular. And what he's sending it for, let me put it on the screen first. For those who are watching, so this is not a regular support donation. This is actually for classes. So this one here on the screen right here is for class number 55. So we did 60. This is 55. Sorry. Class number 55, we did 65 classes, and so in the 65 classes, they are available. They are 3 hours long of actual magical. A lot of them are magical practices. They are words of wisdom. They are Meta elaborations. They are too much to even mention. Out of body practices, all types of things. And so for those who are watching, you can actually order these. And when you order them, if you order them the same time as the Podclass, you get them immediately. We already made some noise for this, right, Scribe? Or SF?
No, not yet, Saba.
Okay, make some noise from. And so this right here used to be at 1:30 p.m. You can email this. I call this email the offices now. You can email this, and when you email that, you can actually request 1 to 65 classes. Put the number, and you'll get it. If you do it during the Podclass, you actually get it within seconds. So big vapes, you actually have this already. And if you do this in the week, you may get it the next day after you send it. So those are the MedNet or Magic classes that we used to do on Monday. And I got so busy that I can't do them anymore. And that's the story of my life. So, but they're stamped in time and they're available to everybody. So even though I can't physically do them anymore, they're all available for all of you. And that's for the new people, old people, it doesn't matter. Just send in and you will get it within seconds. Some of the early classes are the beginning classes. None of them are, every one of them are pretty advanced. So after 47, they get really, really advanced. And there's a lot of practices. So if you want to start off with the practices, you can order from 47 up. If you want to start off with the baby food, and it's not even baby food because it's going to be more advanced than anything you, any baby, anything you've gotten before, it's still more advanced. So whichever one you want to start with, it doesn't even matter because the whole goal is everybody should have every single one of them. So just keep getting them until you end up with all 65. All right, so here we go. All right, everybody. Bella, you getting tired over there? You doing the baby yawn like Neferkefret? She didn't make it through the whole thing. How you doing? Uh-oh.
I am not tired. I'm wide awake.
Okay.
And I will stay up for you.
Okay. I see you doing the baby rub eyes. I hope you stay up. You can stay up. Absolutely. Stay up as long as you can. But if you do need to go rest, definitely go rest. Some people go rest and come back. They'll probably only be here another 15 minutes though. So okay. Oh, we got more came in. Personalized Cash App. Who's this? Oh, that's from Nessa. We already did his. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Primordial. I'm getting your personalized Cash App after the fact. So that's cool. Custom made tees. I am. It is I. Okay. No, it's custom made tees. He talks like Uncle Nathan though. It is I. My name is Kudzani. He talks like Uncle Nathan. Him and Uncle Nathan type the same. Shout to I am Kudzani. It is I. We're gonna go ahead and put that on the screen right. What does it say? This is big. I can read this. Custom made tea, $6.56. It is I. I am Kudzani. My email is GD for originals to Okay. Thank you for the update. And yes, shout out to you. It is I. Okay, we're gonna go to the next here. Do I have that logged? Die. Okay. Okay, here we go. Go to the next one here. Shout out to all the great supporters of the TUT'S Podclass. Appreciate you. Peace and love. Oh, custom ATs again. We're gonna give him a hand clap. He's giving multiple. This is the tip, so we have to give him a hand clap, and he's giving multiple supports. So here we go. Tip. It is I. Okay. Shout out to custom ATs. We're gonna give you a hand clap because you're giving this is a tip and you just gave donation. So custom ATs. Who has it read? We'll go back and forth from Andrew to who read last? Who read last? You read and two? Or was that Bella? Who read? You go ahead and read this one and two. Go ahead and read this one.
Okay, to introduction to Kaaba to SABA.
Okay, give him a hand clap for the tip. Thank you. Again. Custom ATs again. This is the third one. Oh, this one is actually for the Minarets class. Okay, wonderful. We're gonna give him a hand clap for this. He's back to back to back to back. Custom ATs and shout out to custom ATs. I think you from what I remember, I saw something on Facebook. You do something for the children. You do some type of program. I've seen you with some. Looks like you're in a school, so I always promote positive influence. Positive influence for the children. Of course, if you're getting knowledge from here and you're influencing the children, then I know a lot of the frequency is going to come from what you're learning here at the podcast. So, shout out to you. It looks like I saw you in a school influencing children. So, does that go on the screen already? If not, let me put it back on the screen. Now I know why he gave the email. Okay. Shout out to custom ATs. Bella, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, 20411. It says 2442 for request for class number 6. My favorite number for 666 204. All you do, SABA.
All right. Did we give him a hand clap for that already? I'm not sure. Did we? Do you remember? Like I said, if you order the Minarets classes, you get them within seconds. If you order them during the podcast, you get them within seconds after the order. So, custom ATs, that's in your email already. That's how fast it is here at the TUT'S Podclass. Fast delivery. I appreciate your support. Okay. Okay, we have a couple more. Let me see. We have 3 more that I can see. Oh, Ox Effect has made an order too. Oh. Okay. 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 What class is this? What meta is talking? What class is this? Let me see what class this is. Okay. Oh, okay. We're gonna send put it on the screen and give him a shout out for his Minarets order. I'm gonna sleep like a baby tonight. I'm gonna sleep like a real baby tonight. All right, here we go. Shout out to the good brother Ox Effect, and it is class 28 and new. Can you read that for me, please?
Ox Effect, $20 for Medu Magic class 28.
All right, give him a hand clap for that, please. Oh wait, what's going on here? Okay. All right, Oxtefek, if you can hear me, check your email and you should have that already. Wonderful. Okay, what's left? Anybody left? We got Nefertatan with the biggest huge donation. We got Annie and Nefertatan. Shout out to these two. Save. And shout out to Annie and Nefertatan. Working as a beautiful team. Support. Update me on different things with the House of Attend. And Bella, could you read that for me, please? Nice, please.
Yes, 204 letting me read it, and 204 says 4572 for a 10 and Nefer Keperet Maat Immortality.
Give Annie some big noise. Give him some big noise, please.
And yes, the Hekau really worked.
What's the what?
What's that? What is that? On the what? Was Gabriella? No. Okay, and now to end off with the largest support. This will be the end, but it's the last one I see. The largest support of the night coming in to the Tehuti Podclass. I don't even know what this question is. I'm gonna read it when I can digest it. Shout out to, let me go ahead and put from, what is it, June 7th? 7/7. It is, just after 12. Whoa. From June 7th. Now for the biggest support donation. Who's on the sound? Annie, are you there, or is it Tef? Who's on the Annie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you doing the sounds, or has there been a Tef for the last couple ones?
The last couple ones have been me.
Okay. All right. So coming in as the largest donation support of the podcast, none other than Nefertatan, shaking the building. I'm not even gonna read this. I'm gonna read this when I'm awake. I'm gonna get who read from Anu? You read the last one? That you, Anu?
No, I did not read the last one.
Okay, go ahead and read this for me, please, and then we're gonna do the biggest noise in the world.
$101.01. 10101.
Yep.
Quest for Nefer-Aten. R. Adams. Atum the Netter. The great he, she, and how do we embody the four fundamental forces of creation ruling atoms in our daily lives?
Oh my goodness! I'm glad I didn't read that. I may not be able to sleep, because I may read that and get triggered to start answering the question when I lay down. That's what my mind does. So, whatever you just read, thank you, Hanu, and give her the biggest noise ever please. Big noise.
You see, that's how it's done.
Wow. Yo, let's go.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
The Egyptians are black and the Hebrews are wrong. And the Egyptians are black. The Hebrews are wrong. What? Oh my goodness. Thank you, Nefertatan. Thank you, Annie, for the sounds. Or if it was at temp, I don't know. Wow. Okay, and that I got an email. I'm just gonna say it. I got an email that went with a question. Where is that? Where is that? It was an email that went with a question. I don't know. I don't know where that went. I'll find it. Oh no, where's the question? Wow. I got an email that. Well, I guess I'll find it. I'll find it tomorrow. Oh wait, I was on the wrong screen. Let me see. Scroll down. Uncle Atten. I still don't see the email. Oh, here it is. No, that's a WeTransfer. Oh, here it is. All right, this is even too long. I'm gonna just save this so my mind can relax. And I have a shout out to Nefertatan for clarifying through the email. I'm gonna go ahead and save it beside the other one, and then we're gonna call this B. All right, everybody. I believe that is it. Let me scroll back up, refresh the page. I think that is it for the donations of the Susie Pod. Whoa, what happened? I think that is. What's happening here? Yeah, that's it. Let me refresh one more time. Shout out to RPM for giving the pretty cash app. I just got it now. And shout out to Primordial for the pretty cash app that I'm just getting now. All right, everybody. That is the end of the podcast. We're gonna go around and close out. I'm gonna come off the screen for just a moment. So listening though, I'll be back in just a minute. Start with you, Annie. I'm listening.
Okay, Hotep Henu Makaru, Great Saba, Tua for the Podclass, and for teaching us. Tuan Henu to all the Maru, all the Kuru, the great supporters and members of the House of Atten. Tuan Henu to you very much for supporting. Make sure that you all are subscribed to the House of Atten as well. We will also be going live later on this afternoon, this evening, for those of you who are into Sunday. So I'm looking forward to seeing everyone there. And yes, just continue to support the Great Saba, support the Podclass. Keep asking your questions.
Oh my God.
And keep digging. Sikim M. Arit, Murder Ka'a, Simu Hatu Natiru, Pert Intetep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in offering. Hotep.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for that. A lot of different animal stuff going on here. But what in the world? Oh man. Thank you, my good brother Annie, for the great, beautiful words. Appreciate that. Got a little bit distracted. Some animal animal strangeness going on. As a matter of fact, let me I'm gonna leave that be. Fuck my lord! Wow. Okay. All kind of stuff's happening. Okay, shout out to you, Annie. Thank you for your beautiful words. Appreciate you. Peace and love. And tell Nefer Kepra, thank you for all her button pressing and DJing while you. I think you had stepped off somewhere, had to go do something, and she definitely held the fort down without any help whatsoever. She knew where all the buttons were. She did a great job. You definitely represented what you do well. So tell her I said thanks again for that. Thank you for your great words. Okay, we're gonna go to Anu. Give me some words. Give us some great words, good brother. What in the world?
We're up for another beautiful class, Sabatudi, for breaking the matrices and building back up with truth. Hotep Marie to you, Henu to you. Hotep Marie and Henu to your netturts for holding you up, keeping you firm, consistent. Henu, Hotep Marie to all of your children, all of your pets. May all of your children grow into the netters they're supposed to be in netturts. Henu, Marie, Hotep to everybody on the panel, to all the supporters, to all of the viewers, all the people watching the playback. Everyone make sure to support our SABA Tehuti. He is changing lives. He has changed my life. Everyone make sure to go and watch tomorrow, well, technically today's Sunday class. On the having a Nefer class. Make sure to support the HOA. No one else out here is doing it like Sabatudi and the HOA. And I will be ending it with an adoration to our wonderful Saba. Tehuti, Mia, Aat, Imi, M, Auset, Maat, Ent, Uben, Shu, Imf. Tehuti, Netter, Puai, Ka, Her, Yat. Ayu, N, Nef, Netir, M, Hatu, Ohad, Nef. Tehuti, the cat, great dwelling in the seat of right and truth, where rises Shu in it. Tehuti, the netter, that who is exalted upon his standard. When he comes, the netter are rejoicing. Rejoice in him. Uncle Jasaneb, Hotep Marie.
Uncle Jasaneb, Hotep Marie to you. To it for your great words, and I never heard Tehuti the cat. That's thank you. I don't know if I've heard of that one before. As far as the reading, Tehuti the cat. Okay, thank you for that, my good boy. I appreciate you. Great word. Give me a moment again. One moment again. Let me concentrate on the and two speaks. Oh my. What that is. Okay. Give me a moment, everybody. One moment, please. Hold on. The new female. The new edition. It's the small one, little one. Hold on. Okay, I'm back, everybody. That's her. Are you here? Yeah. Okay. We're situating here in the Tehuti Zoo. We are situated. All right. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go into and to give us some great words.
Tua Hotep Mary Sabatui for another great family class, another family event. Tua for all the time that it took to make these classes today. Tua for raising Anu and I up continuously and being here for us as our SABA to continuously purify ourselves and achieve the greatest state of mind that we can. Tua for showing us and teaching us what a true family is within Maat, and Tua for purifying our Eve and cleansing our surroundings and changing our life. Tua for all that you do for yourself and your family, and all that you continually will do for generations to come. Your words are as fuel when it spits on fire. Anu and I's Kut expand with every interaction. Anu and Antu, Shesu, Mket, Tehuti, Perts, Netter, AUSET, Immense. Kut send her out and Tehuti, Ur Hetep per Ma'at. Anu and Antu, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Netter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep, Uncle Jasaneb.
Wow. Hotep, Uncle Jasaneb, to you, great. You either read or flow the Menet very fluently, very like it's your first language. There's no choppiness to it. Thank you. Thanks for harmony. Appreciate you. And now we're gonna go to yes, thank you very much, Antu. We're gonna go to Bella. Give us some great words, Bella. What are you drinking out of? What is that? You drinking? What's that? It's like a baby bottle. I don't know. I'm tired. I'm looking at a baby bottle. But okay, we're gonna go to Bella. Give us some great words, please. Close this out.
Hanu, Saba to you and your family. So to your Nefernetzers for your sweet voices, beautiful melanin, refreshing wisdom, and all the divine resources within them that sustain you and your household. My heart leaps to burst forth when I think of them. My love for you. And so to you for your sweet voice and your beautiful melanin, refreshing wisdom, and all your dominant high netter divine resources within you that sustain you and your household. My heart leaps to burst forth when I think of you and your love for your netters, your immortality, and for teaching us, your love for teaching. To very much for this class and every class that you teach, and to for other serpents and all animals.
Wow, thank you, Tua, to you, the heart leaping and everything else you mentioned, and Tua for giving, Tua for mentioning my the Netzerts and all the great love that you give, Bella. I really appreciate the Netzerts. Appreciate it. They read. They one reads, one hears your messages. So she's not on the Facebook to get the messages, but Tua for all the great energy and your great appreciation of what it is that I do. Peace and love to you, and thank you for your great, wonderful words, and Tua for everything. And I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks, but it looked like you were drinking out of a baby bottle. I'm not sure, but shout out to the baby bottle, whatever that was. Looked like a toddler bottle, but shout out to that. Maybe I'm just getting tired, but shout out to you. Thank you for your great words. Okay. Okay. And go ahead, Bella. Okay. And on to it. Okay, thank you. There was a lag there. Atef, Rem, Kim, Maat, give us some great words, good brother.
Hotep, great Saba. Can you hear me?
I hear you great.
Tua for this great class. Very tired this weekend. We're very busy with the family.
Yeah.
This is the first time I'm like really tired. But Tua for your class is Shantae's Earth Day, so we've been doing some. Yeah, so but 2 out to your great class. I definitely got to run it back because I'm like in and out for Hotep, and definitely I appreciate you, and I will definitely look. I'm Hotep. Oh man, Saba 2 out for everything, great Saba. Hotep.
Nini Ugg, yeah. It's crazy feeling when you're super tired and you got to get hit with all this knowledge, right? You got to hear all this knowledge, and you're already super tired. So I know how you feel. I remember when I was in certain masters, and I would be up till late, and I was getting hit with a lot, and I was like, oh my goodness, I'm tired, and my brain is exploding, and wow. So shout out to you for keeping up, having a busy day with Shante. I know it was had to be a busy day, including this. And tell Shante I said happy Earth Day. I hope it was enjoyable. I hope your day was full with Maat. No distractions. So shout out to you, good brother.
To our great Saba, I let him know.
Okay, wonderful. And on to the primordial thought. We got a new breakdown of his name. I don't know if he caught that part, but he got a new breakdown of the primordial again. Primordial thought 9. Give us some good words, my good brother.
Peace, great Saba. Appreciate you definitely, Tua, for that wonderful consistency of yours. And doing Hotep, to your wonderful Nuterts, who definitely supports the jet of yours and playing their roles in Ma'at. May you be granted the provisions of the great Neter Asar and the Neter Kurt, and may they continue to show you favor. Henu, and peace and love to everybody on the chat and everybody on the panel. May Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monuments be established on the foundations of Ma'at. And may you all rise and come forth this conscious light like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore Ma'at. Hotep Meri.
Hotep Meri, to primordial thought. If we ever do a meditation CD with the voice, you're the voice. You're definitely the voice of all the meditation, future House of a 10 meditation CDs overlaid by Primordial Thought 9. I was dozing into a realm listening to you, so you have some type of Neter Kurt DJ voice. So thank you for your great words. And I love the monument thing that you brought to the Podclass. I don't remember that type of talk before the Podclass, but the monuments be established. All that is great addition to the Podclass. Thank you very much. It's actually from this conversation between Senahu to Amenemhet and Senateret, and the talk is just like that. The talk is very, very similar, and I use that a lot to show how men used to speak to other men. So thank you for representing and echoing a frequency from one of my favorite papyruses ever, the words of Senahu. So shout out to you. Shout out to Gabriella and the baby.
Appreciate you, Saba. Yeah, that was a wonderful read. I read it when you mentioned it last week.
Oh,
I read it the next Rising. And yeah, it definitely was a phenomenal read, and you're absolutely right. The speech between giving adorations to one another was just was phenomenal.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody. We're gonna end off with the affirmation, and I'm gonna close out, and you all can get to bed, get your rest. What time is it there, Antu and Anu? What time is there in Naomi? Where are you?
It's 3:08.
Oh my goodness, you all. Oh man, okay, get your good rest, and I'm gonna go ahead and put the affirmation on the screen, and then we're gonna close it out. 3:08, you said?
Yeah.
Do you all have anything to do in the morning?
No, not right away.
Okay, so sleep in a little bit. Catch up on going to bed at 3:08 is no joke. Plus, you're not going to immediately fall asleep. You have the computer down, so catch a little extra Z's. I'm going to take this banner off the screen. We're going to put the affirmation up on the screen. And, what time is it over there with you? It's probably later, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. and Shantae got some more activities planned in the morning, so definitely got to rest.
What?
It's 4.
You said what? 4? What do you say?
4 a.m. here, and Shantae has more activities planned for the morning. So
this is the morning. This is the morning right now. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, Shantae, let this man sleep a little bit. Push it to the afternoon. All right, so we're gonna put the affirmation on the screen, and Steph's gonna close out with the affirmation, then I'll close out. Big screen. Take care of these animals and get my rest. Okay, here we go. Go ahead, good brother.
On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Unky Emma, NS, Nintet Uset Maat, Min Hepapet Maat, Her in Hu Kui, Her Iku. I live for Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I had to let Set relax. I had to bring out this is Sasset. She was the one from last week that I called Butterfly. Sasset is actually the Sasset is actually a symbolism of a butterfly, and I could do a whole class on that. But this is Sasset. I have to let Set do his whatever he's doing down there. So I'm gonna go ahead and put big screen and close out. So peace and love, Anu, get your sleep. Peace and love, Antu, get your sleep. Primordial thought, Gabriella's already asleep, so you can just knock right out. No Saba, just go get your rest and have a good morning. Bella, you'll probably be up for a while, but I'll hear from you. And a Tefram Kemat, tell Shantae happy birthday, but give you a couple more hours, man, at least. Give you till 12 o'clock, something, sleep. Get your rest, brother.
Hotel, Father, peace and love.
Okay, peace and love. Okay, everyone. Now I'm going to go big screen. Messages already. It's another one. Another 10 hours, 10 and a half hours. Another podcast, another adventure. What are you saying, huh? Again and again, another adventure. You all know we've been doing this for years. You all know the support. Those who want to get the midnighter classes, definitely just send an email to this email. You'll receive a response from the offices, and you'll get the midnighter class within more likely that same day, within maybe even hours. Those who have phones that can swipe the QRT code, PayPal, have Rocket SV, Cash App, TT Moon, support. You already know we've been here for for years. Those who are already supporting, peace and love, and Henu to you. And everybody watching the podcast has a new definition of Henu. You know, Henu was the original name for covenant, and that was the original ark. And that's Henu. So shout out to you all, peace and love. This is beautiful. Jinx is still up. Jinx 101 equals 21 binary. By the way, Jinx is out there doing binary codes. I am Kunzuni has confirmed that he works with young people using arts as personal development tool. I knew I saw something somewhere online or somewhere. I saw you working with young people's development. Shout out to you. Glad you appreciate me. Thank you for all your great support. Shout out to everybody, that Derek Franks and everybody, all the new people that came. Nick says, wow, I feel welcome. Thank you all. And thank you, chat. Glad I got to catch this live. Wonderful. Thank you for your first support. Peace and love, everyone. The Tehuti Podclass. For those who just tuned in, we're about to tune out. So just rewind this, and you will see what you missed. This is the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru. Website is at the bottom, www.houseofatton.org. We are the last to represent what you see, the matrix breakers, the last representatives of the Neteru. Baby Loa has walked away somewhere. She's somewhere in the room walking around. This is Saset, another beautiful viper of mine. Her name is the Butterfly. I think Octavia Sly asked me a question about a butterfly. I may have to revisit that question because I have an answer for him that's about the symbolism of the butterfly, but maybe not the actual butterfly in nature itself. But shout out to you. There she is. Say peace. You can see the butterflies on her back. Her name is Butterfly, and the main letter for that is SAS for the representation. When all is said and done, and the archaeologists find us thousands of years from now, hopefully what they find